Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked it.
Good morning, Vietnam / the grill hottest. Sin Patty, good morning, good to see you. Christian Valeris, Gen X says finally. Geez, I was only gone 3 days, although it did feel like an eternity and it felt like 30 seconds simultaneously. Beef Supreme says good morning, good to see you, King. Justin Garcia, Sabri Keller, Chris Smith, Sin Patty again, Jonah Zilla, and Eben says thank God. Wow. Okay. Well, apparently you guys have been taking tons of psychic damage in my absence. Why? Please tell me. I know the content that I want to cover. I saw that Pisco went up against the Distributist, who is a guy that I have some antipathy for. Who's the Distributist? I'll break that down. Distributist. Oh man, this is like some ancient lore. This is like this was before I got started lore. So let me share you the deep knowledge, the deep truth, the true. Okay. So I wanted to do some version of YouTube for probably since YouTube existed, but I knew that I couldn't do it in law enforcement, or I couldn't do it in the military, and I couldn't do it in law enforcement. So I pushed off my YouTube career, even though I wanted to do it since 2010. I largely pushed it off until 2019 because I wanted to know about the world before I started creating. Well, in 2019, I met a guy named Faraday Speaks. I'm actually going to show you guys this stuff. This is the deep lore. This is the true. So Faraday Speaks made a splash because he was the first guy to do the why I left the alt-right thing. Xander Hall was a copycat in some ways. So, oh, that's cool. KH9SD. That looks good. Ooh, that looks really good. That looks like a Tommy gun. Nice. Let me show you that. Hold on. Before we get into autistic stuff, let me show you an attractive, sexy gun. Hold on. We're already doing curveballs. It's been 30 seconds and we're getting thrown in curveballs. So Grand Thumb does like 30, 40-minute videos where he's breaking down the gun tip to butt. But I'm not going to lie. The only thing that I watch is like the first 3 minutes where he's running around with a high-quality camera just shooting stuff. Oh, I guess I can't watch this on the live. All right, I can't watch this on the live. But the reason why I like this so much, I suppose, is I like the aesthetics of it because look at this. So it's kind of got like a Thompson square back end. You could probably put a crazy new Thompson stock on there. It's got the vertical mag, and then it's got the charging handle on top, which is very similar to a Thompson. So if I had to guess, like this is a Swiss gun. I know the KH9 is built by B&T. B&T is a Swiss manufacturer that costs a shitload of cash. But, overall, they make really, really, really cool firearms. So God bless B&T. To a lesser degree, Grand Thumb allegedly cheated on his wife and does steroids and, kind of a known glory hound douchebag in the gun community. However, to some degree, God bless Grand Thumb for showing me cool equipment. All right, anyways, sorry. Let me show you Faraday Speaks. Faraday Speaks, why I left the right or something, or how I fell down the alt-right pipeline. This is like a classic. So what ended up happening was Faraday Speaks, this guy, okay? What was so funny is this guy was in a Jordan Peterson Facebook group, and he was kind of there as it became like a dissident right-wing alt-right shithole. And I was one of the mods for the group. And he was like, hey, man, all these dudes are infinitely more psychotic than you think they are. Like, you're joking. They're not. And I was like, nah, fuck you. Like, you're just being like a cringe soy liberal. You're just being a cringe soy progressive, moral frogging about people making jokes, man. And then the people who modded the group, no offense, even though I would have considered us friends at the time, the people who modded the group, the guy in charge of it, he was too passive about what was going on with the group. And then there was a girl mod, and the girl mod just became like full on schizo right, race realist, trans exclusionary, radical feminist, falling down like all the psycho right wing bullshit. And so we had like a 3-way fight for the soul of the group. And eventually I was like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm out. So I'm probably still a mod in the group, but I think the group's dead now. Anyways, back to the narrative. So Faraday Speaks was my first introduction into the right wing because he set up my debate between Mike from PA. So funny. Sorry, I'm taking like 20 minutes to get to Mike from PA. The true. This was my first debate. Faraday Speaks, Mike from PA, counterpoints, defund the police. This is how Dylan Burns found out about me. This is it. This is it. This is my. This office is over here. This is an old camera. This is an old microphone. This was our first this was my first debate ever. This is some of the true. This is some of the deep. But anyways, around this time, damn, bro, get off your phone. You're just looking down the whole time. Anyways, Mike from PA is a fucking loser. I hate that guy. What a douchebag. But Faraday set up this debate. And then I asked Faraday, I was like, hey, man, I'm trying to understand the far right. I'm criticizing Nick Fuentes. Some of my first videos were criticizing Nick Fuentes. And, ooh. Does this have Luke Beasley and Andrew Wilson and Josiah? Ooh, this is fire. This is fire. This will, if this is not done today, it'll be the second thing we do. Anyways, sorry, Connor, focus. Can you tell I've been gone for 3 days? Faraday Speaks sets up the Mike from PA debate. Then he introduces me to the Distributist because he's like, oh yeah, the Distributist runs in the far right circles. He understands everything. He can explain everything. But the Distributist basically wanted like an oath of fealty before he would tell me anything. And I was like, dude, I just want to understand who the different groups are in the far right, what they believe, who the leaders are. And he's like, yeah, but like, before I tell you anything, I need to know that you're not a Fed. And I was like, in some ways I am a Fed. Like I'm a former law enforcement officer. I'm anti-terrorism. I don't like white nationalism. I'm a fucking Fed in a lot of ways. And he's like, oh, well, so you don't even believe like X. And then he went into like all this like race realist anti-Jew shit. And when I pushed back on him, he got like offended. He got like offended that I would deign to push back on his mind palace. And to summarize his mind palace, I know I'm all over the place, but to summarize the Distributist mind palace in 2019, 2020, he basically said that the left, because he worked in California at the time, I think, the left is hiding their power level. They're all secret gay race communists. They're all trans jihadist terrorist supporting fucking freaks. They're trying to mass import the third world. That way they can demographically shift the United States so they have a political power base for 1,000 years. And he thinks that in the next generation or two, when whites, Northern European whites, become an ethno-religious minority within the United States, there'll be like a 5-way race war between the Asians, the Jews, the whites, the Hispanics, and the blacks. And if you don't want to be morally culpable for the 5-way race war, then you need to join the dissident right that is convinced of how to stop this like demographic backslide into civilizational barbarism. And since I wasn't down with the cause, he wasn't willing to just, I don't know, not be a fucking freak and just tell me, Hey, here's the Christian nationalists. Hey, here's the Christian conservatives. Hey, here's the Groypers. Hey, here's the, the alt-right. Hey, here's the Richard Spencer faction. He could have just told me like the 5 right-wing groups, who their leaders are, and vague things of their belief, and we could have had a normal conversation. But I swear to God, this motherfucker has autism like crazy. So I'm sorry that it took me 10 minutes. I'm sorry that I went down a lore rabbit hole. But realistically, to answer your question, who is the distributist? He's a schizo, right-wing, race realist, dissident right-wing freak who has infected our politics. So fuck him. Fuck him, and I'll be happy to root for Pisco in the debate. All right, going back to chat. Dank Brandon, what's up, folks? Nothing much. Glad to be back. Halo is coming to PlayStation. World is going to end soon. Yeah, probably. My psychic damage is missing you, buddy. Well, I'm happy to be back and happy to provide it. Tessie says, happy Monday, Connor. Happy Monday to you. Sounds familiar, but can't place him. Yeah, I think I just gave you 10 minutes of lore. Subry Keller says, I saw a video of 2 grown women essaying a dude, and for some reason, some people are saying that they should not have been banned from Twitch. Kill myself. What are you talking about? Gen X says, Destiny Empath Chan, yikes. Emery Miskiff, yikes. Plus, the political world is a dumpster fire. Yeah. So Destiny Empath Chan, apparently Empath Chan is just like a freak. I don't know their lore. Some people joke that they're trans. Some people post some transvestigation pictures that they're either really good AI photos or they're real. I have no idea if Empath Chan is trans. They look female to me, but I don't know. Then apparently they're a Nazi. Apparently they said some pro-pedophile shit. So I don't know. Destiny's being Destiny, I guess. Emaru and Miskiff, I just got done watching the Chud Logic thing, and apparently Emaru is the normal cutesy Twitch aristocracy Asian girl who isn't the center of attention. And Miskiff and her dated for a while, and then Miskiff was like a total roided out douchebag. And no offense, I'm not trying to sweep for him, but he acted like every middle schooler who lost their first girlfriend. Like you know, like when I don't know if you guys saw this, but I definitely never did this. But you know how in middle school, like you get broken up with and it's kind of embarrassing and it hurts your feelings, but then you have like romantic fantasies of the other person, but the other person hates your guts. And so you're kind of in this like roller coaster of trying to make amends, but you can't make amends. And so as a result, you love them and hate them simultaneously. And you're basically like a cringe roller coaster in public and in private. That's what Miskiff sounds like. But Miskiff isn't 14. Miskiff is 30. And Miskiff does steroids. And Miskiff is a multimillionaire. So if he was 14, it would be like, oh, like he's being retarded. His friends need to, sorry for the ableist slur. He's being dumb. His friends need to police his behavior. He needs to back off of Emaru. They need to go their separate ways. They need to do their own things. But he's not 14. He's 30, Was he a fascist like Keith Woods? I don't know. I'd rather just because it's been 5 years, I would rather see him describe himself in his current political climate. I'm still going to think that he's hiding his power level just because even in our conversation, if we're talking about the distributist, I think he was hiding his power level in our conversation. And he was basically saying like, oh yeah, you're a Fed. I'm going to hide my power level. So, I'm always going to presume that he's hiding his power level, but we can see what he says in the open now, because obviously the Overton window has shifted pretty aggressively to the far right at this point. So, we'll see what it is. Gen X says, oh, was that PF dumb guy called in to talk to Pisco? I watched half this morning and it was R-slurred. Yeah, but don't worry. I'll break down the R-slurred. Sen Patty says, very aesthetically pleasing weapon. Damn, I know, man. That's why I need to become like a 6-figure, 7-figure streamer, because I need to be able to afford that stuff. And then I need to be able to sell it to you for a reasonable price. It's a shame Grand Thumb is a neo-Nazi because his videos are really well produced. I don't think he's a neo-Nazi. If anything, I think his producer was more of like that edgy conservatarian race realist 1350 posting kind of guy. And even he backed off of it and was like, I don't, listen, man, ultimately we're all Americans and we all got to work together. And I'm sorry for being a piece of shit. So I don't even think, I think Grand Thumb is more normie than his producer who created his own channel. I forget who's producer who created his own channel. Beef Supreme says, so how was, oh, hold on. Eben says, I don't like the mag nub at the bottom or how the mag isn't uniform. Interesting. Beef Supreme, I'm sure you could get like non-translucent mags. So how was the retreat, Connor? Did you import your best advice to recovering attendees? Be normal, go to church? Yeah, relatively speaking. So for those of you who don't know where I was, Wednesday, I was traveling. So I was still shit posting a little bit Wednesday morning. But I went to the Georgian mountains. I went into Appalachia. We went to the same campsite that we went last year. It was beautiful. It was amazing. No cell service for 3 days. The only cell phone I had was I listened to a podcast while I was falling asleep. And I played a little bit, not Candy Crush, but it's a game like Candy Crush, Gardenscapes. I played a little bit of Gardenscapes, and I listened to a Warhammer audiobook as I fell asleep. Those are my only 2 electronic things. Besides that, I rode a mountain bike down 2 pretty sweet mountain bike passes. Not like hardcore, but like pretty sweet mountain bike passes. And then I hung out with dudes around a fire. We talked about life. We talked about marriage. We talked about relationships. We talked about how to be better men. It was all faith oriented, right? And I'm a deist. I'm not really like a literalist Christian. So they're majority Christian in that circle. But a majority of those guys are either mentors, meaning that they're members of the community who are relatively successful, who are trying to iron sharpen iron each other. They're trying to get each other to be sharper and better men, or they're mentoring drug addicts. And 70% of the program, maybe 80% of the program, are guys who are either homeless or near homeless with substance abuse issues, whose lives are falling apart. And the program is a 2-year live-in program where they get these guys, they get them sober, they get them employed, they get them out of debt, they get them savings, and they get them reconnected with their family, and then they slowly get them reintegrated back into the community. And so if you are somebody who is not a fan of mass incarceration, you have to understand, like, this is how in-depth the program needs to be. You can't just get people sober and expect them to integrate into society. That's not how it works. You have to get them sober. You have to get them life skills. You have to get them integrated back into the community. You have to do all that kind of stuff. And Grassroots, holy shit, kicking us off, huh? 20 Valor Media Network memberships. Boom. And for those of you who don't know, that's $5 a piece, I think. So that's like $100 right out the gate. Grassroots just oiling this morning. Thank you, King. I parasocially love you, and I appreciate the warm welcome home. Conservatism says Grantham has always struck me as a douche canoe, but he makes entertaining videos. True. What's good, chat? Nothing much. Good to see you, Peter Mars. Justin says, you watching PF Young, Pisco versus Dave Green? I sure am. And then I think after that, we'll probably do... What? Who are the other players? It was like Pondering and Luke Beasley versus... Should I just put 2 douche canoes? Pondering and Luke Beasley versus douche canoes on Tim Pool. I'll just leave it like that. I think it's funny. That's probably not the best like title to get people to click into the video, but you know what? We're warming up, okay? We're just getting back into it. All right? We're just getting back into it. Do not expect the highest quality. This guy needs a haircut and a beard trim. I agree with you. And by the way, I have not forgotten that I need 2 monitors. I have not forgotten that I need a Bob Ross wig. I have not forgotten any of those things. And a large paycheck did come through. However, a bill that I normally pay on the last day of the month, the company that I'm working with or whatever, they were like, hey, cutoff date is the 25th. You need to pay it by the 25th. So I paid it early. I paid it on the 20th or whatever, whenever I got paid. So that money that I normally would have spent on the monitors and a Bob Ross wig and $100 worth of ammo, that way I could go shoot my bolter and shoot my pistol. That way I know that they're working properly. So maybe eventually I can sell them. And then I can start, maybe if I have an extra $500 next month, I can buy a Kel-Tec RDB bullpup rifle, and I can start building the Halo assault rifle and Halo battle rifle just in time for the new Halo Combat Evolved remake, by the way. Perfect timing in reference to that. However, basically, like, I have extraneous money. I have a little bit of extraneous money on top of bills, but the timing is not right yet. So I'm sorry that I'm not looking here for my ancient chat and looking here for my current chat. And then every time I draw, I pop on a Bob Ross wig for a few seconds. I'm sorry that we're not doing that yet. But similar to the red beard, I will do it. I just need time. Gen X says he's a total douche canoe. Agreed. Morally Loaded says, good morning. So glad to be back. Me too, King. Me too. Me too, King or Queen. I technically don't know your gender. And I'm not going to lie. That haircut looks like a punk pop girl with straight orange hair with a black hat. So I actually don't know if you're a guy or a girl. Is that K? Oh, speaking of which, if that's K, I don't know if it's K. So I need to get with K, but K apparently has a YouTube channel that they're trying to launch. And K, I think you all know, is a valued and loved, a beloved community member. And she needs 50 subscribers. And I think it's true crime, which is obviously going to bend more female. But I think that we have people who would happily support K no matter what. So K, if you could DM me, or if Grassroots could DM me K's YouTube channel link, I'll post that in chat and I'll just plug that whenever I shill. Just get her a few subs. Get her a few subs so she can do whatever she wants to do. Subbreed Killer says, is Faraday related to the guy who figured out how not to get electrocuted? Because that would be the only cool thing I can think of why Jordan Peterson would be interested in this dude. No. Yes, distributed. Old Connor lore. Shit, you look 12 there. I know. Sorry it took me 10 minutes, but hopefully you enjoyed 2019 baby-faced Connor. Gen X is nice. Luke Beasley's Jubilee was awful. They could have left one boomer in the chair the entire time because they all repeated the exact same shit. Based. Typical fascist cringe as fuck. True. Good morning, Grill Hottest is Wowman542. Also, welcome back, Connor. Hoped the nature retreat went well. It went great. Also, if you guys could, if you could indulge me, all right, please indulge me. If you like Star Wars, I understand you've already seen every single Star Wars movie ever. I understand. However, I'm launching the Counterpoint Star Wars channel and I'm breaking down content in chronological order. So all my Old Republic stuff did really well. And I posted that like a year ago. I did, 500 views, 400 views, 500 views, 728 on a channel with 250 subs. So I think that's great. However, what I also started doing is I started breaking down the Acolyte, which I guess people thought were cringe. And then I just posted a breakdown of the first half of the Phantom Menace. And I guess everybody's seen the Phantom Menace, so they aren't really that interested in watching a breakdown of it. But truth be told, I feel like I have really good lore insights. I feel like I have really good, you'll be like, oh, what kind of alien species is Darth Maul? And what was the gas that they tried to murder the Jedi with? And what is the nature of the Jedi? And blah, 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 blah. I feel like I do a good breakdown for this one. So if you guys would check that out, if you're into Star Wars, I would be much obliged. And then same thing with Counterpoint Sci-Fi. I think my video got taken down. I had a World War II video. So I did the Unified Timeline. I did the Prey movie, which was excellent. Absolutely fucking loved that. I did Predator Killer of Killers Vikings, which didn't do as well. But then I did Predator versus Samurai, and I love this one. This one is fucking phenomenal. Sorry for cussing so much so early. This is a family show after all. And then after this, I did release the World War II fighter scene from Predator Killer of Killers. And then I think I'll be moving on to Predator 1987. Unfortunately, all the Predator movies, they all like congregate in the 90s and thousands chronologically, or they're before that. I might jump ahead to Alien Earth just so I can be more relevant in the algorithm. But basically, if you're into sci-fi breakdowns, check out Counterpoint Sci-Fi. Because we'll be doing Titanfall, we'll be doing Gundam, we'll be doing Colonial Marines, we'll be doing Yautja or Predator lore. We'll break down Predator Badlands soon. I'll get into all the Alien movies. I'll be doing Alien Earth. So if you're into any of that, either Star Wars or sci-fi, please check it out. Please clap. Please clap. Gen X says I'm a Fed, based. Hearshot says, who are we talking about? We're talking about the Distributist. Eben says, I'm becoming a Fed, based. Subry Keller says, what is with the MAGA wanting loyalty pledges? It's almost as if they don't understand freedom of speech, like they're a hive mind of dumb shit fuckheads. Yeah, I mean, this is a family show, but yeah. Evan says, so boring replacement theory. I know, right? Isn't it interesting to think that maybe we just added condoms and stopped having so many kids, and as a result, we're using immigration as a stopgap, and this is all subconscious, and it's not all the Jews? Wow Man says, where do the furries fit into the race war? Weirdly enough, they're on both sides. There's furries who are left-wingers because they're afraid they're going to get murdered during the purge, and then the right wing attracts such psychological freaks that there's Nazi furries. So weirdly enough, the furries are on both sides. Jedex says, y'all, Trump's ballroom is now costing 3,300 feet a square foot, or $3,300 a square foot. And what they were saying it costs, it's literally going to be a gilded room. Yeah, dude, fuck Trump. Fuck the ballroom. Fuck the king, I say. Subry Keller says, MAGA's just upset they couldn't be a Fed, so they're anti-Fed for some reason. These dumb fucks couldn't even get into the army. I mean, I do think there's some people who wanted to be important, or government officials, or cops, or military, and they were just too pussy to actually do it. Short says, if Empath is trans, that makes the chances of Destiny fucking her skyrocket. Tristan says, going back to mind map of steps towards authoritarianism and the outline of the Democratic Party maybe needs an update. Yeah. I think some of these dudes are schizophrenic. I think that's the good news. I'll move into the content probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. But I think you guys see me. I'm like ripping out the cobwebs. I'm trying to get my brain going again. I'm trying to do it. I don't know who needs to hear it, but they're not fucking. That's cool. Grumbly Grill Shala, true. Hearshot says, now do Destiny. Bro, don't even challenge my Destiny criticism, bro. Don't even challenge my Destiny criticism, man. We could be sitting here for 10 minutes summarizing the entire Mr. Girl report. I not only did I do it as content, I also just know it off of the top of my head. 2010, Destiny starts streaming. He's a vacuum cleaner, whatever. He's kind of a douchebag, the DDoS kid, the blue tea girl that he shared the nudes of. He goes about 7 years without doing anything fucked up, and then counterpoints politics. Then he like hooks up with Melina, and Melina's kind of young, and she was in an open relationship, but her boyfriend Max wasn't really pursuing any other girls. And dude, I could go on like a 10-minute Destiny degenerate lore rant, but I think I'll just save you the time. Counterpoints politics, Mr. Girl report summary. If you actually wanted a no bullshit summary of Destiny's like personal life and all his drama and all his bullshit, all you got to do is go back here. It's gonna be like right when I first started changing to this thumb style, I think, because I did like 5 Destiny drama videos in a row before I started going full time. So this was where I was I was doing like Twitch poll commentary videos. And by the way, I was kind of happy to do them. Like, look at these numbers. These numbers aren't bad. 1,500, 2K, 5K, 5K, 3.4K, 2.3K, 5K. I need to get back into 15-minute summaries. I think 15-minute summaries is probably my strong suit. But anyways, if you go here, online politics and the art of orbiting. This is like a summary of the history of the Twitch and YouTube political space, but it's also kind of a history of Destiny, Hassan, and Bosch. Why online politics matters. Chud Logic versus Dylan Burns versus Destiny. This was kind of like it was like a philosophical argument about whether or not this space even matters. Then the Destiny report summary, allegations or abuse. This is effectively Mr. Girl's report summarized. So it's all of Destiny's drama and degeneracy through 2022. And then the 2025 Destiny allegations, drama summary, social and legal consequences I know this is like 2 hours, but you have to understand all of this shit has been made into like 50 hours worth of content. But if you just watch this 2 hours of content, so 53 minutes and 42 minutes, you will have all of Destiny's shit. All of Destiny's bullshit is in these 2 videos. So then we started shifting into VODs, and we took a little bit of a viewership hit when we shifted gears. But I'm not going to complain. I'm still having fun. The metrics are good. So I need to stop complaining. I need to stop bitching. I'm a happy camper. What do I have to bitch about? I got a cool community. I got a cool job. My life is good. Grassroots with the 50 says, if you're an addict or worried you are, nothing broken can't be fixed. Get on it early and often, and I welcome anyone to message me. Peace and love. True. Thank you. Thank you for the oil. I appreciate you, Grassroots. And quick shill to everybody else. Just so Grassroots isn't alone. Like the stream. It's free. Share it with your friends. If you have a good time, tell them that you had a good time on the Counterpoint stream. Engage with chat. There's lots of cool, interesting, funny people in chat. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We obviously have a whole bunch of oilers who help us out. So we have disproportionate amounts of oil coming from the chat. But also, if you got $5 or $10, don't let the oilers feel alone. Let them know that you support the content as well. So, parasocial love, thank you for being here. Christian Blair says, Grand Thumb is a MAGA chud libertarian type like Brandon Herrera and Donut Operator. Exactly. He's probably racist, but not a neo-Nazi. Agreed. And like, guys, I'm a little racist, okay? I'm not like a crazy super racist, but like, you know, I see a black pilot and I go, hey, you know, I hope he's qualified for the job. But I don't say it that in like mean, ugly, condescending way that, you know, Charlie Kirk does. I just go, huh, that's cool. I hope he's good. Subri says, Connor survived being in deliverance territory. That's all you need to know about fitness. Can you run fast enough from those dueling banjos? No. If I was caught by redneck rapists, I would have been fucked. But luckily, the redneck rapists and the Wendigo did not capture me, nor did the Skinwalkers. Dank Brandon says, you should look up PBS's new series called Breaking Through the Deadlock. It's interesting. You're going to have to describe it for me. That sounds like a look at electoral politics. So I can't promise that. That's something that I can watch on my own time. But here, we need somebody who had sex with somebody they weren't supposed to, somebody who got almost killed, hardcore politics that is killing people, and or dramatic personalities fighting and falling out. Beef Supreme says, did you go to Indian Springs? My family goes there every year to help out and do similar stuff to what you did. No. I don't want to dox it, but basically when North Georgia starts getting into Appalachian Mountain territory, that's where it is. So as a matter of fact, I'll give you a place that it's not, but it's close enough that if you know the area, then you know it. Dahlonega, right? Dahlonega, like 45 minutes to an hour north. If you've been to Dahlonega, Georgia, then you know the kind of landscape that I was in. Even though I was not in Dahlonega, that's the kind of landscape I was in. However, the large check was spent on cocaine. No, I promise you. All my addictions are very normal, like guns and Warhammer. Wow, man says, Pissin' Time with Pisco, featuring the Distributist. Honestly, if I had like 1,000 viewer chat, that would be the title. IWI Tavoris is better than Keltec. Absolutely, it's better than Keltec. It's also like $1,000 more or $1,500 more. Morley Loaded says it's K. All right, cool. If you want to give your, I think you got me on Discord. Give me your channel. Give me your channel that you need some stuff on. Yeah. Give me DM me. DM me your channel. True crime is female cocaine, I know. Dank Brandon says my laptop also needs to be updated to a PC Tower base. True crime is my sleep coke base. True crime is to women what World War II history is to men. True. Subri Keller says, did I hear true crime? Let me go get a bottle of red wine and subscribe immediately. Base. Yeah, Kay, DM me. You got like half a dozen subscribers ready to go. Kay says, for the record, I'm not doing true crime, though it is an interest of mine. Cultural, political commentary, and Tallybots and I should be going live tomorrow and recording and posting. DM me. The new Predator movie looks really, really good. It does. Wow, man says, I caught the World War II fighter pilot reaction before it got taken down. It was a banger. Thanks, man. Thanks. I like to think I'm bringing the same quality that I bring to Warhammer 2, sci-fi, and Star Wars. However, it's just going to take time to build it because they're new channels. There's a Starship Troopers games coming out that looks really good. Good. Ain't no way Empath is trans with that figure. That's what I was thinking. So I think it's just AI pictures. I think it's AI pictures where they added like a masculine jaw and then they added like a 5 o'clock shadow like she was shaving, but it kind of looked AI. So now I'm wondering if it's AI. Sapien Green says, you know what would help with your brain getting going? A Bob Ross wig. True. Someone asked Connor how he feels about Hunter Biden. We almost got to content. I'll ignore you this time. I'll ignore you this time. Ask it again, and then we'll go on a 10-minute Hunter Biden rant. Thank you, Grassroots, for starting the oil in early. And I agree. If you are an addict or worried that you are, nothing broken can't be fixed. Get on it early and often, and I welcome anyone to message me. Peace and love. Can I add to that? Just real quick, just a little bit of white pill to start the day, okay? So the guys, they graduate a 2-year program. Okay. They're sober for 2 years. They're working a job for 2 years. They're reconnecting with their family for 2 years. They're re engaging with social media for 2 years. They're building up dating relationships for 2 years. And so they're really living life on training wheels. But what happens is they graduate and they move out on their own. And oftentimes they'll have roommates from the program that try to keep each other on the straight and narrow. But because they're drug addicts, oftentimes all it takes is one slip, one sip of beer, one, puff of meth, one line of coke, one party that went wrong, one time that they're working the restaurant industry and they get invited to a party and somebody's doing hard drugs, and then boom, they're off the wagon. But what I noticed with a lot of the graduates who fall off the wagon, and some of them have died, I think that there's been almost 1,000 graduates of the program since it started, since like 1990, because they only take like 20 or 30 people per year. I don't know if it's a few hundred or if it's a few thousand, but effectively, like, they have like a high death ratio, like junkies. So I think out of the program, let's say it's 30 a year since 1990. That's 30 times calculator. And by the way, these are rough numbers. So like, if anybody figures out what the real program is and you're like, no, they've only done this, then, don't crawl up my ass. I'm just doing it. Yeah. So if they did 30 clients a year for 35 years, they would have graduated 1,000 people. I think they've only done it for 15 years though. So 16 times 30. So they've graduated around 500 people. Out of the 500 people, 45 have died. 45 have died. So 10% of the people who were in the program, they either graduated and they relapsed, or they dropped out of the program early and they died from an overdose, or they got murdered. So like, you have to understand, this is like the bottom of society, where you either figure your shit out and get sober and get your life together, or you die. That's actually like the level of people that we're dealing with. It's a super, super tough crowd. They're good guys, but it's a super tough crowd. Subry Keller says, Destiny is known for his carpet cleaning, if you will. Dude has never seen a box, said no. Earshot says, what have I done? That's your fault. Not my fault. You guys know, like, there's probably 3 topics, maybe 4, that sends me on a tangent, okay? One of them is Hunter Biden. The other one is people accusing me of ignoring Destiny's sins. I don't. I think I've called out all of his sins in very explicit detail. I think gun control is probably another one that it just totally distracts from the content. And I think the 4th one is probably like lolicon. So if you want to send us down a 10-minute rabbit hole without even trying, tell me that Hunter Biden is based. Tell me that I don't acknowledge all the crap that Steven's done. Tell me that you want to get rid of guns, or tell me that you want to legalize drawn cartoon pornographic drawings of children, and then I'm just going to get distracted for decades. Groovy Harp says, Tim Pool content of all the MAGA weirdos, he easily frustrates me the most. Yeah, but he should be moderating. He shouldn't be participating that much. The skinwalkers can kind of be cute though. Yeah, that's the problem though. That's the problem. That's how they get you. They get a brunette, skinny, druggy looking girl who looks like a little bit off, but it's kind of cute, and then they eat you. And then they shapeshift into your body. Groovy Harp says he isn't, but he twists himself into absurd pretzels to defend every opportunity. Sure. Nothing new, just waiting for the inevitable fallout. True. Locked, I know exactly where Connor was because he was in the tense walls. Based. Mogler, true. It's a large thought experiment and debate. Ann Coulter and Rick Wilson were there. Oh, interesting. DM me that. That sounds interesting. You need a Star Wars lore whore? I got your back. Based. She is not trans. I watched a very in-depth video of her. She started on 4chan. Interesting. If you suffer from a counterpoints addiction, you too can get help. No, don't get help for that one. That one's okay. Tristan Clark says, before I dip for school drop off, my MIL said yesterday that maybe 50% of America wants or is trans, not allowed to confront FIL. Oh, mother-in-law said yesterday that maybe half of America wants or is trans, not allowed to confront father-in-law because he had COVID a few weeks ago. Fuck my life. Bye. Sorry, bro. Sounds rough. Sorry, they're watching too much Fox News. Is this a part of Narcotics Anonymous or Alcohol Anonymous? No. No, it's not. Thank you, baby. Thank you. The sins of destiny that I know of are minor. But Sam Patty says, damn, I kind of think I'm not Connor's type anymore. Maybe. What, you trying to be a skinwalker? Keycode says, people say you are not far in your criticism of people's sins. AKA, you don't like Lolly, but forgive Bosch. What say ye? I don't even forgive Bosch. I just think you can acknowledge that Bosch can be charismatic. Bosch can be funny. Bosch can be rhetorically gifted. And he's an okay debater. He's also a lolicon freak. What do you want? Audacity says, should I keep running Bulwark in Space Marine 2, or am I pissing in the wind? I love Bulwark, dude. I'm a Bulwark main. Are you kidding me? Sword and board? Power sword and shield. Why the fuck would I run anything else? Yeah. Fair, you illiterate fuck. True. All right. Let's get into it. So let's get into the content. Grassroots, thank you for oiling so early. Thank you for the 20 Valor Media Network memberships, and thank you for a $50 super chat. That's an insane way to start the day. I parasocially love you for it. Thank you kindly. Quick reminder, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm going to go ahead and get into the content. We're going to pull up. I think it's PF Young moderating, and I think it's Pisco versus the Distributist. I'll do an intro momentarily, and we'll get cracking. What is it? Let's pull it up on Pisco's hour. Let's give him a view. Let's click here. God, I hate Dave. Fuck this guy. All right. Anyways, let's do an intro. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. We're going to be watching a liberal/progressive Pisco debating a far right-wing freak. I don't know if he's changed his politics, but we'll see momentarily. The Distributist, a.k.a. Dave Green. And then I got Paul P.F. Young moderating. The question is whether or not the assassination of Charlie Kirk has obliterated the liberal project. I'll be pausing intermittently in order to break it down. Let's get it cracking.
A specific piece of legislation that you would cite as the biggest example of power being centralized that you think the founders would be very clearly against?
I mean, almost all of them. Social Security obviously would be, the Works Administration almost obviously would be, the Tennessee Valley Authority obviously would be. All of these things violate the 10th Amendment as stated in plain language.
Okay, all right, let's pick, hold on, which of those, Pisco?
What would be unconstitutional about Congress paying for a pension system?
The 10th Amendment.
So the 10th Amendment is thought of as a, first of all, big question about whether or not it's even operative text. It's just reflecting the structure of the government, and basically says all powers not delegated to the federal government are reserved for the people or the states respectively.
So is that a delegated power of the federal government? No. So
yeah, no. The spending. Wait a second. Wait,
hold on. Let Pisco go. Pisco go.
You want to move off because you know you're cooked. With respect to raising taxes, guess what? We have an amendment that lets us tax all incomes. So there's a specific amendment for taxing that. So I'll ask again, what aspect of that is unconstitutional or violates the 10th Amendment? Hey, folks.
I'll let them argue it. My belief is that he's going to say, well, the founding fathers would have found that onerous and overly burdensome. But the founding fathers created the amendment process specifically so that society could change over time. So if you want to repeal the amendment, repeal the amendment. But guess what? You need the vast majority of the population to want to repeal the amendment.
Please like, comment, and subscribe. And make sure to check out my newsletter.
Can you hear me?
Information is in the description.
Good.
Let's just jump into it.
Okay.
Dave, you saw my conversation with Pisco.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect you disagree with Pisco on some things. Do you want to lay out your kind of high-level view of things, and then
Sure.
we can just pull things apart from there?
So this involves the Kirk assassination. And the operative question in the Kirk assassination is, what types of conversations are really valid conversations to be having in this present day? And the response we've been getting from the left has been not very good. And what the idea seems to be that Charlie Kirk represents a brand of ideas that is beyond the pale. And this was the message that was put forward by people like Ta-Nehisi Coates. I mean, there were another variety of online influencers that literally tried to excuse the assassination. I'm going to just discount that because I don't think anyone would defend it in a debate. But there seemed to be a large number of serious public intellectuals on the left who wanted to claim that Charlie Kirk's ideas were beyond the pale of debate in a liberal society. And this is really the problem here, because Charlie Kirk's ideas are broadly characteristic of a large percentage of the population of this country. And, there's this word that gets bandied about, not in the Ta-Nehisi Coates article, but it was implied, but this is the subject of your conversation, which was fascism. The labeling of fascist is a tool of equivocation in this case. It's a real ideology. You can look up the ideas of Giovanni Gentile if you want to. We can talk about ultranationalism and totalitarian ultranationalism, a certain variety of nationalist governments that occurred in the early 20th century, and sometimes in Latin America in the late 20th century. But in our current discourse, no one is a proponent of Giovanni Gentile. What happens is that there's two things that fascism means broadly.
Okay. And this is another thing that this dude annoys me for. I know that they're doing intros, and I know that this is the pot calling the kettle black. All right. Bear in mind, I know the irony of what I'm saying as I say it. Okay. This motherfucker loves the sound of his own voice. All right. Loves it. Loves it. Just wants to go on a fucking 10-minute yap, unchallenged. Doesn't care about anybody else in the room. Doesn't think anybody else should be talking. Just loves just laying out endlessly his fucking ideas. So let's pause him real quick and let me yap for a prolonged period. Let me endlessly yap about my ideas, okay? What frustrates me about this is I think this motherfucker knows, all right? I think the distributist knows. I think he knows that he's far right. I think he knows that he's dissident right. I think that he knows that he doesn't care about the structures of Republican governance. He is probably post-liberal. He is race realist. He does want some level of authoritarian control over the government. And he knows that that's going to be perceived by vast swaths of the population as either fascist or close to fascism. But he wants to be able to also throw up as a shield, oh, well, I'm not actually like a dedicated fascist. Like I don't actually specifically believe in political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. I just think that, I can play within the realms of, these intellectual waters. And I have this totally different esoteric way of governance. So when you call me a fascist, you're not actually being descriptively accurate. You just want to kill me. And it's this weird persecution complex. I swear to God, I see it on Twitter every time I log in. It's simultaneously, oh yeah, you think we're the bad guys? You think we're the bad guys? Well, we're going to do bad guy shit and you can't do shit about it. Fuck you. And that's like one tweet. And then the next tweet is like, oh my God, guys, all the liberals and progressives are calling us authoritarian fascists, which means they just want to kill us. We're an oppressed minority. And it's such a, I don't know, man. I don't know how you hold those two thoughts simultaneously, but I swear to God, I see like right-wing commentators, post after post after post is we're the bad guys. Fuck you. You won't do shit about it. And then the next one is like, why does everybody hate me? Why does everybody want me dead? Fucking pussies.
Speaking. The first one.
And yes, Wowman does say something important. Can we appreciate Pisco's mustache line? Absolutely. He shaved, then he didn't like the outline of his face, so he was like, fuck it, I'm going to grow the beard back, but also I'm going to leave the mustache more pronounced than everything else so you can see my badass fireman mustache.
One is fascist. I mean, as you, Paul, or I can call you Paul.
Pisco,
You can call me Paul.
Yes.
Yeah, you can.
The first thing that fascism means is a bad person who is so bad or so evil that they are probably worthy of some amount of state censor and maybe vigilante violence.
I actually don't think they're deserving of state censorship. I think they're only deserving of extra legal violence if they're actually obtaining real power that's like hurting people.
This is the definition of fascism you get from Hollywood movies. If a character is labeled a fascist in a Hollywood movie, that means bad person who is a proper object of state violence or vigilante violence. That was the whole point of Inglourious Bastards. And so on and so forth.
True.
You can't think of a good fascist character in a Hollywood movie. I could only think of one, which is kind of a silly example. The audience might want to guess at what that one is.
Is it Emperor Palpatine?
I think Oscar Schindler.
Well, okay, maybe, but there's a better one. The other definition, so equivocation is always taking a word that has two definitions and switching them back and forth. The other definition of fascism that's operative is somebody who believes ideas that were broadly shared by most people before 1900. And this is sort of what you get to when you get to like the Umberto Eco's definition of fascism. Umberto Eco is this brilliant Italian novelist who wrote this absolutely horrible article where he laid out this cluster of concepts that defined fascism. But the cluster...
Uh-oh. We're lining up on stuff. I also hate fascism. I also hate the 14 points. Dan Jesus says, do you know how hard it is to tell my MAGA grandparents how to get 90% of my politics through YouTube and Twitch without them discrediting me and thinking I'm an arsler? No, but just don't tell them the sourcing. And what I would say is bad about getting 90% of your information through Twitch and YouTube politics is that whatever commentator you choose, obviously you guys choose me, and we're brilliant, and we're beautiful, and we're awesome. However, whatever commentator you choose is going to color the news with their own bias. That's the only problem. But if you go through Fox News, they're obviously super biased. If you go through MSNBC, it's super biased. If you go through the New York Times, it's a predictable bias that has a higher degree of professionalism, but it's still biased. So I think it's whether or not you can screen out the bias of that. But I would just not tell them the sourcing, and I would just bring them the arguments.
Concepts are so vague that they'd apply to almost all ideas before 1900, with few exceptions. And so by using this definition, you can say this. You can effectively say what progressives mean, but don't want to actually say. What progressives mean, but don't want to actually say, is everybody who has ideas that resemble ideas that come before 1900 is an evil person that is worthy of some amount of state censorship and vigilante violence. And that is the equivocation operation. And this...
Which ideas? Like Native Americans should be dispossessed and pushed into their own nation? That we should be segregated into various, racial communes? That slavery might have not been that bad? Like this is where I would start pushing. You're saying like, oh, commonly held beliefs before 1900. Okay, which ones? And that's where these conversations always broke down between me and Distributist. We've only had like 2 conversations, but I think I've always, heard the dog whistle, and maybe he wasn't dog whistling. Maybe he was being earnest. But whenever I asked him that follow-up question, let's say that I was having this conversation with him instead of Pisco. Whenever I asked him about, oh, well, you're saying everybody before 1900 would have believed this thing, and now they're treated like fascists. Okay, which ideas? And then he would get super evasive.
To the extent that this is applied to Charlie Kirk, it would effectively end all meaningful political discourse in the West. That isn't just like some kind of weird toy theory debate.
Well, I heard a lot of different things there that I want to respond to. The first is like the question that you posed, which are this question of like, what is a valid conversation to have? That this is a conversation about conversations. Like, I understand when you're saying like what a valid conversation is. These are just conversations that like you think are useful to have, right? That's what you mean by valid. You don't mean anything other than that, right? When you say like a valid conversation, you mean one that you would like to have, or one that you think society should have, right?
One that's allowed to occur within the parameters of liberal discourse.
Okay.
So that, you don't use extra, the dialectic occurs, and I'm not expecting you to phone my boss and get me fired or try to exert pressure on me. Like the idea, you could obviously say that the idea of sort of liberal open discourse is itself kind of a modern thing. But
I don't even know if that's true. I think ideas are oftentimes decided through social pressure. You can call it like spiritually illiberal, but I don't know. There's all sorts of bad ideas that have fallen out of favor. So, for instance, half the country in 1863 thought that it was okay to own other human beings. They were just like, yeah, sure, chattel slavery. It's in the Bible. Who gives a shit? You know, they're black. They're they're a different kind of human. We're allowed to own them. You know, fuck you. And if you don't like that, you can go fuck yourself. You know, that was a commonly held belief in 1863. And yet now, if you said, hey, I think we should be able to own other human beings in chattel slavery and bondage that's inherited, through the father and through the mother, and that I should just be able to work these people without compensation for generations, and the only compensation they get is minimal shelter and minimal food. You know, I should be able to treat human beings like livestock. Then of course everybody's going to treat you like a fucking freak, and they might call your boss and they might try to get you fired. So I don't know if I agree that for me, maybe I'm being a dick, maybe I'm being overly cynical. But what I hear when Distributist says this is I hear we need to open the Overton window in order to include my insane dissident right-wing ideas. That way they can become popular, or else we're not truly free. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true at all. That just sounds like a convenient argumentation in order to open the Overton window so you can spread your bullshit far-right ideas.
Idea is when we debate or talk about politics intellectually, it's supposed to be an open conversation where we can explore ideas as they exist.
Right, and in that context, I just don't understand, and maybe you're not applying it to the conversation that Paul and I had, but that like Charlie Kirk's ideas are beyond the realm of civil discourse, at least for me, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, what did you mean when you called him a fascist?
Yeah, so when I called him a fascist, I was clear about what I meant. I gave you what I meant by the term fascist, and you might say
that's the Umberto Eco definition.
Yeah, you might say that definition is wrong if you take some kind of like realist sense of what words mean or ought to mean. But I'm just telling you there's no equivocation, right? At all. So we be clear about that. So I just want to finish. In my conversation, there was no equivocation, right? Because Paul asked me, what did you mean? I told him what I meant. And so there's no equivocation there, fair?
No. That's not true.
Okay, what's equivocation?
Equivocation does not require the conversation you're in to have two definitions going on at once.
Do you think I was equivocating?
The equivocation equivocation to occur, it means you have to use a label for somebody that is radically different. Charlie Kirk is a fascist. Most people don't hear when you say Charlie Kirk is a fascist. Charlie Kirk was a conservative.
So I'll ask again, how was I equivocating? How was I equivocating?
Let's make sure that we know what equivocating means, because I think the way people use it is to make things equivalent, which I think is actually not what equivocating means. I think equivocating is where you like hide a meaning. Use ambiguous language so as to conceal the truth or to avoid committing oneself. So I think that would be useful if we know that we're not making these words equivalent. I think what Dave is accusing Pisco of is that he's calling Charlie Kirk a fascist because he wants people to know that Charlie Kirk is deserving of violence based off of Giovanni Gentile's super vague 14 points that he is outside the Overton window, that he should not be tolerated. But I think Pisco oftentimes stands on business. Pisco has no problem saying like, no, this is what I mean by my words. So I think Dave is misattributing intent and execution.
No, I'm saying when equivocation is used, it means that the audience that you're speaking to is operating with a different definition than you're using.
That is not what I understand.
We can. That's
well, let's just be. Wait. So no, it's not meta. I mean, if you're going to accuse me of being, or you're going to suggest that people are equivocating, I think Paul, frankly, was equivocating in that conversation because I was trying to to pin him down on what the meaning of the term fascism.
See, dude, this is what I'm saying though. This is why this guy annoys the fucking piss out of me, because he went on like a 7-minute spiel in order to lay out his worldview. Pisco's pushing back, and instead of like letting Pisco push back on his ideas and then engaging with the pushback, he's offended that you don't instantaneously agree with him. And he gets all fucking huffy about it. It's so fucking annoying. Sorry, this is a family show. I shouldn't cuss so much.
Is. And so I certainly am not equivocating when I bring up the term fascism. You might say that my definition of fascism is stupid or it doesn't follow whatever, but that's not an equivocation. That's just you saying you have the wrong definition
of fascism.
What do you mean by testing it? What do you mean by test?
I want to see how it applies to people in history.
Oh.
So you said you have an objective definition of fascism.
I don't know what you mean by objective. What do you mean by objective definition?
You're not going to change the definition of fascism depending on what year the person was born.
If what you mean by objective is that the definition changes, no, the definition does not change.
Okay, so the definition is constant. So I could go to historical characters and ask you if they're fascist, right?
You could try, yeah.
Some?
You could try. I mean, there are some concepts that are...
Okay, let's try it.
Well,
Okay.
wait, to be clear, you could maybe go back down to like caveman times where there are some concepts that are anachronistic.
This is frustrating, and I think I see where Dave's going. I'm just going to say that even if Napoleon Bonaparte was not a committed philosophical fascist, there's obviously things that he did that were fascistic. Same thing with Julius Caesar. Same thing with Alexander the Great. Same thing with a bunch of authoritarians, both benevolent and malevolent throughout history.
Famous leaders from history.
Okay, go for
were they fascist? Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll do a mixture of white and not white leaders. Okay. Let's do Julius Caesar or Augustus Caesar.
I'm not sure.
Timothy Douglas says, I don't know if you pre-watched, but watching PF Young crash out on Pisco because Pisco refused to back down on Dave weaseling out of his semantic points was peak content. Good. I did what sometimes I encourage other people to do with VODs. I liked this stream. I think I bumped it up to 4x and then I was busy. So I just ran it in the background and I wasn't really paying attention to it just so it got like a full view. So I actually have not pre-watched this, even though it was all the way to the end. So I'm in for whatever autistic roller coaster you are currently experiencing, I will be experiencing alongside you. So see, this is where I feel like Dave is super fucking slippery. Because for me, I think I've gone over this with you before. I'll do it one more time. Matter of fact, I should pull up these drawings in preparation for the summary. So we've talked about political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. I have so many pictures, I can't even look. Oh, there it is. There's my political corporatism. And then I think I did one on flexible authoritarianism. Let's see if I did one on flexible authoritarianism. I think I did. Flex. Yeah, nice. I already did it. Okay. You guys, the regulars should be familiar with what I'm talking about. The noobs might be a little bit confused, so I'll explain to you real quick. All right. So, fascism is composed of two ideas: political corporatism, which is treating the nation state like a body, and then flexible authoritarianism, which means that you do what's necessary to get and maintain power. I will explain this as briefly as I can. The nation is the people. Okay? That's actually the difference between nation and state. I actually did not differentiate these ideas in my mind. The nation is the people in a country. All right? The state is the government that's representative of that country. And those are differentiated concepts. But what fascists argue is that the nation state should be a unitary body in that all of the functions of the nation state should be harmonious. So if the bones are the culture of your society, if the skin is the military that defends against foreign threats, if the government is the brain, if the heart is the economy, if the white blood cell is law enforcement, then that's political corporatism. And fascists argue that ethno-religious minorities, parasitic ethno-religious minorities like Jewish people, discordant ethno-religious minorities like Black folk, competitive ethno-religious minorities like Catholic Hispanics and or Muslims, that they are alien bodies. The reason why we should treat them as alien is because they're not actually part of our corporative body. Now, you could make an argument for the corporative body being all of humanity. You could make the corporative body being just white people. You could make the corporative body just Germans. It's a fairly flexible definition, but that's the main part of it. Then with flexible authoritarianism, I think I drew these drawings relatively easily. You do whatever is necessary in order to get and maintain power. And I think these three drawings are Germany, Italy, and the United States. And so a quick summary, again, the definition is you do whatever is necessary in order to obtain and maintain power. That's flexible authoritarianism, all right? But if you look at what Hitler did, Hitler served in the military. He served in the... hold on. This might be the general population. So he was a citizen. He served in the military and became popular in the military. I think this might also be representative of his paramilitary organization. He became a member of the representative body. He came to be a part of the, I think, what was he? Like prime minister or some shit? Chancellor? Some title like that. He became chancellor, and then he became the supreme leader of Germany. Benito Mussolini climbed up the power structure of Italy, and then he had to share power with the church. And he had to share power with the monarchy. But he was still a fascist leader who climbed up power and did not care about how he maintained it. And then arguably, Trump has attempted to do fascist shit. All of this to say that if you have political corporatism in your mind as a definition, if you have flexible authoritarianism in your mind as a definition, even though Julius Caesar and Augustus Caesar are both pre-fascist rulers, within the definition of political corporatism and within the definition of flexible authoritarianism, of course, they line up with fascist philosophy. So Dave Green being a smug bitch changes nothing. But let's see how he lays the trap and let's see how he springs it.
Or I don't know enough about Julius. Listen, can we just stick on Julius Caesar for a second?
Oh, so, okay, I thought you said you weren't sure.
Well, as I sit here, I don't have an instant response to Julius Caesar.
Okay.
Do you think I should have an instant response to Julius Caesar? As I like.
Grassroots 20. Dave is suns up, guns up, a neo-monarchist. Listen to him for half a decade. Dave is a rightist in the same way Sanders is a leftist, and they agree on nearly everything depending on who is running the table. Unsurprised.
Like, he's the most famous political leader of all time.
No, but like in the moment, I'm thinking out loud, like my thought process of Julius Caesar. Now, was Julius Caesar an ultra-nationalist as far as Rome is concerned? Maybe I don't know enough about Roman history there. I'm certainly authoritarian, right? He overturned Rome. He abolished the Republic. Abolished the Republic. Was he like sort of into conspiratorial myth-making and mythologies? Not sure.
Yes.
Yes. Again, you might have a better understanding of Roman history, but what's your point here? What's the point here? Suppose that he is a fascist.
Is that many people are fascistic throughout history? Yeah, that's true.
Do you let me go through? So, okay, fine. Then Harun al-Rashid, the greatest caliph.
Yeah. So Bud123 says, Andrew Wilson is a debate. Ask what a leftist opponent what a solenoid is. It's a coil that carries current to create a magnetic field in the center. When asked, Andrew said it's a button you press. Yeah. I don't know if it was you, Bud123, but somebody who was a electrician. I think I had two people comment on that for me, where they were like, that's not what a solenoid is.
From Muslim history, widely celebrated.
I don't know who that is. I'm asking you, what is the point of this exercise?
The point of this exercise is I bet that your definition of fascism would apply to almost all famous great leaders of all time before.
I'm not sure if it did.
Sean Kaplan for 50. Thank you, Kings. Thank you once again. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chats, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I do parasocially love you, and thank you for the insane financial support. Sean Kaplan with $50 US. Friendly resident lurker here back from Oregon. It's getting close to that time of year again for my yearly charity dono. Let me know if yours will be set up before January 1st. Yeah, man. Yeah, let me work on that with you. So can I tangent? I'm a tangent. Thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome back. What I want to do, and you kind of need to tell me whether or not you're interested in this project. And if you're interested in a different project, I will not be offended. If you say, hey, that sounds too risky, I'm not interested in donating to it. What I would do if you said, hey, I'm super serious, I do like a large dono every year, blah, 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 blah. And if you're doing something, then I would be interested. What I would do is I would create probably a separate account and we would track. We would not do it through YouTube because they take a 30% cut. We would do it through another vehicle, whether that's Zelly or Cash App or PayPal. But I would give you a receipt. And I would give you receipts for the project. And what I would like to do next year is I would like to, let's say you give $50. Let's say you give 100. Let's say we have other people who are interested, and through that money, we get $2,000 in a fund. What I would do is I would take that $2,000, and let's say that there was like a major disaster in, I don't know, Georgia. There's a mudslide in Georgia. Then what we would do is we would fundraise immediately before the event. We would take the $2,000 plus whatever we fundraised. Then we would deploy to Georgia with whoever had PTO or FTO, paid time off or flexible time off. And then we would spend 3 or 4 days in the area, delivering water, delivering food, helping people remove debris from their house, and in all just being fucking Boy Scouts, right? Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. And we would just help people out. And the whole point would be to try to get DGG, VGG, Unfuck America, who Pondering Politics, whoever was willing to come out with us and share a little bit of clout and share a little bit of cash to come out with us and then basically do 3 or 4 days of dedicated, specific, documented disaster relief. And we would account, obviously I got to pay my bills and shit, but every dollar that specifically went to the charity thing would go to the charity thing. So I know that's probably too vague, but if you're interested in that, let me know. And I definitely want to do that next year, especially if we're humming as a channel. Anyways, sorry, back to the content.
Would it show equivocation?
It would show that you're using a definition of fascism that is so broad that it includes all ideas before 1900. That itself does not
No, fuck yourself.
include equivocation.
Wait, so
But it makes me question, if you're saying, if your definition of fascism amounts to looks like all ideas that were popular before 1900, then we can ask why we want.
Julius Caesar wasn't that popular, bro. He got stabbed by like 50 people for trying to overthrow the Republic. Dickhead. Gen X for $10. I'm sorry for being so rude. I don't know why I'm so spicy and grumpy today. My apologies. $10 from Gen X. We interrupt this programming to bring you this emergency alert. Transcript unsealed from the Destiny Jane Doe hearing. Based? Is anybody reading that?
To label all ideas before 1900 with this title that corresponds to this very specific ideology that comes from.
So you have this kind of like
Gentile.
You have this kind of like normative view of language. You think language has an words have
I've made
meanings?
I've made no normative statements.
No, but you're saying like, why would we want a definition that covers X, Y, Z? I'm trying to when I say this is the meaning of the term as I use it, I'm just trying to capture how the term is used. That's how I understand the meaning of a word is it's used, right? Do you agree with that? So what do you take the meaning of a word to even be?
The meaning, words can have multiple meanings as fascism.
Yeah, I'm asking, what do you understand like the word's meaning to be?
A word's
Chase says, please show this to your lefty liberal friends, this presentation, so they can better debate the likes of Dave Green. Yeah, I mean, I think I talked to Pisco about this last week. I just think that, no offense to Pisco, but I think I have to repeat myself a few times where until he's willing to like accept the concept that I'm very passionate about.
Meaning is basically, it's such an abstract question. It's a definition of a term as used in a particular community.
Yeah, it's usage.
I might need to make a follow-up here, Paul, here. Equivocation is when you have two definitions that are popular between different communities, and you use one definition, and then you present what you're saying in a way that makes it sound like you're using the second
I'm not
definition.
equivocating though, right? So I said that it's a cluster concept. I mean, I don't know enough about some of these historical figures that you're going to put up, but I imagine there are examples of of rulers in the past who I wouldn't call fascist. And if you give me some.
See, but this is exactly where I would take the fight to Dave, because the argument is that everybody's a political corporatist. That's the argument, is that everybody naturally wants to advocate in the general well-being of their political corporative group, whatever it is. Like even communists subconsciously operate within political corporatist means because human beings are naturally tribal. Where it falls apart is the flexible authoritarianism, because not everybody agrees with flexible authoritarianism. And so you could bring up like, I don't know, Constantine using the power of the church to take over the Eastern Roman Empire. Or you could bring up Julius Caesar appointing himself, czar, appointing himself to be the emperor of Rome and to overthrow the Republic. You could all say that these things are fascistic. And you would be perfectly accurate with doing so, even in a gentilian sense. And so I think Dave would like guffaw and be like, oh, you called Julius Caesar and Augustus and Constantine and Charlemagne, you call them fascist, even though the concept of fascism wasn't penned until the early 20th century? But I'd be like, yeah, you fucking loser. Because that's actually one of the arguments from fascist philosophers, is that everybody is actually secretly a fascist. that even liberals, even Republicans, even people who appeal to the status quo, that if they were put into real positions of power, they would compromise their principles as long as they knew they were able to achieve what was ultimately good for their political corporative tribe. So, you know, he can be like a smug. Sorry, I'm so hostile to Distributist, but he's such a smug bitch. He's trying to be fucking smug about it. But if Pisco knew just a little bit more, he could take the fight to Dave and own what Dave is implying and trying to set up as a rhetorical trap, which is not that great of a trap.
Time to think about pre-1900. I'm sure I could come up with some.
Yeah,
I don't know, like
difficult.
Voltaire. Think about
John
John.
not a political leader.
John Adams was a political leader, correct?
John
Was John Adams a
political leader,
John
yes.
Adams a political leader? Okay. Was he pre-1900?
But so
you're
Let's go with the Uno Reverso. Oh, I didn't see it coming. Hold on. Oh, man, this might be brilliant, actually. Okay, so sorry. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right here. If y'all didn't catch that, what Pisco did is he took like a popular liberal Enlightenment Republican / liberal early American founding father, and he said, hey, you're saying that, you know, these ideas are popular with every leader prior to 1900. Well, here's a popular leader from America since 1900. Is he a fascist? And Dave's like, whoa. Dang, Pisco. I was unfamiliar with your jujitsu game. And now watch Dave Green be like, oh, that's a trap. And now he's going to run away like a greased up deaf guy. For those of you who don't know, that's a Family Guy reference.
Agree. So here's John Adams. That's one example, correct?
I don't agree.
Why not?
I don't agree that there's any opinion that Charlie Kirk had that John Adams did not have that you object to.
Wait a second.
Hold up. I'm just gonna do this real quick. We're just gonna pull it up. We're gonna risk the copyright because this is gonna be Dave in a second. All right, I'm gonna be a little bit rude. Greased up deaf guy, Family Guy. I watched this when this first came out. You have to understand, like, thousands and 10,000s humor, the tens. It was a very dumb time in humor, but this shit was hysterical the first time I saw it. Hold on, where is it? They got to show me the first one. It's at a picnic. They have a company picnic where one of the games is to catch the greased up deaf guy. Watch this, please, and enjoy it.
Oh, this is my favorite event. Catch the greased up deaf guy.
Go!
You're never gonna catch me. You're wasting your time. Forget about it. Go do something else. See you next year.
Oh, and if I'm
Dude, I used to just yell that at my friends while I was running around. Forget about it. Go do something else. All right. Anyways, sorry. Can you tell I'm shaking out the cobwebs?
We're talking about the we're not comparing Charlie Kirk right now to John Adams. We're saying
but
there's a concept.
If Charlie Kirk is a fascist by his opinions, and John Adams is not a fascist, then it's within my rights to ask you, what opinion does Charlie Kirk has that makes him a fascist, and John Adams not a fascist?
Dang. So I really wish Pisco would own this shit because right here, man, right here, what I would say is the peaceful transfer of power, man. The attempted overthrow of the Republic in January 6, 2021. The attempts to get Donald Trump to run for more terms than is allowed by the Constitution. And by the way, I know that the amendment process was passed after Franklin Delano Roosevelt in order to do term limits. But John Adams would still say that you have to abide by the Constitution after it's been amended. And if it's been amended in a way that you don't like, you don't just get to say, oh, I don't like that amendment. Fuck it. I'm going to do my own thing. That's not something that John Adams would have said. Same thing with what is it? This Trump 2022 quote, Trump 2022 Constitution quote. I think John Adams would shoot a golf ball sized musket ball hole into Donald Trump 2022 Constitution tweet. I think that John Adams would think that Donald Trump was a traitor for this. The fake news is actually trying to convince the American people that I said I wanted to terminate the Constitution. That's not it. Where's the big one? Here we go. So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech, the DNC, and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. Bear in mind, he's had 6 fucking years to prove the widespread outcome determinative voter fraud. He fucking has not. The fake news is actually trying to convince the American people that I said I wanted to terminate the Constitution. This is simply more disinformation and lies, just like Russia, and all the other hoaxes and scams. What I said was that when there is massive and widespread fraud and deception, as there has been irrefutably proven in the 2020 presidential election, steps must be immediately taken to right the wrong. Only fools would disagree with that and accept stolen elections MAGA. This motherfucker's a liar and a traitor and a piece of shit. So yeah, I think John Adams would have something to fucking say about Donald Trump and would have something to say about Charlie Kirk's support of Donald Trump. So sorry, Distributist. Sorry, Dave. Hard disagree here.
We can do that examination, but just be clear.
Yeah,
like,
I'm asking you that right now. I'm asking you that right now.
Yeah. So
if Charlie Kirk is a fact.
Tristan Clark says the stream needs more likes. Hit the button. True. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage with chat. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. We got half a dozen donors already. Thank you to Grassroots being very generous, Gen X being very generous, and Sean Kaplan being very generous. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Let's have a good time.
And John Adams.
So John Adams was committed to the peace. I'll give you an example. John Adams was committed to the democratic transition of power. He gave power over to Thomas Jefferson when Thomas Jefferson won the
election. Get him, you. Sorry, I'm getting enthusiastic. I'm about to say terms of service words. Thank you, Pisco. Thank you. Get him.
Election. Wait, so just be clear. Are you saying that John Adams did not?
This is a perfect example. I can't wait for Dave to try to refute this. Please do.
Not give over power to the Republicans under Thomas Jefferson. Is that your position?
Oh, he did, and he also instituted a coup too.
He instituted a coup. This is the first I'm hearing of the John Adams coup. You're talking about the Midnight Judges Act?
Okay, so what was? No.
What are you talking about?
Well, he was part of this process. I wouldn't say that he was the primary force of it.
You just said a coup. What did you mean by coup?
Oh yeah. Give me a second. I'm going to go look for it. What was the first government of America after the Revolutionary War?
Yeah, the Articles of Confederation was the first.
How did the Articles of Confederation get abolished?
There was a constitutional convention.
Well, wait, hold on. Hans Mayer says Caesar did not do that. He was voted in. He only never left the post. What, the post of consul? Oh, let's see. Did Julius Caesar ever declare himself emperor? No, Julius Caesar never declared himself emperor, but he did become dictator for life, holding supreme power in Rome just before his assassination. His adopted son Octavian became the first emperor after Caesar's death. After years of civil war and consolidating his power, Caesar was named dictator for life in 44 BC. Did consuls have term limits in Rome? Yes, Roman consuls had term limits serving for 1 year to prevent a concentration of power. There were also further restrictions, such as the rule that a person could not be elected to a consecutive term and was barred from re-election for 10 years, though those norms were sometimes broken, particularly during times of crisis. Okay. Yeah, dude. So Caesar didn't do that. He was voted in. He just never left the post. Okay, well, I would say that he still violated the term limit of consul, and he absolutely violated the term limits of consul by being appointed dictator for life. So, sorry. My point stands, no matter the technicals.
In Philadelphia.
Yeah, but it's a bunch of people stood up along with George Washington and the military and said that this government is over and we're going to rewrite a new constitution.
Every single state ratified.
Was there a vote to abolish the Articles of Confederation?
Yes, the ratification votes was a vote for that. Yeah. Wait.
So moving from the Articles of Confederation into the Bill of Rights was a coup of the government? God, I hate this slippery motherfucker.
I just want to be clear. Do you agree, yes or no, that every single state that was a member of the Articles of Confederation peacefully ratify the Constitution? Yes or no to that? Will you answer the question? Will you answer the question?
Answer the question, Dave.
Well, yeah, it is.
Yes, they did. Correct. Is the answer, Dave? Is the answer yes?
The answer is yes, but that does not mean that the abolishment of the Continental Congress was a democratic process.
It was the most democratic process until that time in history that had existed.
If you compared Charlie Leclerc's views on democracy to John Adams' views on democracy, and you understood John Adams' opinions on democracy, you're aware that John Adams was against democracy, right? That he wrote against it. He thought that democracy was a bad system of government.
He probably means direct democracy, which is why he's a Republican, but I don't think that you can argue that principally Trump and the MAGA movement are Republican. Would you, Dave? Unless you were a disingenuous, slimy piece of shit.
When I say democracy, I'm not talking about like the Athens, style of pure democracy. I think we're going to have this trouble, Dave, where words only mean like their most narrow thing. And
yeah, don't be autistic because now you're guilty of equivocation, Dave.
Say democracy, I don't just mean pure democracy. Do you understand that?
There's no.
I'm just answering your question. Do you understand that when I say democracy, yes, I'm not just talking about pure Athens?
You asked me kind of these obvious questions.
Okay.
But yeah, obvious questions, but you're being a slippery fuck, Dave. That's why he has to make it clear, because you're accusing Pisco and the left wing of equivocating, which I'm pretty sure is specifically using words with like a double meaning. And what's the equivocation definition again? This slippery fuck. Equivocation. Definition. The use of ambiguous language to conceal the truth or to avoid committing oneself to a prevarication. Yeah, dude, I would say that the way that I'm reading this, maybe I'm too hostile. Maybe I just hate this dude too much. But I would say that him saying, John Adams wrote against democracy. I almost guarantee you John Adams was in favor of a representative republic, which is a form of democracy. What John Adams probably wrote about was that he did not like mob rule. He did not like the tyranny of the majority. He did not like Athenian-style democracy. So he's actually just equivocating in this conversation. So hold on. Let's see if we can find some good John Adams democracy quotes. John Adams held a skeptical view of pure democracy, believing it to be inherently unstable and destructive. His most famous, often quoted warning on the subject: remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There never was a democracy yet that did not commit suicide. Okay, probably because he hates direct democracy. Hold on. Democracy, while it lasts, is more bloody than either aristocracy or monarchy. Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There's never democracy that did not commit suicide. Hold on. I'm looking for one that is, remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There never was a democracy yet that did not commit suicide. It is vain to say that democracy is less vain, less proud, less selfish, less ambitious, or less avaricious than aristocracy or monarchy. It is not true. In fact, and nowhere appears in history, those passions are the same in all men under all forms of simple government, and when unchecked, produce the same effects of fraud, violence, and cruelty. So again, I think that this motherfucker is equivocating. He's using a definition while concealing the truth and using the vagueness of the term to do so. So let's look up John Adams' Republic quote. No good government, but what is Republican? The very definition of republic is an empire of laws and not of men. So he's a Republican, which is a form of democracy. A division of the republic into two great parties is to be dreaded as the greatest political evil. Well, fuck. Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. One useless man is a shame. 2 is a law firm. And 3 is a Congress. What a dick. What a dick. Nice. All right. Well, anyways, I think it's suffice to say that John Adams was a Republican in spirit and not a Democrat, and disliked direct democracy and the rule of the mob. But Dave Green is using John Adams as hostile to democracy to make him sound as if he's like some kind of like monarch right-wing freak.
Why would you raise that objection then? Like, yes, John Adams was...
Look, what in the abstract, you're saying that Charlie Kirk supported democracy less than John Adams's original.
Wait, no, hang on. What did I say? I said John Adams was committed to the democratic transfer of power to the opposite.
I gave you one example where there was a non-democratic transfer of power.
I said that
if it was ratified by the states, then that was Pisco's counterpoint, which said that it's super democratic because the entire what was it? The abolishment of the Articles of Confederation. I'm sorry that we're going into like legalistic and historical shit, but it's important. The move from Articles of Confederation to the Constitution. The move from the Articles of Confederation to the Constitution occurred because the Articles created a weak central government with no power to tax or regulate commerce, leading to financial and political instability. In response, the Constitutional Convention of 1787 was held to revise the Articles, but the delegates ultimately decided to scrap them entirely and draft a new constitution with a much stronger three-branch government, executive, legislative, and judicial. Key compromises were made, such as the Great Compromise for representation and the Three-Fifths Compromise. So, yeah, so you could say, oh, well, they weren't technically democratic because they moved from the Articles of Confederation to the Constitution of the United States. But that itself was a democratic move because it was the representatives, them fucking selves who did it, you twat. God, I hate this guy. God, I hate this guy.
No, I showed why that was not. Wait, I showed that the
ratification of the Constitution
was not democratic.
Hold on, A.K. Batasuni, you're falling for it. Hey, man, if Caesar still made changes based on what people wanted, seems like a compromise. No, that's how dictatorship happens, you dick. God, I hate you.
If you accepted, if
I love you, but stop fucking with me.
If Trump abolished the Constitution and then without a vote, and then just held, months later, held a ratification for a new constitution, you would not consider that democratic.
If every single member of the union, wait, hang on. You would agree, wouldn't you? I mean, the Constitution provides for constitutional conventions within it.
It's not the point. You're proposing a different point. But the proposal is
I don't think he is.
We basically completely disbanded the government, and now we're proposing a new one. And so your case is that not agreeing with the
we did not wait. So the state governments continued in their existence.
Yeah, Dr. Plague Doctor, I would spend $20 on that. If I make a B movie about the founding fathers returning from the dead and eating politicians, would Netflix fund it? Bruh. Please. Blood123 also says something based. I gained 12 pounds since July when I started going to the gym consistently, and my jeans don't fit anymore. I'm still at a low body fat percentage. Base, bro. Base. Good job. AK Batasui says Dave read a history book from the year 1000 and thinks it's superior to other history books because some stuck-up clergyman wrote it. I'm getting that vibe, brother. I'm getting that vibe. Quick shill. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage with chat. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. We do have a brilliant chat. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here.
The state governments don't owe their existence to the U.S. Constitution. What was abolished was the federal government that existed under the Articles of Confederation. The states continued.
I'm not hostile enough. I feel pretty fucking hostile right now.
Governments predate the American Constitution. What was abolished through unanimous ratification was the state. Wait. Let me finish it. What was abolished was the then existing federal form of government, and there was a unanimous among the states ratification of that process. Maybe you're willing to say right now, America. When I say democracy, I don't include America. Is that what you're trying to say? Then
I have no idea what that question.
Okay, if you're using the term democracy, if you're using the term democracy to exclude the United States of America, you're just using the term in a different way than I'm using the term. So let's just clarify.
Yes, and that is definitionally equivocation.
Clarify our terminology here. Do you include America, the United States of America, under the Constitution to be a democracy when you use the term democracy?
Which America? The America 1700? Or do you consider the America 1700 to be a democracy?
Yeah.
Or sorry,
1778?
1792 or whatever. 87.
So 1789 was the first year the Constitution was in force. So
okay, but whatever. I
asked you the question, Dave. I asked you the question. I'll answer it, but I asked you.
Is America a democracy? If I were to use the word, this is the problem. We're getting so wrapped up in these definitions.
No, but this is pertinent, you dickhead. Because you used an argument saying that John Adams was hostile to democracy, but clearly what he was hostile to was direct democracy, whereas he was a proud proponent of a republic, which is a form of representative democracy, you dickhead. You're guilty of equivocation, and then you're complaining that somebody is forcing you to define something specifically. God, I hate this motherfucker.
America is a republic that relies.
No, Sin Patty says this dude has no understanding of history and it's fucking sad. No, it's worse than that. He does understand history. He misrepresents it for his line of argumentation because he's a fucking asshole. It's worse than that. It's not that he doesn't understand. It's that he does understand, but he's a dick.
Relies on democracy to more or less degrees. If I were to put, this is actually to poll. Let's route around these endless debates about definitions.
Wait. Can you answer the
Hold on,
question?
Pisco, hold on.
I'm trying to clarify this so we don't start just talking over every definition of every word. We can say this republic is more democratic and this republic is less democratic. And I think that it's unequivocal that America of 2025 is more democratic than the government of America in 1787. Now,
that's descriptively true. Sin Patty, this is what I'm trying to point out to you. He does understand it. Okay? When voting was limited to white men of good character, when black folk were considered like 3/5 of a human being, and in states in which they were enslaved, they weren't able to cast their own vote. Their masters were casting their votes for them. When women were prohibited from the franchise, the United States was less democratic because less of the common people had inputs in government. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you need to be careful here. You can't just dismiss him as like a lunatic. Well, I dismiss him as a lunatic, but you can't pretend that he isn't smart enough to understand the words that he's saying. He understands what he's saying, but what he's trying to do is because let's be real, liberal / Republican normies are the norm in the United States of America, whereas he is a dissident right-wing freak. And so what he's trying to do is he's trying to come into these conversations with liberals and normie Republicans, and he's trying to have such a command of complex language that people become interested in his dissident right-wing political project. And so as a result, when he says something that sounds insane, he wants them to dig, okay? And he wants them to become more interested in who he is as a person. My frustration, though, is that I think that he knows exactly what he's doing when he's equivocating by basically, he should already know. If he wasn't a smug, self-centered, manipulative, equivocating son of a bitch, and he was interested in debating to get to the truth, then he should be able to instantaneously concede to Pisco that this is still, like, the United States is still a democratic project. However, he has to throw out a term. John Adams wasn't for democracy. John Adams cooed the government. John Adams hated democracy. He's got to throw that out there so people who have no idea what the history is, they're like, damn, I never heard that shit before. I wonder what else crazy shit this motherfucker knows. You got to be careful. This is the slippery shit of the far right.
If I were to put John Adams and Charlie Kirk in a room, and I went down the line of what should be put to a popular vote and how democratic a system America should be,
John Adams would be more conservative, more Republican, more representative, more aristocratic than Charlie Kirk. 100%. I agree with Dave on this. However, I think that if Charlie Kirk walked up to John Adams and he was like, yo, Donald Trump's based, he's the God Emperor, he needs to rule in perpetuity, he lied about massive fraud in the election system and he tried to overthrow the government. Isn't that awesome? I think John Adams would pull a flintlock pistol from his pocket and blast Charlie Kirk in the chest. So that's where, if Pisco is able to hone in on this one thing, I understand what Dave's saying. Dave is saying that because Charlie Kirk supports the franchise for blacks, because he supports the franchise for women, because he doesn't want to return to the 3/5 compromise, because he's probably more favorable to, I don't fucking know, Jews or some shit, that Charlie Kirk is arguably more democratic and more liberal than John Adams. That's probably true. But if you get to the core of the republic, if you get to the core to the peaceful transfer of power, I think John Adams would straight up like stack bodies against the MAGA movement. And I think that's where Dave knows that, but he's being a fucking weasel. Shitbag. Sorry, this is a family show. I shouldn't cuss so much. Fashion 40 says, when you rage, your Irish comes out for a second. I thought you were from Boston for a second. Fucking asshole. Yeah, I know, right? I know. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Special thanks to Grassroots Hegemon for donating basically $170. Holy shit. That's a lot of moolah. Thank you, King. I parasocially love you. Thank you to Sean Kaplan for donating $50 in a single super chat. Parasocially love you and thank you. And we'll work on that charity stuff. We'll talk. And then Gen X, thank you for the $10 super chat. I parasocially love you guys. Thank you for being here. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let's go.
Kirk would come out on the more democratic side of that abstract conversation.
In order for me to assess that statement, I need to know what you mean by the term democracy, correct?
Okay, so
Dave, in order to assess that statement, don't I need to know what you mean by the term democracy?
Okay, I thought we had a
Can you answer that question? I have to know what you mean.
Yeah, without being an equivocating shitbag.
Right? So when I was pushing you on, like,
is that a question or a statement?
I'm asking you whether or not we need to understand each other. So when you say I think that Adams would be like more less democratic than Charlie Kirk, in order for me to evaluate that, I need to have some notion of what you mean by democracy. And that's why I was asking you the question. Do you consider the
direct governance by the people? You know, one man, one vote, that kind of shit.
United States system to be democratic?
Ironically enough, Athenian democracy wasn't even direct democracy because they limited who was able to vote.
Paul, I already pointed out the ambiguity.
Son Patty says, I guess when I say he doesn't understand history, I mean he's an effing R slur and should have his mic taken away. I'll be more succinct next time. That's mean. You're being mean.
Here when we're comparing people between two different systems of government, between two periods, that America, without a date attached to it, I cannot say that. Oh, let's look at the definition of democracy in the abstract. Democracy as a quality means that your government relies more on appeals to plebiscite and demagogic sounds pejorative. It relies more on plebiscite, aka voting, to establish power, and less on the administration of leaders independent of votes. Would that be a sufficient definition for you for democracy?
I think it largely tracks. I mean, I agree. Why don't we just clarify the term? And I'll just say that
that's okay. So in that case, my statement still stands.
Yeah. So, but like the thing is, when I use the term democracy in this context, I'm referring to our constitutional republic system here, and we can just substitute that in and just say that, like, John Adams was committed to the constitutional Republican system of government in a way that Charlie Kirk was not. And
bro, get him, Pisco, hone in on this, cut his balls off.
And that, I think, is then you
okay. Hold on.
All the entailments there.
Hold on. Okay, so Pisco, you said John Adams was committed to the constitutional republic in a way that Charlie Kirk was not.
Correct.
Bro, get him. Hold on. I think this is relevant. This is what Pisco needs to do. This is what Pisco needs to do. No, that's not it. Here it is.
Grab his dick and twist it!
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. It's
You
too much.
twist that dick!
Twist his dick!
Twist his dick!
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god.
Oh, dick twist!
That's what Pisco needs to do.
In that,
What specifically? Okay, what specifically would you say was Charlie Kirk not being committed to the constitutional republic in a way that John Adams was?
Sure.
So the peaceful transition of power, is that what it
Yes,
is?
by trying to subvert the results of the election in 2020, Charlie Kirk was undermining the constitutional processes by which the new leader is established in a way that John Adams accepted the results of the election of 1800 and transferred power over to
See, why are you smiling, you smug son of a bitch?
his political rival and friend Thomas Jefferson. That is, I think, a key distinction that, you know,
So
John Adams lives
your
up to and Kirk doesn't.
Well, this is just a meaningless ideological distinction. So
Why is that meaningless, you smug bitch?
so you could have you had identical views of Charlie Kirk and just didn't voice an opinion about the January 6th protests, and you had identical views of Charlie Kirk. You would not be a fascist.
Okay. Grassroots, Sean Kaplan, and Gen X are my Oilers so far. I know Gen X probably wants me to Destiny Dick watch, but I want Grassroots and Sean Kaplan's input. Should we stream Snipe and Destiny Dick watch, or should we keep going with our current content? Let me know in chat.
in your opinion?
Wait, so now you're
It's only that.
No,
Charlie
wait.
I'm just trying to clarify.
That is not the case, right? It's not the case that I said that
All right, for instance,
only commitment. I didn't say, and you know this, Dave, and you must know this, right?
That's why I'm asking.
So you know that when I was talking to Paul about fascism, that I gave the notion of a cluster.
General So says, can you explain what you mean? Yeah, absolutely. So I probably 30%, 40% of my audience are Destiny watchers. Okay. I'm a backup show. It hurts my feelings. It hurts my feelings, but it's true. So whenever Destiny goes live, I lose about 20%, 30% of my audience. Screen snipe Destiny over $100. I got to do it. I got to do it. Let me finish the explanation. Thank you, Christian Valeris. So a lot of people get frustrated
Concept, and that
because Destiny, basically, like, you can get a lot of money and a lot of viewership and a lot of time by not stream sniping Destiny, but basically talking about like Destiny's sexual indiscretions. You can get a lot of viewership. However, a lot of people get bored with that shit. They're just sick of hearing about what Destiny did, who he fucked, why they're mad. They get sick of it. So I'm split, spiritually. I'm split spiritually between covering my friend being a dumbass, getting himself in trouble via sexual escapades, which pays money and gets high metrics and all that kind of shit, versus covering like highfalutin political debate. And so there's always a tug of war over my soul whenever there's like a new Destiny sex drama, because I'm either beholden to my people who hate that drama and don't want to watch it because they're fucking sick of it, or I'm beholden to the part of my audience that wants to know what's going on with Destiny's sex drama. And so, it's hard for me. It's hard for me to choose. My soul is split. But with with Christian Valeris donating $100, I think I have to stream snipe. So I'll do a summary real quick. I hate the Distributist. I think he's a slimy, weaselly piece of shit. I think while a lot of people might be critical of Pisco's performance so far, I think he honed in on argumentation that I am sympathetic to, that I think could blow fucking Distributist out if Pisco became like a pit bull and latched on and just held on to it for dear life. I think Pisco could blow the Distributist out of the fucking water. I really hate this guy. I think he's a weasel. I think he equivocates. I think he lies. I think he manipulates history to his own ends. I think he's a piece of shit. I genuinely hate him. I am hostile to his political project. I think he's a smug asshole. All right. Now, let's go see if Destiny's live on Kick, or if he's live on. Is he live on Kick? No, he's live here.
But that.
All right.
Okay. An LED phone. Can you hear me?
Let's watch Bro clear himself of all charges. But let's be skeptical. Let me go ahead and edit. Let me go ahead and delete this one for now. The good news is that our cup runneth over with content. That's the good news. So let me put in the title: Stream sniping Destiny court transcript. And then I'll leave up Pisco versus the Distributist in case people are watching the VOD. All right, let's stream snipe. And even though I consider myself friendly to Destiny, let us go in with a skeptical mind. And I just want to thank you again. Grassroots, thank you for the insane support. Thank you to Sean Kaplan. Thank you to Gen X. And thank you to Christian Valeris for giving me the financial and moral excuse to stream snipe Destiny. I do appreciate it. All right. Let me do an intro.
Glowing microphone. Can you hear me?
Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue sometimes a friend to the streamer named Stephen Bennell II, aka Destiny. Destiny, in my opinion, while being very talented rhetorically and politically, is a liberal, degenerate coomer. His sex life and his escapades have dominated the Twitch and YouTube political cycle for pretty much a decade. Something that has been released, is the transcript from his recent civil suit in which a girl named Pixie, who I actually consider myself friends with, kind of. I don't know if she considers the same. But Pixie had her homemade pornography of her and Steven leaked to the internet, and she sued Steven for it. Steven's transcript court transcript has been released. Steven is covering it. We're going to stream snipe him and cover it ourselves. Let's go.
Welcome to the emergency mobile stream.
I'm going to speed him up just so we can get through the info. 1.15 is fine. Let's go.
Apparently, every single time I go out of town, literally everything happens. Okay, I don't know. Who's planning this behind the scenes? Oh shit, sorry. My bad.
That was loud.
No compression. All your ops got fucked. Did they? Well, hold on. Miskiff is not an op, alright?
Uh-oh. Is he trying to ally himself with Miskiff? For those of you who don't know, Miskiff just got in trouble because he was bullying his ex-girlfriend Emaru and doing all that like middle school cringe stalker shit. So him trying to keep the bridge open with Miskiff is suspect.
Or at least I don't think he is. He might be now, though. Okay. Some people were asking when the transcript is actually going to be posted online. I don't know.
Josh says he trashed you in this conversation many times, Connor. Wait, Dave or the Distributist or this guy?
If it's ever going to be posted, because first of all, it costs $1,000. Somebody told me that or I think my lawyer told me that he said I should never repeat this publicly. But no, I'm just kidding. Apparently, the way that court reporters make their money is by selling transcripts, is by having people pay for their work. So I don't know how ordinary or normal it is that transcripts are posted publicly of big stuff like this. I don't know what the answer to that is. I'm not sure. Can't you just post it? Well, yeah, I mean, I think, I'm pretty sure I could. I bought it. I just don't know if that's considered rude or not. Kafka's in chat, I don't know.
Oh my god, bro. Stop teasing me. Let's go.
Hawk. You dramatically underestimate my haters. It wouldn't surprise me if multiple Kiwi farmers pay money to... 1, 2, 3... Where the fuck is this transcript?
Just go current. Yeah, he's taking a while, huh?
Or they don't know what a party to a hearing is. They have no idea about anything. But the idea was they wanted to enjoin or stop me from being able to post her video online, even though this would have been more appropriate for the person who actually posted it online, or maybe even other parties like Kiwi Farms that were hosting the video. But I don't know why they decided it. Well, I do know why. It's because she wants that money. Wait, hello, Testa. Oh.
Oh my god, bro. Danabo, cut all this shit out.
Fun. The top mutes. Yeah, I see that. Oh, sorry. There's no compressor. Okay. Hello. Okay. Stop. You have to... Are you supposed to speak up here? No, you speak down here. Shut up.
Oh my god. Stop teasing me.
Horribly for them. So they tried to seal it immediately after, even though it was a public hearing, which is dumb. But now we've finally gotten an order from the judge on whether or not that hearing can be sealed. Okay. What was the fun fact? In France, it is illegal to have unlimited refills and drinks. Did you know that? I didn't know that. That's crazy, chat. Okay. show screen. I don't know if I can do that.
Dude, I'm about to start just drawing shit instead of this. This is terrible. Let's go. All right. I'm going to start drawing shit while we're waiting for Destiny to actually start. This is fucking annoying as shit. Wow. I'm going to do a new intro whenever he actually starts. So, all right, I'm going to start drawing. Fuck this. All right, let me give you guys a little bit of preliminary coverage since Destiny is such an excellent streamer, but he's taking fucking 30 minutes to introduce his shit, okay? How do we do this? This is where we're going to who was it? Hearshot was complaining earlier in the stream. He's like, oh, sweeping or whatever. He didn't say that, but he implied it. I was criticizing the Distributist, and then he was like, oh, now do Destiny. So let's do the criticism of Destiny. Let's go full screen real quick while we're waiting for him to kick off. So I'll do an intro. I'll do a little bit of kind of like background for people to get them caught up, and then we'll check in and see if he's actually covering anything. He started, yeah. Well, we've already said that like 5 times. So let me do my intro. All right. Again, hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. And today we are in the Destiny traffic helicopter, in which we view the wreckage of his personal life. Today, he is covering his court transcript getting released in reference to the Pixie civil case. But I want to give you some background in case this is your first encounter with the character Stephen Bonnell II. Stephen Bonnell II is a liberal streamer. He's probably like top 3 to 5 live political streamers. I think it realistically is him, Hassan Piker, and Vosh. Excuse me. On the left. I think on the right, it would be people like Tim Pool or Steven Crowder or the characters who are over on Rumble. It's a fairly large guy. He gets between like 5 and 15,000 live viewers, depending on what he's talking about. And if he has a particularly large drama, he can, of course, get into like 20,000, 30,000 live viewers. And I think he's even had like a 6-figure day one time. So he's a big guy, lots of clout, lots of money. He has a little industry around him. Well, what ended up happening was he is a sexual libertine, okay? He is someone who enjoys hedonistic sex for its own sake. And so he's led debaucherous sexual affairs for the past decade, and this finally caught up with him November 29th of 2023, or 2024, excuse me, where somebody took sexual text messages, sexual messages that he had sent to a sex worker, including videos and pictures of homemade pornography, and they leaked it to the internet. One of the people who was a member of those leaks is named Pixie. She was an online content creator. She is currently suing him for damages related to that case. A transcript has been released. Steven is covering it. We are going to watch him and break it down. Let's do it.
This almost... Okay, I'm done. Stop. Okay. Okay. Background. On April 4th, 2025, the court held a hearing on plaintiff's motion for a temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction. At the hearing, District Judge Jacqueline Becerra denied plaintiff's motion for a TRO and referred the remainder of the motion to the undersigned for disposition. Accordingly, the undersigned held a hearing on June 3rd, 2025 on plaintiff's motion for preliminary injunction. That hearing lasted approximately 2.5 hours and saw both plaintiff and defendant testify as to the issues raised by plaintiff's motion. Additionally, the hearing was open to the public. There was no request made to the court either before or during the hearing to seal the courtroom in any fashion. And accordingly, there were others in attendance beyond the undersigned, court staff, the parties, and their counsel. Now, it's so crazy. Now, it could be that the judge is just a massive fan of mine, and somehow I'm rigging the whole thing, because I feel like I've said all of these things multiple times, and all of the Kiwi Farms lawyers said they didn't matter, but, if you want to have something sealed, it's important to get things sealed before you have the thing happen. I don't think that the court looks fondly upon people playing with the process where they're trying to, like, seal shit in order to hide stuff from the public when it's obvious that that's the intention. If you want to have a closed door hearing, you can make that statement ahead of time. We want to have a hearing, we want it to be under seal, and then you set that up. You don't have a hearing and then try to seal it afterwards because you think it went bad for you, especially by making bullshit excuses for it. But that's just my impression. I could be retarded, and maybe the judge is also wrong, and the Kiwi Farms people are right, It's possible. Who knows? Plaintiff, however, filed a motion to seal the hearing transcript, here referred to as the transcript, citing the existence of highly sensitive, private, and confidential information, including personal details with regards to the identity of Miss Doe, details concerning Miss Doe's harm and suffering because of defendant's actions, and sexually explicit content. The filing of the transcript indeed incited much fervor to the end of a concerned call from the court reporter regarding next steps. Given plaintiff's allegations as to the potential harm resulting from the testimony, a then lack of an existing protective order governing the parties' actions as to, for example, a procedure for dealing with inadvertently disclosed confidential information, were there any, and a litany of then recently filed motions, including for a gag order tangentially related to elements of the parties' testimony, the court granted in part plaintiff's motion to seal, pending further order of the court. Yeah, so it's just saying there's been a lot of back and forth, basically, about whether or not to seal or not seal this, and yeah, okay. In the intervening period, we've addressed several of the parties' outstanding motions, and, now being well acquainted with the equities of the case, issued the foreshadowed further order of the court. Now, I like it whenever the judge writes on stuff because I feel more sane, because I feel like opposing counsel is crazy, Joan. I'm talking about you, okay? Despite all of her love letters that she writes to me and every motion that she files on behalf of her client, who I assume is paying, I feel like their arguments are just unhinged. I feel like they're just insane arguments. I feel like this statement of now being well acquainted with the equities of the case, every time I see the judge write on this, I feel like they're continually coming down on the other side. And now being well acquainted with the equities of the case makes me feel like he's even more familiar now with everything going on here. And they don't stop coming, the rulings. Okay. Applicable principles and law. Pursuant to the... What is this guy? I can't tell if he's riffing or this is stuff he's reading. I always riff. What are you talking about? And then I made a really funny joke at court, and then the judge looked at me, and then he's... No, I'm just kidding. Stop. Okay. I'm reading the ruling now. Okay. Pursuant to the local rules of the Southern District of Florida, unless otherwise provided by law, court rule, or court order, proceedings in the United States District Court are public, and court filings are matters of public record. The general public possesses a common law right to access judicial records, and judicial records are presumed to be public documents. Well-established 11th Circuit case law protects this common law right because once a matter is brought before a court for resolution, it is no longer solely the party's case, but also the public's case. So this is the thing I've been saying over and over and over again. Pixie wants to do all this stuff like in the shadows and have everything sealed and everybody anonymous and everything redacted. And it's like, bro, for like a Substack, okay, you can do whatever you want, but like if you want to go to court, well, these are like public filings. This is like public interest now. Like you can't hide everything over and over again. Like you have to like, we're in court now. It's time to be adults, you know? Analysis. Based on these rules and principles, when a party orders a transcript of a hearing from the court reporter, transcripts filed on the docket are presumptively public judicial documents.
All right, trying to do a little bit of transformative commentary here. So I think... Yeah, never trust a Destiny stream where you can't see both of his hands for $10, Grassroots. Jesus. This is a family show. This is a family show. Okay, so the argument here, we'll get to my drawing. Don't you worry your pretty little face. I guess I'll introduce my drawing, okay? There is a concept of orbiting within Twitch and YouTube politics, okay? And Steven, in a lot of ways, is like Dracula. He's like the original vampire. He's been streaming since 2010, 2011, I want to say. I want to say that, he started out as a StarCraft streamer. He started making a healthy chunk of money. I think he said the first year he made around 60K. He made 60K his first year of streaming. So 2010 to 2011, that's why he was able to escape the wage cage, was because he was able to pay his bills using streaming. God bless him. Since that time, he obviously grew. He was kind of known as a shit talker. And in 2016, he switched into politics. Well, since that time, he helped Hassan Piker, the currently largest streamer, left-wing streamer in the Western world. He helped Hassan Piker become one of the biggest political commentators, especially on Twitch, but also in general. He also helped Vosh become an established streamer. And then these people created their own orbits, which I will be adding momentarily. But orbiting is the concept of you can be a smaller streamer. Like I think Pisco gets, between 500 and 1,500 viewers, depending on who he's talking to and talking about. But Pisco could be argued to be a streamer to Destiny until recently, actually until November 29, 2023. I think Pondering Politics could have been argued to be not like an orbiter, like he was there all the time, but obviously he participated in Twitch and YouTube politics. He participated in streams and he hung out with Steven. Excuse me. Hutch, IRI, myself, Soy Pill. We all hung out with Steven for debates. We hung out with Steven whenever there was a spicy drama. We would call into his show, whatever. And of course, that was good for both parties. For Steven, he got content that allowed him to create VODs that he then made ad revenue on. And then the smaller streamer or the smaller content creator got a spicy VOD that would allow more people to check out their channel. As a matter of fact, some people are saying that that's how they got introduced to my channel, was by the one-on-one. Thank you. Gen X says, I just literally audibly said, God bless you. Based. Now, the argument is that some of these creators are so talented, like Vosh and Hassan Piker, that they would have achieved success without Steven. And so it's not fair to call them orbiters. But I think that there's very few people who would deny that having an early digital media career relationship with Stephen Bennell was beneficial to their career, right? I think there's very few people. And I think what ends up happening, though, is Stephen, because no offense to Stephen, he's a sex degenerate. What ends up happening is people will be like, okay, this dude's a fucking liability, right? He's a liability because he says crazy shit on Twitter. He's a liability because he likes to have sex with emotionally unstable women. He's a liability because if you get into a debate and you guys disagree, sometimes DGG can be quite rude and mean and call you stupid. And they can go into your DMs and they can call you a bad person. And so what's happened is while Steven has maintained his entertainment, he's maintained his platform for a decade and a half, which is impressive. What happened is a lot of these relationships have frayed. So Hassan Piker and him are no longer friends. He's no longer friends with Vosh. Pisco and him, maybe they'll be friends in the future, but Pisco basically swore off Steven in November 29, 2023, when the sex drama came to light. A lot of the people in what I would argue is Pondering Politics' orbit have sworn off interacting with Steven until he's no longer a liability. Although there is the argument that they're all part of Unfuck America, so they might be a little bit closer than they want to. Demon Mama, who was a Vosh orbiter, has died digitally. She was accused, one of her partners, because she lived in a trans polycule, one of her partners was accused of sexual impropriety. And so Demon Mama has disappeared. And then Xander Hall, who used to be a Vosh orbiter, but was formerly a Destiny orbiter, his career is also seeming to be hovering right above, needing to quit and get a full-time job. And also, he's burned the bridge with Vosh, or Vosh burned the bridge with him, because they had disagreements in reference to the 2024 election. So the truth is that these relationships are fraught. These relationships bloom and blow up and freak out all the fucking time. And I'll continue to draw my drawing, but kind of the question is, in reference to this legal thing is, will Steven survive the sex drama? At which point the orbiters, former orbiters, new creators will say, okay, it's still advantageous to be friends with Steven, or will this civil suit be so destructive to Steven's digital reputation that most people will treat him as a pariah? So, that's why we're talking about this. That's why there's probably a few thousand live. That's why I'm still, even though Steven probably stole a third of my audience, fucking thieving bastard. Even though he stole a third of my audience, that's why I'm still hovering around 100 people, is because an entire political economic machine is determined by the fate of this court case. So let me continue to draw while we let Steven continue to yap about the court case.
As such, they become part of the public record in a case, and accessible to the public like any other public document. The motion here seeks to alter that rule for this filing. Thus, the movant has the burden to overcome this presumptive right of access to the filed transcript. So the movant is the person who files a motion, because you're the movant, right? And then presumptively, everything is public, so you have to make an argument for why should this thing not be public. Thus, plaintiff has the burden of showing good cause why the right of access should be limited.
Grassroots points out that Pondering went on Destiny's show twice and has more subs than the population of Morocco in 6 minutes. That's part of the reason why in my drawing, I didn't do a direct drawing from Pondering to Pisco. Pondering to Destiny, because realistically, Pondering didn't get his boost from Steven. Pondering got his boost by doing Trump bad Midas touch style content. So, that's where, you could say, oh, Josiah, he was in Twitch and YouTube poll just like everybody else. Yeah, but Josiah also blew up on his own, which while I make fun of the Trump bad content, I think you have to applaud Josiah for creating his own niche and succeeding within his own niche.
Thus, a movant must make a specific showing of a compelling cause, as opposed to relying on stereotyped or conclusory statements. Oh no, so you have to make an actual argument. You can't just, write random shit. Good luck. Oh, esports Batman, already salty. One of the many lawyers who has been proven to be a total fucking legal retard with regards to this. But I like it. How mad that every quote-unquote lawyer on the internet that was following this case is so brain broken by me. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the fuckboy chain. I don't know if it's the Ray-Ban.
No, bro. No, so see, dude, this is where I don't like the Giga Chad shit. I'll be brief. I wouldn't Giga Chad this shit. Just own it, man. Just own it. Yeah, I did some crazy shit. Whoops.
Auto sunglass featured prescription lenses. Okay, I don't know if it's my stylish DGG merch. Okay, I don't know if it's my 38-inch arms. I don't know what it is, but something just triggers the fuck out of you guys and it breaks your brains, and I'm here for it. I love it. Okay.
It was probably mostly having sex with like a half a dozen to a dozen people and then sending it to a sex worker who you thought was 18 years old. And by the way, I know that's like a low blow criticism, but I would say that's probably why Pixie hates your guts. It's probably not the Ray-Bans. It's probably not the DGG merch. It's probably not the swag boy, fuck boy style. It's probably the leaking homemade porn, if I had to guess.
Wait.
Yo, who's he hanging out with in France?
Sorry, I was seeing if I could have cat ears, but I don't have those. That's okay. We'll live. Okay. Thus, plaintiff relies primarily on 3 cases to support her assertion that the subject matter of the transcript is traditionally considered private, not public, none of which aid plaintiff's case here, or for that matter, are binding on us. Okay, so I told you over and over again when these guys file motions, I always read the underlying cases because I'm curious, okay? And none of the cases ever apply. Like, none of the shit they cite, I'm like, this has nothing to do with what you guys are talking about. And the judge reads cases too, and I love that. Number 1. Number 2, I think that generally speaking, when it comes to federal court, it's nice if you can cite from your from the particular district you're in, or at the very least, you want to cite in the circuit that you're in. Now, you don't have to cite from other, or you don't. You could cite from other circuits, but like generally speaking, I think the particular circuits respect their stuff more than anybody else's because it's their circuit, right? And that's how the court system in the United States works, you know. So Florida is in the 11th Circuit, I believe, and so you want to cite ideally 11th Circuit cases when you're talking about stuff that you want to apply in the court area that you're filing your case in, you know. Okay. First, okay, so now the judge is going through the cases that these lawyers cited. Okay. First, in U.S. versus Amadeo, a RICO action, the Second Circuit considered whether a portion of a report created by a court officer appointed pursuant to a consent decree to investigate allegations of corruption in a local union was improperly unsealed. Plaintiff cites Amadeo for the proposition that, quote, financial records of a wholly owned business, family affairs, embarrassing conduct with no public ramifications, and similar matters will weigh more heavily against access than conduct affecting a substantial portion of the public, end quote. Amadeo ultimately concluded the report had only a marginal relationship to the performance of Article III functions, as it was not filed in connection with a request for action by the district court. And further, the privacy interest in question was the attorney-client privilege, which the clients had, in effect, waived by way of the consent decree. But Amadeo is inopposite. As to the point of, inopposite, I think is lawyer fancy speak for, I think it says the opposite of what you wanted to say, or it's standing on the other side of what you wanted to say, right? I believe. As to the point of embarrassing conduct with no public ramifications and similar matters, which we assume by process of elimination in the phraseology plaintiff was emphasizing and citing Amadeo, that is not what is before us here. And this conclusion is supported by other cases plaintiff cites. Chief among those other cases is U.S. v. Kravitz. In Kravitz, the First Circuit considered a journalist's appeal of a motion to unseal certain records, which had been denied by the district court because the documents in question contain matters that are predominantly personal to Kravitz, and there is not apparent justification for their general publication. As to the defendant's medical records, the court acknowledged its sensitivity to the fact that medical documentation may contain information beyond the diagnosis and treatment information that is likely to form the basis of a plea or grant of leniency, such as a history of drug use or testing for sexually transmitted diseases, and thus that the presence of such information may weigh more heavily against public access. But Kravitz also noted in remanding that subjective remarks about a patient's demeanor, character, and mental state are sometimes a part of the record. Wait, am I missing any good footnotes? One. Where was my? Oh, no. Okay. This is a quote from that case. Oh, actually, we'll read this, I guess. Leviton's claim of privacy in his medical records, however, may lose some force in light of his prior publication of the information that he now seeks to protect. Remember, okay, the general claim that is made is don't be public, don't talk publicly about your case, because the reason is, especially if you're not a lawyer, and even if you are a lawyer, you don't know what you're saying publicly that might come back to bite you in the ass later on. You know, one of the big criticisms that I gave of Pixie before anything was when she published that Substack against me, she basically totally closed the door on ever reaching any kind of a settlement with me, because this is a civil case. The only thing that's going to come out of this is civil stuff. The only thing, more than you even know, the only thing that will come out of this is civil stuff, which means money. That's all that's going to cost me. So if you write a Substack and you are attacking the fuck out of me, writing the most unhinged shit possible, well, the only thing I can lose in court is money. You've already cost me more money on your Substack. Well, now I'm never settling. What is the incentive that I ever have to settle that case? So now you fucked yourself there. And you got to be careful because stuff that you're publicizing, in a case where you're trying to keep everything private, is going to hurt your privacy claims and other claims you're going to make later on down the road, right? So this is not good. Don't do this. Not a good thing. But, okay. So the quote from here is, the interest in privacy fade when the information involved already appears on the public record. And then this case noting that prior publicity weighs strongly against sealing. If Pixie would have sued me, without making that Substack first, and it would have been private, she would have had much stronger privacy claims here. But she's trying to have it both ways. She's trying to milk the cow on, I want all the publicity possible so that I can extort, blackmail, and bury Stephen if I can. But I also want everything in court to be private as possible. You can't have it both ways. You have to pick. Like, yeah, you can't do that.
I don't know if I assign the same level of maliciousness. I'm just going to interject every now and then, add a couple of cents, just so it's actually a reaction. I don't know if I assign that level of maliciousness to Pixie, where she simultaneously, like, she's conscious that she wants it both ways. She, she wants to defame Steven and causes maximal damage publicly before the case is even settled, but also she wants to be able to solicit public support for her thing. I think it's just as simple as she might have rich parents. I have no idea. She might have rich friends. I have no idea. But if you're actually going to engage in what she's engaged in, which is a public suit, you're going to need a war chest. You're going to need a shitload of cash. And so publishing the details of the lawsuit was probably necessary in order to fundraise for the lawsuit. And then when it comes to the sealing of private stuff, the truth is that this is already extremely damaging to arguably Pixie's reputation and any reputation she wanted by creating a digital media career. Now, I think my frustration with that is that if you didn't want, maybe this is just me being a boomer, but my behavior should be, relatively speaking, close in private and in public. And so I think you guys know I'm an abrasive asshole. I like talking a lot of shit. I'm kind of crazy. Like I say some wild shit every now and then, but I try to be a normie as much as possible. And so, like if it came to light that my wife and I got into verbal spats sometimes, I don't think that would be like beyond the pale. I think you guys would understand that my wife likes to fucking banter. She's funny as fuck. She can be mean as fuck. She makes jokes. Sometimes they hurt my feelings. And I can also do the same thing. I bant. I say some crazy shit every now and then. And so the whole point is, don't have a giant gap between your public persona and your private life. Okay. Don't have a giant gap. And so I don't think the damage was necessarily caused by Pixie having a casual affair with Steven. I think the damage was caused by Pixie saying like, oh, we've never hooked up. We've never had sex. We never did anything. We never did this. We never did that. Therefore, here's all my cultural prescriptions as I'm going on a red pill tour, because she was a part of the red pill tour for a while. She was going on to whatever podcast. But then it was later learned that she had a sexual affair. She had a sexual, not affair, but she had a sexual liaison with Destiny. And so a lot of people were like, okay, you're a liar and you're a hypocrite. And Steven could be a piece of shit by leaking your sext. But if you lied about this, what else have you lied about? And I think that's where a lot of the reputational damage came from. It's not because she had a casual liaison with Steven that got leaked. It's because she lied about a detail. And then as a result, people are doubting her credibility. So that's where I'm at. And then looking at what I'm doing faultingly, I'm trying to draw these relationships as best I can. I don't know if I'll have enough room in order to add Unfuck America and what Unfuck America is trying to do. But realistically, I think this is an okay drawing of what's going on. The new Pondering Politics orbit, I would stand by this as accurate. There's probably more relationships between Destiny and a lot of these creators, and obviously myself, and Erudite and PV and all that kind of stuff. I'll try to draw that. But then what's interesting about this dynamic changing is I still need to somehow fit in the Unfuck America tour and kind of describe what they're doing. But then I got to figure out all the TikTok kids, because there's a bunch of TikTok kids like Dean Withers. And I know Adam Mockler isn't a TikTok kid, but he's kind of like a new up-and-comer Midas Touch bro. So I need to figure out how to get these guys on the map and give them their due deference of size.
In his public sentencing hearing, he articulated not only the full panoply of ailments from which he suffers, but also the dire predictions for his health should he fail to take immediate steps to improve his condition. So this is all about another case, okay? All right. Importantly...
Hi, Input. Good to see you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you for all the support.
Here, plaintiff's request that the court seal the transcript is ostensibly to protect deeply private, sexually explicit, and mental health-related testimony from being broadcast over 1 million online followers by a political streamer who has a documented pattern of weaponizing public proceedings for harassment, monetization, and spectacle. Okay? So, number one, with all caps, fuck you. Okay? For you to weaponize, I'm speaking right now to Jane Doe, okay? For Jane Doe to weaponize the fuck out of her Substack, and now the court system, which it really is, which is ironic, given that she says she wants to go to law school, right? For her personal petty squabbles that are being funded by mom and dad after scamming the public for money for it, for her to weaponize all of that and then cry when I just want to read my own public filings, which is my right as a public citizen because you filed a federal lawsuit in public court about it, is crazy that I'm weaponizing public proceedings by reading them. Capital F fuck you, okay?
I mean, I think that's the argument, though. So I'm not saying that Steven doesn't have a right to. Obviously, like the truth should be released to the public. But I think the argument is, since he's a public persona, since he has a large audience, he can obviously bias his reading of public transcripts his way. Then, as a result, his community could go and harass the plaintiff. I mean, I don't think that's out of bounds logically, even if he's saying that's not what he's doing. Like I could understand, internet dog piles are unpleasant. So having an internet dog pile over a lurid sexual liaison, I could understand why people would be scared about that shit. Maybe you guys could, make me see it differently, but I don't think I really can. Even if you view it as malicious on Pixie's part or malicious on Lauren De Laguna's part, I think it's logical.
One, as compared to Kravitz and to the court's knowledge, the transcript does not contain any discussion about plaintiff's medical records or anything to do with plaintiff seeing or being treated by a physician or other mental health professional.
Thank you for the membership, Just Carpet 563, Parasocial Love.
So the emphasis in Kravitz that medical documentation may contain sensitive information is inapplicable here. Second, plaintiff has, in several public filings, been quite forthcoming about the mental health and other effects of the events surrounding the video, and has been from the start. For instance, as to mental health, plaintiff's original and operative complaints both contain the same passages regarding her struggles. Compare, in the very first complaint, plaintiff feels increasingly humiliated, mortified, and depressed, and starts feeling suicidal. On or about December 11th, 2024, she starts writing suicide notes. Look, that's so cute, because my birthday is December 12th. She wanted to have her extortion of me ready for my birthday. How nice.
Okay.
Plaintiff messages Bonnell and tells him that she is, quote, just tired of living anymore. It's a matter of time until my family discovers what happened. I feel like the best thing to do is for me to kill myself and schedule a post just detailing my feelings on what happened to try and ensure a situation like this doesn't happen again, end quote. Later on, there is a $1 million demand for money tied to this, by the way. Every fucking retard, Kelly Jean, I'm sorry included, that's like, Destiny should have just settled with her. Destiny should have just settled this before it went to court. I am never paying $1 million out to a blackmail extortion attempt, okay? Fuck you, all right? And $1 million. Remember, the most that she's qualified for, the most she can win in this case is like $150K.
Dude, I said this advice. I said this to him in person, man. I would just, shit. I would have just offered $150K, called it a day. Now, I know that you don't want to set the precedent. You don't want other people to think that they can extort you. You don't want this. You don't want that. But this shit's getting dragged out for the better case of a year. Your reputation's obviously already super damaged, but it kind of colors all of your online relationships going forward. I think I would have said, hey, yeah, I did something fucked up. I don't agree with the way that this has been characterized. However, in order to try to make some level of restitution, here's $150K, go fuck yourself. I think if the damage had been limited just to that sphere, that would have been okay. But I do understand then that as a result, maybe Melina would have been like, hey, you leaked my shit too. So give me a few $100,000 or else I'm going to sue. And then same thing with, I think, Stasia, Pixie, Melina, and I think there was one other girl. Oh, and Sherry. All of them could come around and be like, yeah, cut me off a slice of that Destiny retirement fund, which could be their right. It could be their right to do so. But I do understand if I understand the selfish motivations or the logical motivations of Pixie, then I also understand the logical motivations of Steven saying, if I go down that road, you don't know where it stops.
That's the statutory cap, all right? But whatever. When she sued me, by the way, the demand letter was for $15 million, but what, it is what it is. And then 19, plaintiff tells defendant's close friend about her suicidal thoughts, that she cannot bear the humiliation and harassment she is enduring, and that she wants to ensure Bonnell never does this to her or anyone else ever again. Item 21, plaintiff continues feeling depressed and suicidal. Item 22.
Mad Money Max says this feels very ick. First thing you do when you come back is a Destiny victory lap and just omit the other side nasty shit that's recently happened. I don't think I've omitted shit. And by the way, we're only watching this because it's happening now. That's the only reason why we're watching it. I was set up to watch 2 debates. I was already watching a debate before it. And then Rose confirmation and Darius N-word stuff. I actually don't know what you're talking about with Darius. With Rose, I think we've covered that multiple times. With Rose, the allegation was Steven said that he has DMs showing that she represented herself as 18 or 19. I've already called him an R slur multiple times for that, interacting with an 18-year-old or a 19-year-old sex worker, beyond dumb as fuck. I actually, a lot of people in my chat think that if she was 18 years old in one day, that's no big deal. Whereas for me, I'm like, maybe grow the fuck up, maybe grow the fuck up. Maybe that. So I don't agree with my chat in reference to that shit. And then in reference to Rose, I think that if people want the Rose insults to land or the Rose criticism to land, number one, they probably shouldn't be coming from a European country with age of consent laws that are like 15 years old or 16 years old. I think that's number one. Number two, they probably shouldn't have I'm thinking of somebody specific. They probably shouldn't have like a long history of defending, the 16-year-old age of consent. Again, I'm thinking about somebody specific. And then number three, they should try to prove that Rose and Steven knew that she was 17 and a half years old at the time of communication. And then at that point, I think your arguments are going to land harder. They land with me. I don't think a 35-year-old man or a 37-year-old man should be flirting with an 18-year-old anyways. I think the difference in experience is so vast that that should be morally objectionable, even if it's not illegal. What's interesting, though, is a lot of the critics that want to, hang Destiny from a lamppost for the Rose thing. If you go, oh, well, what happens when, she's 18 years old? They're like, oh, I don't give a fuck anymore. And it's like, that doesn't feel like a principled position. That kind of feels like you just hate this motherfucker, which is understandable. You can hate Steven. There's plenty of reasons why people hate Steven. But it doesn't feel like some kind of like principled stance. Anyways, it's not my fault, Mad Money Max. This is just the way that chronological time works. And I'm not doing a Destiny victory lap. I'm trying to needle his summary of the case.
Same as the complaint. And then here, the original plan was basically for me to commit suicide and schedule a note for after I died, detailing what Steven had done and hoping that everybody would forever know what he did and be able to stay away from him and be able to be more wary and cautious. Again, tied with a demand for money.
That's basically saying that you want reputational damage, right?
This is textbook extortion, by the way, but the original complaint has been live on the public docket for many months. The plaintiff perhaps added additional characterizing details, for example, support from her friends, or more emphasis on why she experienced such thoughts, during the June 3rd, 2025 hearing, does not change the fact that the information has already been made publicly available through the plaintiff's own filings. What's more, the transcript is one of a public hearing.
Nice. Rob with a B with some real politics commentary says, bulwark. If you don't solve the border, people will go to fascists to do it. And if you don't solve the cost of living, people will go to socialists to do it. Sarah Longwell. Nice.
So plaintiff had not only published this information in her earlier pleadings, but also was, in the moment, speaking in a public forum. And then footnote 3, and as to things of a deeply private or sexually explicit nature, plaintiff has not raised any specific elements of the transcript in her argument. But it merits noting that she has also long publicly stated many of these allegations and or included similar factual information in her briefing. Compare in the complaint allegations regarding plaintiff's prior relationship experience with docket item 90.
Gen X, if you're saying that it gets spicy somewhere, tell me what timestamp to skip to. What we're watching Steven cover his unsealed court transcript.
testimony regarding plaintiff's prior relationship experience and perception.
Well, Christian is the oiler who paid for this content, so we're going to skip ahead.
At the time, could have been seen as having been designated as confidential under such an order. The transcript also does not reflect any inadvertent references to plaintiff's name. Yeah, it's not Haig, it's Hagel Mary. Get it? Ah, stop.
All right, here we go.
And
here's the transcript.
Some stuff that's been in these filings that will never show up again, but I can't say much more. We'll see. I have to wait. I will say that all of it, there are a whole lot of people who should be unbelievably ashamed of themselves, but we'll get there. Okay, so the following procedures were held. Okay, this is our court hearing from June 3rd this year. The Deputy Clerk, the United States District Court, is now in session. The Honorable Edwin G. Torres presiding, calling case Doe Bonnell, case number, blah, blah, blah. Okay. What was this hearing in regard to? This is our preliminary injunction hearing. Counsel, please state your appearance, starting with the plaintiff. Mr. Lage, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but this is Pixie's lawyer. Joan Peters did not show up for this hearing. I don't know why, but... Good morning, Your Honor. Gus Lage, Carlos Garcia Perez, law clerk, Ms. Garcia, and the plaintiff, Jane Doe, is present. Mr. Raskoff, good morning, Your Honor. Bob Raskoff from the Bilzen-Sumberg firm, along with my colleague, Patricia Patino, and our lead counsel from Los Angeles is Andrew Bretler from Burke Bretler. So for court stuff, in order for you to appear at the venue, you can't be from another state. Like somebody from California can't practice law in Florida unless they're licensed down there. However, if you get a law firm to sponsor you, what the law firm can do is have you file, it's a pro hac vice filing saying, I would like to appear down here, and then this other local law firm is sponsoring my appearance here. So the lead counsel in my case is the Bretler law firm from California, and then Raskoff and his law firm are the Florida-based law firm that's allowing them to come in, basically, right? Okay. Please do voices? No. Destiny, I'm begging you to actually research narcissistic abuse strategies. Your life will be so much better. Is that for me? I saw that some people are now claiming that I'm a narcissist. Okay, thank you. I love my psychoanalyzers.
I'm not even saying that as like a jab. I think Steven is narcissistic, but that's not like, I think I'm just being descriptive. That's just true.
Can you explain, like I'm five, what a preliminary injunction is? So a preliminary injunction, an injunction means that you're enjoining or stopping a party from engaging in certain behavior, future behavior. Preliminary injunction is before the trial has happened, you're, in an extraordinary measure, you're asking the court to step in and stop somebody from doing some actions, to enjoin them from some behavior. But that's an extraordinary step, right?
Mad Money Max says, just dropping this, then leaving for the day. It feels Connor. Just feels like you're covering the stuff that makes D look good. I don't even know if that's true yet. I don't even think we've gotten enough details in order to know that. Darius gets called the N-word by a Nazi invited by Destiny. Empath Chan called Darius the N-word. Now that sounds like content. Again, I'm unfamiliar.
You're seeing a lot of TROs, temporary restraining orders, and preliminary injunctions right now in regards to the Trump administration, right? Yeah. Okay. Good morning, Your Honor. Okay, this is my lawyer, the Giga Chad. Okay. Good morning, Your Honor. Andrew Bretler from Burke Bretler. We're also joined by Mr. Bonnell, our client. The court. Anytime it says the court, I believe that's the judge speaking. Good morning. Everybody have a seat. This is a preliminary injunction hearing that was referred to me for disposition by Judge Becerra. I took a look at it and decided that I couldn't resolve it without probably hearing additional evidence or response from the parties. So that's why I scheduled a hearing when I did. So I appreciate everyone's cooperation. I think I scheduled it on Friday, short notice, so I appreciate everybody accommodating it to get the matter resolved. So let me turn to counsel for the plaintiff and tell me what witnesses, if any, you wish to call. Mr. Lage stands up, Pixie's lawyer. Your Honor, at this time, if Your Honor needs us to get further information, we would call the plaintiff and we would also call the defendant. Now, keep in mind that for the first time yesterday, right, the day before this, they added Abby to the case. Now, she didn't show up, obviously, but I believe it was the day before is when they threw on her statements saying that I'd sent her videos of Pixie. Never have. This is bullshit. There's a reason why she's dodging subpoenas and why they've offered no evidence of this, but this was the day before they had added her, so obviously she's not here or anything, but okay. And Destiny, amateur detractors are narcissists. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I don't think Pixie's a narcissist. I don't think any of the people involved in this are narcissists. But... Okay, so Pixie's lawyer. Your Honor, at this time, if Your Honor needs us to get further information, we would call the plaintiff. We would also call the defendant. The judge. Okay, on behalf of the defendant, Andrew, we would call the defendant, Your Honor. The judge says, okay. So why don't we do that? Why don't we take the, we don't have to take all day for it, just because I've already reviewed the affidavit you filed in support and the declarations and the supplemental declarations, but I think it would be useful to get some of the information clarified on the record. So go ahead and call then, let you direct your client. Pixie's lawyer, Mr. Lage? Zepsi put it in chat, how do you pronounce it? Your Honor, in order to make this as efficient as possible, if there's areas of inquiry that you wish us to address, I'm happy to do so. The judge. In particular, I guess the issue is, one of the issues that I have is when did she become aware of the problem and what occurred in the interim between that awareness and when the lawsuit was filed. So remember, oh, it's like Lage, like G-A-G-U-E. Am I supposed to know how you pronounce that? Gegu? Geju? I don't, okay, that didn't help at all, but thanks. Okay. Oh, gauge. Lage and gauge. Oh, you just spelled gauge incorrectly. Fuck you. Okay. The reason why the judge, do I need to explain why they're asking questions? I don't know how much, I feel like I've explained this a lot. I don't know how many people understand everything by now. The reason why he's asking is because if you're filing a TRO or a preliminary injunction, the reason why you're filing these things is because you're saying, like, this is an emergency. I need the court to step in right now, because at the end of the day, our civil courts are courts of equitable relief, is the way you say it, right? Basically, the court is here to make you whole again after a bad thing has happened. But if there's an ongoing thing, sometimes these ongoing things will cause irreparable harm. That's one of your qualifiers for having a preliminary injunction, is you have to show that the harm that's going to be caused, if the defendant is allowed to continue to act in the way that he is so bad that the court can't help me. So like an example of this might be, let's say me and somebody else recorded a porn video and I'm going to publish it and I want to publish it. And they're saying, no, I don't want that person to publish it, but I haven't published it yet. Okay. If I haven't published it yet, and I'm going to, you might file like a TRO or a preliminary injunction saying, he can't be allowed to publish this while we do the court case, because let's say that he publishes it and then we do the court case. Well, now I'm fucked. I can't, like, you can pay me money, but I don't ever want this out there. This is irreparable harm. Like, I'm fucked. There's no way, you know? So that would be like an example there, and you can think of other things too, but basically anything that would make the court incapable of resolving an issue or making somebody whole, a party whole again after a given dispute or claim. Okay. Her lawyer says, very well, Your Honor. At this time, we would call Jane Doe to the stand. The judge says, okay. The deputy clerk requests, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please. Her lawyer says, Your Honor, for purposes of confidentiality, can we continue to refer to her as Jane Doe? The judge says, yes, for the purposes of this hearing, that's fine. Her lawyer says, very well, thank you. Pixie says, sorry to clarify, do I say my real name now? The judge says, no, the court reporter will know. Pixie says, Jane Doe. The judge says, thank you. Thereupon, Jane Doe, having been first duly sworn, was examined and testified as follows. Direct examination means that your own lawyer is asking you questions. A cross-examination is when the opposing counsel lawyer is asking you questions. Okay, so this is direct examination. Her lawyer is asking her questions to get stuff on the record. Okay. So her lawyer, Miss Doe, do you know the defendant? Yes. And how is it that you know the defendant? He was my friend for around 5 or 6 years. Okay, where is it that you first met the defendant? I first met him in Florida, but I knew about him online beforehand. We had a couple of debates and conversations privately. When we're speaking about the defendant, who is the defendant? Steve.
This is the stuff that I'm actually interested in, because I think we'll get good color on how Pixie perceives their relationship and how Steven perceives their relationship. I get that this is a high school drama, right? And I get that a lot of people don't give a shit about this, but we did get some very large super chats. Basically, Christian Vlaris, blame Christian Vlaris for the psychic damage that we're all about to take. But again, just because I might actually have Danabo actually cut out all the content up until now, because seriously, there's so much fluff in here. Steven is a sexual degenerate. He's done a lot of crazy sex things with a lot of various people. He's video recorded it with the consent. Allegedly, he's audio recorded things without consent. There's criminal allegations, there's civil allegations. But the reason why we're talking about this court case is because Pixie is the one person that we know who has actually taken legal action against Steven. And she is effectively suing Steven because Steven sent homemade pornography that they voluntarily created together to a third party. That third party had it for about 2 years. And then allegedly, the ex-boyfriend of the third party leaked it to the internet. The added reputational damage is that allegedly that third party represented themselves online, excuse me, as an 18 or 19-year-old sex worker. But in reality, allegedly, they were a 17-and-a-half-year-old sex worker. Meaning that some of the content that was created and transmitted to Steven has the potential to be illegal, but it wouldn't just get Steven in trouble if there was ever criminal proceedings. There would also be criminal legal consequences for the producer and disseminator, which includes Rose and her alleged ex-boyfriend Solo. So kind of crazy, but guess what? This is why I'm married. This is why I have 2 kids. This is why I'm loyal to my wife. That's, it's because, not only do I think it's morally correct to do, but never in a million fucking years would I ever want to be litigating my sex life in public the way that we're currently watching Steven have to. He has to.
Stephen Kenneth Bonnell, Destiny. So this is her first lie. I am Stephen Kenneth Bonnell the second. My dad is Stephen Kenneth Bonnell. Okay? Just saying. Just kidding. That's not that important, but... Okay, can you point him out for us, please? Yeah, the individual with the banging blue suit and amazingly fluffy curly.
Can somebody catch me up on the Darius drama? So I got Dion7 saying there was a great purge in Destiny's community over the Darius Empath Chan drama. Many people were banned. Do we even know if Destiny invited Empath Chan to Unfuck America? I have no idea what's going on. The only thing that I saw on Twitter while I was leaving, right before I left, Destiny had Empath Chan, who is, I don't know, a e-whore, e-girl, Nazi pedophile. I don't know the lore, okay? But they were hanging out in his Miami condominium. And then a lot of people really don't like Empath Chan because she has a controversial online... I think was she smoking a meth pipe on Twitter? Was she talking shit about Nathan, Destiny's son, on Twitter? Did she make pedophile jokes? Did she make Nazi 4chan posts? I have no idea who this chick is, but it seems like the dumbest person you could possibly hang out with as your court case comes to a close and as you're trying to rebuild your public reputation within the Democratic establishment. Seems like the dumbest person you could hang out with, but what do I know? And then Darius apparently freaked out that Steven was hanging out with Empath Chan and then spurged out. But then somebody just said in chat that Empath Chan called Darius the N-word. So if anybody has the scoop on the Empath Chan drama, I would be curious to get a too long didn't read summary of it.
Brown hair. Yes, that is me. True. And as a result of your conversations with Mr. Bonnell, did you at some point have an intimate relationship with Mr. Bonnell? Yes. All right. Was that? Where did that intimate rendezvous take place? In Miami, Florida. And what was the date of that rendezvous? I believe it was around September of what year? 2020 or 2021. It's da-da-da. Okay. I just want to say on a personal matter, okay? So I was incredibly stressed for this hearing. Just because I've never obviously done a court hearing before. Obviously, I don't want to screw anything up, okay? I read all of my declarations. I reread tons of our chat logs. I went over so much info for this so that I was ready. The fact that she shows up and doesn't fucking know anything about what the fuck we're in court for. How do you not know the date that we met? This is all information. You still have this in your DMs. I can't delete your side of it. I just want to say that triggered the fuck out of me, but whatever. Yeah, if it's all a joke to her, okay, I guess. The judge says, so her lawyer was going to ask another question leading up to, and then the judge intervenes and he says,
please don't describe this as high school drama unless you mean only a child would do it. Yeah. I mean, you have to have the moral, social maturity of a child. Yes, that's what I mean. Yep. That's what I mean. And you could apply that wherever you want to apply that. If you want to say Pixie was immature and dumb for engage, she was 19, so she was just out of high school, entering college. So that's descriptively true. And then Steven, I think for all of whatever virtues you want to praise about the man, I think you could admit that he has vices in reference to emotional and sexual maturity.
when did you first meet or talk with Mr. Bonnell? And then Pixie says,
do I need to draw another pedophile chart? I mean, to be clear, it's an anti-pedophile chart, but you guys are arguing about like age of consent and maturity and morality in chat. So do I need to draw another one?
Posture? No, fuck you. Pixie says, I talked to him. I started around 2020.
Maddox for 5. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, King. Taking psychic damage, but what else is new?
I had just transferred universities and I was like lonely. So I was like, I'm going to live stream and see if I can make friends that way. And because my family is inherently very political, I started talking politics and then connected with Mr. Bonnell. And then her lawyer asks, leading up to your intimate rendezvous with Mr. Bonnell, had you had...
Oh, that's super easy. Christian Blair says, Empath Chan was invited to Un-F America by Destiny. That's stupid by itself. Darius live streamed NSE and her hanging out and started drama. Unsurprising there. That I basically, Erudite was like, hey, who's Empath Chan? And I kind of gave her the skinny that I had. So hopefully Erudite didn't do anything too crazy. And then Empath Chan yelled racial slurs at Darius. Okay. What you invited a Nazi to a Democrat tour, then you invited a mixed race fuckboy drama streamer to a political tour, and then they fought. That doesn't sound particularly surprising to me.
Conversations or messaging in relation to that upcoming rendezvous.
Oh, Gen X says Nathan dropped a manifesto on her, even yes photo with a meth pipe. I posted a deep dive on her in your Discord. Interesting.
Pixie says, yeah, we talked about it beforehand. We had a lot of conversations about consent and the importance of...
Officer Nasty says she also carved a swastika onto her leg with a knife, spit on homeless people, called people the N-word. Darius said hi to her and she called him an N-word F-word. Yeah, that just sounds like a crazy person. That just sounds like a homeless person. I could go to downtown Orlando right now and find somebody exactly like that, but they would be homeless. So why is Steven hanging out with a homeless e-whore Nazi? That doesn't seem like the most reputationally rehabbing person to hang out with. That seems silly to me.
Consent. I was not super sexually experienced, so I was very afraid of like accidentally leading somebody on or getting sexually assaulted. So we had a bunch of conversations about consent beforehand. Okay. Well, when you say that you had conversations about consent, did you have conversations about consent relating to dissemination of information relating to your rendezvous? Well, I told him ahead of time that I wanted to keep things really private. I didn't want people in general to know about our sexual encounter, that I didn't want that information to be like out in public, stuff like that. Okay. I mean, it's all, we've already done this here. I don't care about this anymore. I don't care about this, guys, in terms of whether, but I will say that like, if I was her lawyer going into this, okay? So there's two things. One, when you're being asked...
Dude, if you spit on an old lady in front of me, I'm gonna punch you in the fucking face. I don't care what gender or sex you are. That's fucking crazy. Can I find that? Is that on the internet? Because for me, this would be like, why are you, it's the same thing with food shops. Like, are you hanging out with people who suck? Excuse me. Are you hanging out with people who suck? That way you're hoping that some of the controversy burns off onto you? Like, what is it? What's the move here? Is it a marketing strategy? Is it a where would I find it? Would it be on Rumble? Would it be on LiveLeak? Is LiveLeak even a thing anymore? Empath Chan spits on people. I know I can't look it up on Twitter because Twitter, her stuff is all mixed with pornography, right? Like she posts pornography routinely. But why the fuck would you hang out with somebody who Empath Chan spits on people? I'll see if I can pull that up without pulling up any pornography. Empath Chan spotted in the crowd wearing Unfuck America merch. He also called Darius the hard R. Dude was spitting on people's faces and then they got set on fire. What's wrong with him? Chid does not ask, he demands. What the fuck? All right, so there's one video that I can find. That's a picture of her hanging out in the crowd. That's a picture of her hanging out in the crowd. Then I guess I could probably play this, even though just be ready. Terms of service slurs. I'll turn down the volume.
You can't be like a pseudo-Nazi online and then be like, oh, I'm gonna go follow Destiny. Or you can't be like a pseudo-Nazi online and then be like, oh, I'm gonna go follow Destiny around, the liberal center-left guy, and then be like, oh, you're the faggot.
Okay, nigger.
You're the faggot.
Okay, nigger.
All right. I mean, I would say that's crazy. I wouldn't appoint that person my my brand ambassador. Let's put it that way. Okay. Okay. Weird.
Asked to do a deposition to give testimony, don't speculate. If you don't know the answer to a thing, then don't answer. Okay? Number one. Number two, answer only what you're asked. Don't give a whole bunch more information.
Officer Nasty says, when did you have that combo with NSE? Probably Wednesday. She was like, hey, I'm going to hang out with people or whatever. You know, what do you think? Or, you know, what's going on? What do you think? And I just said, you know, basically, from an exterior perception, I thought she was bad news. So I just said, hey, I don't know much about her, but I think she's bad news bears. That was pretty much the summary of the conversation.
Because at the end of the day, all it can do is hurt you, right? Because the opposing counsel is going to be looking for anything that you say that can be used to impeach your character, you know, to a contradiction, something else to question what you're saying, right? Okay, number two. Now, I would say number three, I don't think this should matter as much. You should keep it in mind, but as long as you're not lying, it shouldn't matter, okay? But number three, if you are going to court for a claim, you need to be locked in on what that claim is, and you need to very clearly state what you think the violation of that claim was every single time. One thing you'll notice is that, so if now you can't tell your client to say this, but if I was going to testify, okay, to a thing where I think the other person did like a crime or a bad action against me, I would be crystal clear every single time. I never wanted any of this shared with anybody. I did not want my video shared with anybody. I never gave permission to share this with anybody. That would be my claim every single time, okay?
Okay, key code. I'm not going to let you distract from the content because people, I'm sure they want to hear less of me yap it and more just want to get through the content using me as a vehicle. But still, man, listen, I'm not going to say being an unrepentant lolicon is acceptable. It's just not. If it's acceptable in DGG's community, if it's acceptable in other communities, you know, it is what it is. Y'all do you. I think your liberal tolerance has extended too far. Okay. So I'll try not to get wrapped around the axle on it. But especially if you're looking at like prepubescent, immediately post-pubescent cartoon drawings of children, I think you're fucked in the head and you should be socially ostracized at minimum, and at maximum, maybe there should be criminal penalties. So I understand that might offend whatever like libertine, giga liberal perspectives you guys have. But you know, whatever you think about my very moderate, I would say conservative criticism of lolicon as a phenomena, just know that if you dislike that perspective, the feeling's mutual if you're sweeping for lolicon. I'll leave it there. Like, I didn't even like Steven's answer. When Steven's answer was like, well, nobody's really being harmed, so, you know, who cares? I was like, that's bullshit. But I didn't want to scream at the man. He was already under enough pressure as it was.
You don't want to skirt around this language because this is your This is the sole claim that you have in federal court, and this should be the most important part of your case. Just saying. Keep that in mind, okay? I didn't want that information to be like out in public, stuff like that. The lawyer said, why? She said, his community, and not just his community, but to be fair, the internet can be like a really vicious place. And I didn't want people to claim that, like, oh, he was only being nice to me because he was like, he wanted to sleep with me. Because we would debate online politically, so we would go back and forth on subjects. And I didn't want people to just claim, like, oh no, you know, he's just being nice to you for that, instead of like evaluating my arguments on the merits of what they are. Then the judge interrupts, and the judge says, now, what do you mean about his community?
Officer Nasty said that's really weird because on the Darius stream, NSC kept saying, who's Empath Chan? I don't know her. Empath Chan is a trad wife. But if Connor spoke with her and explained the drama, something doesn't add up. No. Because I said that I didn't know her, right? Because you always want to have this caveat of if they end up being different than their exterior persona, you don't want to throw somebody under the bus. So I had no idea how much of it was true and how much of it was internet bullshit. But I just knew, like, so for instance, if you type Empath Chan into Twitter search, because I think I heard about her randomly before Steven and her hung out, and they were like, oh yeah, that's like the, it's really bad that Steven is followed by and follows this Nazi e-girl, right? And basically, if I go through Empath Chan, and I circle it, so I see the Darius thing. I see Steven and her hanging out in real life. I see me at the No Kings protests, and it was posted 15 hours ago, and that might be Steven's gun. So they might be shooting guns and shit. So she's making jokes about like shooting Democrats on Twitter. That's cool. There's a picture of her wearing a dress. There's a picture of her arm that's all cut up. Looks like she's a cutter. And yeah, dude, this is just fucking very R-slurred. So I'm not really, there's a picture of her pointing her hand up to a Nazi flag or a Nazi projection. And somebody said that she does look like a mix of Lav and Melina. Listen, man, I see it. All right, I see it. So I'm not really in the Reddit. I don't really do a lot of Reddit. So I don't care. But basically, like, she does look like the queen of BPD girls. And so, yeah, I think that's fucking crazy. I think that's a crazy move. Even if it was her idea. Even if it was her idea to be like, hey, Steven, I really like you. You know, you make a lot of really good content. Let's hang out together. And then Steven's like, yeah, cool. That'd be chill. I think that's a crazy move. Even if it wasn't Steven's idea. If it was Steven's idea, I think that's even crazier. If he was like, hey, Nazi e-girl who cuts her arms and hangs out with Nazi flags, smokes meth, and talks shit about my kid. Let's hang out IRL. Let's go shoot guns. I think that would be fucking bananas. That's a bananas move. Yeah. Well, and again, to defend Erudite a little bit, I said I only know the outside of Empath Chan. I don't know who she really is. I don't know what her politics are. I don't even know whether or not she's trans. I don't know shit about fuck. I just know what I see from the outside, and from the outside, it sounds like bad news.
Community. Pixie says he's a live streamer, so he has a large platform of a lot of followers.
Doobie sent me a compilation in DMs. I'll take a look at it on my other screen. I'll let Steven talk on this screen.
They refer to themselves as DGG. The judge says, as what? She says, DGG. That's their community name. The judge says, DGG? You mean like Yi wins? No, I'm just kidding. Judge says, DGG? She says, yes. And there are people who follow him, who really agree with his ideas, thinks he's like super cool, and yeah, try to support him and his endeavors. And then her lawyer says, well, when we're talking about the size of that community, how big is the community that follows Mr. Bonnell? She says, well...
Are you serious?
I want to make... What happened with... Oh.
Yo. Are you serious?
Satsurav.
Yo. What the
Nigger.
fuck?
Fucking black nigger. Fuck you. Fucking faggot. Keep walking, you fucking cunt.
What the fuck is this, dude? Like, I'm moving from, oh, lol, it's just memes, to now I'm kind of pissed. Is this old shit? Is this old shit or is this new shit? Does she still do shit like this? Yo, this chick doesn't deserve to hang out anywhere. She deserves to get knocked the fuck out. If this is Empath Chan, she's literally walking up to, like, of course I would want all this information confirmed, but she's walking around. She's finding random African folk, random African Americans. She's saying random slurs. She's walking up to people on dates. She's walking up to homeless people and she's fucking spitting on them, dude. This isn't funny. This isn't cute. This isn't cool. These are crimes. So, I mean, if she fucking disavows and got medicated. Hold on. I'm going to turn on the volume for this one. This one's crazy. Dude, I would not.
Mayor!
Yo.
What the fuck? What?
I'm sorry. This isn't funny to me. This isn't funny to me at all. There's nothing cute or funny about this. There's nothing ironic. There's nothing meta-ironic. There's no social commentary. This isn't a Sam Hyde fucking skit. This is a schizophrenic woman walking up and spitting on random people. Yo. I'm borderline fucking angry. When the fuck was this? How recent is this shit? That moves from R slurred to something else. That moves to, like, you know. Anyways, I'll try not to spurg out too much until you guys give me more information. But let's just say I'm judging that pretty fucking harshly.
Over 840,000 subscribers on YouTube, and that's just one of his platforms. How many platforms is Mr. Bunnell on that you're aware of? He's on Kick, Instagram, YouTube, and I think he's doing TikTok as well. Do you have any knowledge as to whether streaming is the main source of revenue for Mr. Bunnell? Yeah, and I'm under the impression that live streaming is his main source of revenue. Now, what happened at the encounter? Was it recorded?
Fuck you, FedEx. The crazy to freaky metric might be off the charts, but yeah, that's the kind of shit where you get your throat slashed. You know, that's not like fun. That's like bad. That's like incarceration. Like all the shit that she did, if that's her, let me just try to be giga charitable, okay? If that's her profile and that's her doing that, hold on, let me back up. Let's say that was 5 years ago and she was super unmedicated and she was kind of a schizophrenic crying out for attention. And since that time, she's become medicated and she's no longer that crazy. And she kind of disavows it, but, you know, not really, because she's trying to maintain like an aura or a mystique around her personality. That would be one thing. Like I would kind of be like, okay, well, you know, she was a fucking psycho 5 years ago, but they put her on lithium, they put her on meds, and as a result, you know, maybe she's getting better over time. However, when you pair that with literally at the trip that they're at, she's calling Darius like an N-word and an F slur. I think the Nazi posts are within the past year. The posts about shooting at targets at the No Kings protests is within the past 24 hours. That doesn't seem like there's any change to her whatsoever. That seems like she's the exact same fucking person. And I'm telling you, like, if you spit on a homeless person in front of me, I don't care what fucking gender you are. That's going to be a bad day for you. Like, dude, I'll put you on the ground. Like, I'll be gentle, but I'll put you on the fucking ground. I'll put a knee on your back, not on your neck. I'll call the cops, and I will sit there until cops incarcerate you. That's not something that I would tolerate in my fucking presence. So if Steven is tolerating that in his presence, I would want to know why. Because that is just some fucking psycho shit. That's like evil staring into the abyss psycho shit. So what is it? Is it a viral marketing strategy? Is it a she's just that crazy that he wants to play with the edge? Almost any excuse you come up with, I'm going to think is stupid as fuck. But there's also like a wrong and a right here too. And the wrong and the right is if any of that behavior is recent and it's not apologized for, that's the kind of person you shun. You do not engage with that kind of person. That shit is fucking evil.
Parts of it were recorded, so it wasn't the entire thing. There were like a couple of small videos that were recorded. Did you allow him to record it? Yeah. All right. Did you have conversations about what he could do with those recordings? Yeah. And what were those conversations about? Well, I told him when, like, we did it, like, you know, like, don't send this around to people, you know, like, this is, like, private. Yeah. Now, again, this is incredible.
Yeah, I told her the stuff that I knew, but I didn't know if it was true. That's an exactly correct summary of what I said. That's precisely correct. I told her what I had heard, what I'd heard through the grapevine, what I observed through social media osmosis, but I did not say, hey, I know this is 100% to be true. I didn't say that. As a matter of fact, I probably caveated half a dozen times that I have no idea what she's like.
Incredibly imprecise language for this. Why? What do we... Holy
Mr. Boop says, is it too much to ask for a stream summary thus far? Yeah, actually, weirdly enough, I think this is the perfect time to summarize. So what ended up happening was we were watching a Pisco versus Distributist debate. We probably cut it off a little bit earlier than I should have, but Steven went live in order to cover the transcript. So far, it feels like a rehashing of the arguments, and I went ahead and drew like a orbit map of all the people who interact with each other. It's not quite done, and I'll explain it at some point, but effectively, like, this is like a relational map. Okay, this is like a relationship map within the Twitch and YouTube political sphere. What is freaking me out, which maybe I'm overreacting, maybe I'm tired, maybe I'm just getting into this space right now, but one of the things that Doobie, of all people, just sent me, you know, he's trying to fracture my my fraternal relationship with Steven. But he just sent me a compilation of Empath Chan. And for those of you who don't know, Empath Chan is a girl that Steven hung out with probably within the past week. Right before I went on my trip, he posted a picture of hanging out with her. And I don't see the date stamps. I don't know who it is, or I don't know when it was. But Empath Chan poses with Nazi flags, makes jokes about shooting people at a No Kings protest. She's an e-whore on Twitter. And then Doobie just sent me a compilation of her walking around in public, screaming like a wounded animal near children, and then also her walking up to random people on dates, random homeless people, random people on the street, and spitting on them. So, and then also when I was looking up information on her Twitter, she basically has cut lines all the way down her arm. So for me, number one, if you want to shock my sensibilities, it happened. I am finally shocked by something. But number two, if there isn't an excellent explanation of how the person who spits on homeless people is now morally different, I find that more repulsive than just about anything you could possibly do. Like, you do drugs and you're a fuck up? Yeah, I'm going to judge you a little bit. You're a sexual degenerate? Yeah, I'm going to judge you a little bit. But if you find random innocent people or random homeless people, like the people who are most vulnerable in our society, and you physically attack them, I think you should get like physically fucked up and or incarcerated. And so maybe there's like a mental health issue there where like incarceration or you know, going to like being committed to a mental health facility is the answer over what my instinct is. But I'll tell you what, I don't give a fuck who you are. If you spit intentionally on another human being in front of me, especially if it's unprovoked, that's going to be a bad day for you. That's going to be a fucking terrible day for you. And I don't care what sex or gender you are. I don't care how much money you make. I don't give a fuck about any of that. So I'm kind of wondering what the bigger story is.
Fuck. I was so happy listening to her talk. Oh my God.
So
Anyway.
now I'm borderline distracted from the content. Anonymous chatter for 20 says, welcome back, Parasocial Dad. Have your psychic damage shield been restored? I'm glad the store has milk so you could come back. Yeah. Yeah, my unfortunately, my psychic damage shield has been restored. Now it's being fucking activated, though. I'll tell you what.
Okay. And what did he tell you? And then the judge intervenes. Now, I want to give you some perspective, okay, in case this judge ever seems mean, okay? I just want to give you perspective. If you read any cases like this, okay, if you read any cases like this, the defendants are unhinged men that are crazy. It'll be like, this girl broke up with me, so I sent videos of me coming in her face to all of her family members, all of her coworkers. I posted.
All right, we don't have to be extreme, but I get what he's saying. He's being accused of revenge porn, but that's not what happened. I understand that. We don't have to make it so graphic.
Them online on porn websites. The defendants are, or like I recorded her, she didn't even know it, and then I started sending it to her new boyfriend. That's like the types of people that are normally defendants in these cases. So in terms of like what you're seeing in this case, and the judge, you'll watch the judge start to realize more and more of this. I'm a pretty atypical case, right? My stuff got posted against my will, against my consent, out into the public. I didn't want any of this posted. All of our videos were recorded consensually. We talked about sharing them beforehand, right? This is a very atypical case, and you'll see the judge. Okay, kind of talk about this. So, well, I told him when, like, we did it, like, you know, like, don't send this around to people, you know, like, this is, like, private, yeah.
Those are years old, not even the new stuff. What's the new stuff?
Also, keep in mind here, she doesn't mention whether or not I could send it to Melina, my wife.
She does it still?
And then her lawyer asks, and what did he tell you? And then the judge interrupts for a moment. The judge says, why would you allow him to record you? And then she says, so we were talking about it, like, ahead of time, mentioned it, like, that could be something that was, like, hot, I guess. I don't know. I mentioned, what is it? Wanting to show it to this is so embarrassing to talk about. I'm so sorry. Give me a second. I remember I told him, like, oh, when it came to, like, the sharing, like, is it, like, sorry, I'm, like, to show it to, like, the person that I was, like, currently in love with and stuff like that. He even expressed, like...
No. Okay. You guys, okay. Fuck. I hate that I have to explain this. This is actually distracting from the content, but I think it's important. So hold on. Let me look you guys in your eyeballs a little bit. Gen X, I know you're probably in Destiny's chat instead of mine, but you know, this is important. Okay. Simple battery. Okay. Simple battery is as simple as walking up and poking somebody. That's a crime. No, it's a misdemeanor, but it's a crime. Spitting on somebody can also be a misdemeanor. Okay. But you're not incarcerating somebody who's walking around spitting on people randomly for the misdemeanor. The reason why you're incarcerating them, or the reason why you're detaining them, or the reason why you're knocking them the fuck out is because that's not the first or last time that they're going to do it. If they're victimizing random innocent people and nobody stops them, they will continue to randomly victimize innocent people until they are stopped. The reason why you protect the homeless as if you're protecting a baby is because the homeless are the most vulnerable members of our society. So if it's mental illness and she needs to be incarcerated in a mental health institution and medicalized or whatever, she needs to be given like lithium or fucking bipolar meds or some shit, that's fine. But you don't tolerate that shit. You don't tolerate that shit for a fucking heartbeat. It's not funny. It's not cute. It's not a meme. There's nothing fucking funny about a motherfucker walking around randomly assaulting people in public. They are a fucking danger to themselves and others. So I'm just saying, I'm not taking this shit as a joke. Now, something that somebody said is, oh, well, you're already giving too much grace because she called Darius the N-word. No. Don't misunderstand. So if somebody, I would still consider her insane. Let's say that all the spitting incidents were 5 years old and her still being a crazy person and saying slurs to people. I would actually consider that a step down from what psychotic people do. So maybe she's on her meds and now instead of spitting on people, she just calls them nasty words. I would actually think like, okay, I'm not going to associate with you. I'm not going to hang out with you. I'm not going to fuck with you at all. Like you are a social pariah deserving of all of the worst things in life. However, I, wouldn't view calling somebody a slur the same as actually like physically assaulting random innocent people and random homeless people. And so the reason why it might have seemed like there was a tenor shift in the content where we just went from watching a debate, oh, okay, haha, we're going to go to the case thing. We're going to go to the coverage of the case because it's just going to be what's popping for a bit. The reason why we're shifting to Empath Chan right now is because Steven can make whatever legalistic moral arguments he wants to into why the Pixie case is being misrepresented by Pixie stuff. I've already heard all that argumentation. The reason why I'm so alarmed by the Empath Chan shit is because I don't see any upside. I don't see any selfishness. I don't see any, even from a sexual perspective, the risk and the danger to this is so fucking crazy to have a woman who randomly physically assaults people in your life. You effectively invited a schizophrenic homeless person into your life for the fun of it. Why don't you just fucking play Russian roulette? Why don't you do heroin? Why don't you fucking skydive without a parachute and see if you can get to somebody else with a parachute? Why don't you go fucking bungee jumping with a rope that's a little bit too long? That would be less torturous than hanging out with effectively a homeless schizophrenic who is only not homeless because they sell their body online. That's the level of stupidity. So I was kind of hoping, maybe I'm naive, I was kind of hoping that Steven would realize that, 90% of my relationships have burnt out. The people who are my friends are finding it difficult to defend me. I've lost out on a lot of professional relationships. I've lost out on a lot of personal relationships. I am hurt by the betrayal of other people who I felt would have my back for longer than they did. And I'm angered and saddened by the speed with which they threw me away. I was hoping that would be an alarm bell to Steven. But what Empath Chan kind of shows me is that not only is he ignoring the alarm bell, he's looking to make it worse. So if there's some steel man out there, if there's some, actually she's a good person because she does this, that, the other, or hey, it's a marketing technique because they're pushing for this thing, then maybe I'll be happy to hear those fucking arguments, because I'm borderline like grasping at fucking anything to find a silver lining to this situation, to bringing a schizophrenic, homeless fucking Nazi into your periphery. I don't see the upside. I see zero fucking upside. And I see a lot of ignoring of yellow and red flags. So that's not funny to me. There's nothing funny to me about that. There's nothing ironic. There's nobody to blame. That's not funny to me.
Oh, what if that person like shares it around? And I was like, oh no, like don't worry, like we'll make sure that it's like very limited. Like it could just be my face. I trusted that he wouldn't send it around because we had so many conversations about consent and how I didn't want anybody else to know that we were sexual. It was a stupid decision. Why would you say it was a stupid decision? That is putting the onus on you. Looking back at it, it was very dumb of me to do, but I was also, I believe, 20 around the time. You were 21. How do you not know your age?
Paul says, one day Stephen will goon too close to the sun and will catch the flames. Brother, we are watching Stephen defending himself from a civil court for leaking sex tapes to a fucking 17-and-a-half-year-old. That's what we're watching right now. This isn't funny to me. And then we're watching that within the context of a girl that he's hanging out with is a fucking Nazi who spits on homeless people. What the fuck? What the fuck am I watching?
All of this is a matter of our records. You can check. I only had one partner before him, and I really just, I thought I could trust him. I thought, okay, this isn't going to spread around. He's not going to do anything like that. We literally talked about this for hours before, about consent and the importance. So I just thought that it was safe and that it would be okay, and that was dumb. Okay, so The reason why I liked hearing her talk about this so much was because, if I'm being totally honest, I don't remember, okay, 100%. Technically, I shouldn't say this, but at this point, okay. I don't remember 100% conversations that I have in person with every single person, but I remember the gist of them. And
yeah, spitting is still considered battery. 100% you can get incarcerated for 100% you can get incarcerated for that. Spitting on the homeless is equal to abusing a cute little kitty cat. That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying not to get fucking pissed off right now. I'm actually genuinely trying not to get pissed off right now. Okay, listen. I need to do a new drawing. This is actually genuinely pissing me off, and I kind of need you guys to understand it. Destiny relational map. This kind of I don't know, guys. I'm really trying not to spurg the fuck out. Destiny relational map. I'm really trying not to spurg the fuck out, but this is something that I genuinely feel, and I think if you don't get this, you're kind of a fucking piece of shit. So, let's say I'm trying to do like a moral calculus, okay? I'm sorry. I'm so fucking mad. It's getting hard for me to articulate things. So let's say these are normies who can work, take care of themselves, take care of their families and communities. This is who I want you to be. Okay. If you're a member of the COG, if you're a member of my community, this is who I want you to be. I want you to be a person who pays your bills, pays your taxes, and takes care of people. Then there's like the giga rich. I would say that the giga rich and privileged, who forgot what shit looks like. And there's this movie called Layer Cake. And there's this great speech at the end of it, and it's from like an English gangster, but he's been out of the game for so long because he's been so rich and so powerful for so long. He's like, you're down there, you shovel shit. You get a little bit higher up in the world, you shovel more shit. And then before you know it, you're in rarefied atmosphere and you don't even know what shit or a shovel looks like anymore. And that's like the goal. Like the goal is to become so wealthy and powerful that you forget what like bitter reality actually looks like. Okay. So this is who I want you to be in the middle. And then let's say we have old people, women, innocent women and kids. Oh shit, I lost my monitor. I'm waiting for it to come back. The defense. The point is that with homeless people, they are a mix of innocent and guilty. Some of them are insane. Some of them can't control who they are. Some of them can't control what they do, all that kind of shit. And so some of them are evil, manipulative, drug dealing, lying sacks of shit. But some of them are truly victims of circumstance. And they are the lowest in our society. And so homeless people, both innocent and guilty. And so she might be in a mental health perspective where she is only a step above homeless people. And so as a result, you know, that she might be there, but for the grace of God go I. However, she's also, correct me if I'm wrong, she is someone who is living off of her looks. She is somebody who makes money through sex work. And so effectively, in my opinion, she's a part of the people who are in rarefied atmosphere. She's a part of the class of people who are capable of living in such a rich and privileged way that they can forget what shit looks like. I need to end my script program. That's what I need to do. So if she's of that class and she is physically assaulting innocent people and homeless people, that's not funny. That's not cute. That's not a meme. That's not a marketing strategy. That's just fucking evil. There's no excuse for that. In my opinion, there's no excuse for, oh, you just fucking, whoops, you know, whoopsie daisy, you did something crazy. No, fuck that. God damn. What the fuck is wrong with all my shit? Homeless. Sorry, my monitors conked out. Now all my monitors are back, but unironically, they're all fucked up. My teleprompter is holding. Oh, fuck you. I might have to restart. I hate that I have to restart, but fuck. All right, I know the important people are going to be here. I know Christian Blaris and Grassroots and Gen X will probably be here. I know Doobie will probably come back. Come back in 2 minutes because I actually unironically need to restart. So I'm gonna restart my computer. Fuck it. All right, that'll be good for me anyways because I'm actually so pissed off right now. I probably need a second. All right, I'll be right back. Hello, 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 hello. There we go. Fucking hell. All right. Anyways, if I'm missing something, please tell me. I don't know why I shouldn't be fucking furious right now. I don't know why broad swaths of DGG shouldn't be furious.
Might as well here. Excuse me, you're saying that you and me recorded sexual material and I said that your boyfriend could look at it, but my wife
Penis.
couldn't? In what world would that ever be an arrangement? Bro, Melina would
Thank you for renewing the membership.
kill me. There's no world, and I would never make that arrangement because I would feel cucked. Like, hold on, we're recording something where you can show this to whoever you want, and I can't even show it to my own wife? Wait, what? So dumb. What a dumb, horrible answer, but whatever. The judge says, now, let me ask you this question. Have you...
There you go. Christian Vlaris, you're born, you take shit. You get out in the world, you take more shit. You climb a little higher, you take less shit. Till one day you're up in rarefied atmosphere and you've forgotten what shit looks like. Yup.
You said you originally met him through online. Have you yourself had an online profile before? She said, at the first time I just started, I transferred universities, and it was a very big change. I didn't have a lot of friends in my new university, so I was like, okay, I have a camera, I have a computer, maybe I can try making friends this way, online, just live streaming, talking.
Sutton Patty says, damn, we know the teacher's favorites are all and they donate heavily. Hey, I love you too, all right?
See who I connect with. The judge says, when was this? She says, it was around 2019 or 2020, so it was around 2019 or 2020, around there. Again, I don't know how she doesn't have all the dates for this memorized. This is your court case. Do you not care about any of this? Is this a joke to you? The judge says, okay, and what university were you going to at the time? She said, I was going to Fordham University, but I just transferred to University of Florida, Gators. The judge says, so you began engaging in online social media accounts, things of that nature? She says, yeah, I just kind of leaned into politics. I was like, these are the topics that I care about, that I think are important. And then people were like, those are important, or no, you're so wrong about this. The judge says, did you ever introduce your personal life into any of your videos or your posts? She says, not really, no. I mean, the only thing, Destiny, quick cube. Oh, P-break, shut up. The witness, she says, not really, no. I mean, the only thing I would talk about that would be somewhat personal would be, things relating to mental health and the importance of it and how, I think it's not something talked about enough in society, but I wouldn't tell people this is the university I'm going to, or these are, my name. I made sure I would not say that. Keep it super private because I know that with that information, people can do a lot of damage.
Wiki Ditron says, most of DGG is pissed off with the Discord and his subreddit. Destiny's just mad coping, arguing with his community right now. I should take a look at it, but somebody was saying that there was a bunch of chats about it. Listen, man, there's plenty of edgy people that Steven has associated with in the past, okay? Obviously, Mr. Girl was a super edgy character. Lav was a super edgy character. Melina, arguably, through her promiscuity, was an edgy character. Lauren Southern is obviously an edgy character. So that's not really him associating with bad people is not really my objection. For Lauren Southern, I would see how people would get super pissed off and they'd be like, well, she's an anti-immigrant advocate, specifically advocating for ethno-nationalism. So if she gets her way, the world will be a worse place. I think people could say, oh, Max Carson, he's a pedophile apologist. So if he gets his way, it's a worse place. Lav is a turf feminist, rad femme. If she succeeds, the world is a worse place. I don't think I've ever seen those people. Actually be malicious to a human being in front of them. And I think maybe that's just maybe it's a trigger point for me. Maybe it's a trigger point for me that I should be less naive about. But I'll just say it. I'm angry. I'm angry. If that person did that in front of me, I think I would have a moral duty to act. So to have that kind of person and you're associating with them, it's why? What are you gaining out of the relationship? What's the 5D chess? Mad Money Max says, I apologize for calling you out earlier, but I think you understand my ick now. Also, do I have her time me out? That's pretty soy. Well, that's, no offense, but that I was unaware of the Darius drama. And here's the thing, man. There's always like a pressure. There's always a pressure to freak out on Steven. There always is. And I really try to ignore that pressure and let myself freak out when I feel like freaking out. But I'm not going to lie. The food shops was one where I was like, nah, this crosses the line for me. I think I should at minimum say something. At maximum, I should freak the fuck out. And then for this one, I'm pretty goddamn angry. So what's the advantage? What's the play? What's the angle? Because to me, it just seems like self-destructive arslurdation. That's what it seems like. It seems like stupid self-destruction.
Wait, hold on one sec.
Middle of last year, June, July. June, July? That's bad. That's really fucking bad. Nah. Tristan Clark says, my mom told me when I asked why my brother is marrying a psycho that it's his choice and we just have to respect his decision. Nope. You can criticize your friends and family. I think it's your moral duty to do so.
Okay. Then the judge says, I was going to ask you that question, actually. Did you post or submit things under your own name or under a moniker? She says, generally speaking, if not every single, like, all social media accounts, Pixie, Pixie, Pixie. I didn't want people, yeah.
Timothy Douglas says, so is the Empath Chan thing a nothing burger, just Destiny boning another piece of shit human? No. Not for me.
To know my real name, period. The judge says, okay, so back to counsel's question about you telling your family about your encounter with the defendant. She said, yeah, so basically the way that conversation went is my dad told me that he was disappointed at me, like he was disappointed, and then I kind of had to stop him there and tell him, please don't say anything else about or anything else because I promise you there's nothing that you can say that I haven't already thought of or have told myself. So yeah, that's kind of like how the conversation went. After that, my parents softened a little bit because I think they could see that I was not in the best mental state, but yeah, it was really embarrassing. Her lawyer, minor sidestep, I guess, for life advice, especially if you're listening to me and you're younger.
Timothy Douglas, this is possibly one of the dumbest fucking things that's ever been said in Destiny's defense in my chat. What are you gaining? A nut? Is that what we're upset about? Destiny nutted in another piece of shit person? Christ almighty, I thought this was supposed to be a more mature stream. All right. You're going to inspire a drawing, Timothy Douglas. Here's the Timothy Douglas drawing. Vis-a-vis a Destiny drawing. Okay. So, I think I've already drawn 0 to 10 that you shouldn't be sexual and all that kind of shit, 12 to 13, whatever. Go reference my other drawing. But let's go ahead and say, let's say 15 to 19. Let's say 19 to 25. And then let's say 25 onwards. And then let's say, I don't know, 40 to death. Okay, let's say that. All right. So what you're supposed to do, in my opinion, at 15 to 19, I would say handhold dates. Maybe, because I lost my virginity at 17. Maybe lose your virginity to a peer. Okay. That's maybe what you're supposed to do here. And because of hormones, you may be obsessed with your, I don't know, gender, the gender / sex you're attracted to. Okay. I know that this might be a little edgy and people might give me shit for this, but I mean, I did start dating when I was 15. I obviously went on dates before then, but I think they were like handhold dates, right? And then at 17, I lost my virginity. So people can freak out if they want to, but I lost my virginity to another 17-year-old. So I don't think that you can really freak out that hard. Anyways, so what I would say is 18 to 25. This is what I would say what do they call it? Like sow wild oats, right? Maybe you're serial monogamist, maybe you're promiscuous, maybe you're exploring your sexuality, whatever. Okay. And the whole point of 18 to 25 in my mind is that this is your sowing wild oats phase. This is where you go crazy. This is where if you fuck up your relationships, you kind of fuck them up, right? But what's supposed to happen at 25, which I fear, I'll try not to be too critical or too mean, but what I would say that a lot of liberals that I know, a lot of liberals in my chat, no offense to some of you, I'm going to be quite mean. Some of you are sexually R-slurred, okay? You are just genuinely socially and sexually R-slurred. So 25 plus, stabilize, mood stabilizes, brain fully forms, less impulsive behavior. And I'm not saying you need to find your partner, but I'm going to say, generally speaking, 90% of the population, as a matter of fact, I'll put that, 90% of the population should find their partner and build their lives. And then I would say like 40 plus or whatever, in my opinion. 40 plus is just like managing the downslide. I hate to say it that way. I'm almost 40, but 40 plus, in my opinion, is like build a quality life with your partner while managing life / aging. Okay, that's what I would say. This is probably the normie prediction for life. So if you're saying, oh, Connor, I thought you were mature. You're just upset that Steven is sowing his wild oats. That's because Steven is almost fucking 40. Okay? It's because he's 40. I'm almost 40. He's almost 40. Okay? Now I get it. He's a millionaire. So technically, materially, he can do whatever he wants. But in my opinion, if you are dating 4 people at once, you fall in love with one of those people, you torch your relationship in order to pursue that relationship, it doesn't work out. Your entire relationship surrounding you implode. And then you're moving from girl to girl to girl to girl, and presumably a guy every now and then, in Steven's case. But you're just moving from girl to girl to girl to girl and guy to guy to guy to guy to guy. You are still stuck in the sowing wild oats phase, which means that you're socially and sexually R-slurred. So my criticism as somebody who is here, who is in this stage of life where I have children and raising my children, I'm not a perfect person. I piss off my wife all the time. My wife and I fight. We are not perfect people. We are not the perfect conservative social model. I think anybody who claims to be the perfect social conservative model is probably hiding some bullshit. I was up in the woods with people this past week, and you know what happened when I shared with them, because we're supposed to share what's going on with us? I shared with them struggles to be the man that I want to be. And you know what they said? They said, me too. These were 40 to 60-year-old guys who were career-wise super successful. They've been married for 10 to 30 years. They are the epitome of making it in our society. And when I told them, hey, I'm struggling with this, I'm struggling with this, I'm struggling with this, I'm struggling with this, they're like, yeah, me too. This is how I dealt with it. This is how I became a better person. These are the tools I used. And guess what? Some of them said, I still struggle with that. I still struggle with being a virtuous person. I still struggle with being loyal. I still struggle with being honest. I still struggle with being a virtuous person. That's what they said. They didn't say, oh, lol, get your nut. Are you fucking crazy? Are you dumb? What's wrong with you? So saying like, oh, well, you're 40 plus, so lol, just regress to being a 19-year-old socially and sexually. Sorry. Yeah, I am a more mature streamer. I do understand social and sexual dynamics. And what I would say, what Steven's doing, if that's the strongest defense you have, if the strongest defense you have of Steven is that I'm just going to lay it out again because I think you need to hear it. In 2022, Steven hooked up with Lavloon. He hooked up with Pixie. He DM'd, let's be real, a 17-and-a-half-year-old sex worker who claimed to be 18 or 19 years old. And he allegedly sent the homemade pornography that he made with all his other partners to that person, barely fucking knowing that person. He can say, oh, we were friends. Oh, they seem so mature. Oh, this, oh, that. What the fuck? No sane person would ever do that, right? Then, as a result of this crazy behavior, he fell in love with somebody, which was Lauren. That didn't work out. And he destroyed his relationship with Melina, which is somebody that I know he loved. And then as a result of that, we are currently watching this man defend himself in a civil suit. But while he's defending himself in a civil suit, last week, he was hanging out with a cutter Nazi who spits on random people. Listen, man, I am the more mature person. You know why? Because I'm not hanging out with a cutter Nazi who spits on people in order to get a nut. So that's the craziest fucking thing you could have said with some degree of righteous indignation. You said the dumbest thing possible. So I don't know if you and I are going to vibe, Mr. Timothy Douglas. Because if you're saying, oh, it's perfectly fine to stay socially and sexually stunted for the rest of your life, you and I are not on the same page. We are not pushing. Just bumped into the monitor thing again. I'm worried about bumping into the monitor. But you and we are not on the same page. We are not pushing in the same direction. So sorry. I'm going to title this Socially, Sexually R-slurred. Excuse me. I'm going to play this in the background while I continue to respond to chat. Just giving you a forewarning. I'm probably going to be pretty triggered.
Make sure that you DM. No, stop! Not an appropriate joke. Very inappropriate. If you're younger, if you ever get into some fucked up shit and you're like actually facing some like real trouble, either legal or interpersonal or some crazy shit, and you're worried that your parents are going to get mad at you, I promise you, unless your parents are actual sociopaths, okay? I promise you, mom and dad will always be there to help you or stick up for you to keep you safe first and foremost. And it's always better to go to family or mom or dad rather than assume that they're not going to be on your side and then risk fucking your whole life up.
Oh, get upset about it? Criticize. Criticize. Timothy says, yeah, get upset about Destiny making trash relational decision. What's to be done? Criticize him. You think you don't criticize your friends? What are you talking about? Of course you criticize your friends. Even if Steven was like, you know what, man, that was too far. You criticize my behavior too much. Fuck you. I would view it as my duty. It is my duty to say that I think Steven is socially and sexually stunted. It is my duty to say that if he's hanging out with a Nazi cutter who spits on people, who calls his friends the N-word, that's very fucking stupid. And if he bans me from his Discord or bans me from his Reddit or doesn't want me on stream anymore, I don't think that changes shit about what the fuck I said. What I said is the truth. So if he wants if he wants a whole bunch of sycophants, no offense, the reason why everybody fucking disappeared the second that he fucked up is because they were probably to some degree sycophants. They wanted clout, but they didn't want the problem. And so what ended up happening is Steven became more of a problem than he became an avenue to clout. So when he became more of a problem than an avenue to clout, they fucking backstabbed him. But that's not how I think relationally. Relationally, it's like, yeah, sure, I want clout. I want money. I want fame. I want everything else that every other creator fucking wants. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to fucking brown nose you when you're doing something fucking stupid. But the inverse of not brown nosing you is I'll also tell you the truth on when you're fucking up. And I think that's being more of a friend than being, number one, a fair weather friend. But number two, also just being like, ha 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 ha, that's just Steven. You know, he's just a crazy guy. You know, he's just, getting sued for leaking sex tapes. That's just, Steven's just being a silly guy. And by the way, that's why I get like a little defensive when people come to me criticizing me and they're like, oh, you're sweeping for Steven. That's like, no, I'm not. I'm criticizing Steven the whole fucking time. I'm saying probably 60 to 70% of what his critics say. I think I just say it in a way that doesn't come from like vindictive hate.
Up, okay? Your parents will always thank you. If it's a super huge thing, they might not even punish you for it because they're happy enough that you came to them. Just saying, always keep that in the back of your mind. Don't hide like life-destroying shit from your parents, even if you think they're going to judge you or whatever, assuming they're normal human parents.
Can you pretty please with sugar on top grab me a water refill? Thank you. I got a tea glass and that's it. All right.
Parents that love you and care about you, which they do, even if they're mean sometimes, or they're, unless they're sociopaths, they will help you, okay? Don't always keep that in mind, okay? All right.
Yeah, Officer Nasty says it's not a relationship decision when he puts her in the Unfuck America tour, calling people the N-word. Bro, that's the other thing. It's a professional liability. It's a professional liability to everybody around him. That dude, I'll just be real. Z was like, hey, Destiny's the only person with balls. He's one of the best debaters I've ever seen. He's got clout. He's got, time. He's got energy. He's got money. He's interested in the project. He wants to push the midterms. I think we just got to roll with him because everybody else is too much of a pussy. And I was like, hey, man, like, that's cool. And I agree. But I also think that you just need to be ready for there to be liabilities. And what does fucking Steven do? As soon as he fucking gets out the gate, he invites a fucking Nazi cutter, e-whore, that calls his friend the N-word to the show. What the fuck?
But not if you murder somebody. Yeah, Tyler Robinson went to his parents and they
baby.
sold him out. So I guess if you murder somebody, don't tell them. I'm just kidding. Okay. All right. Her lawyer asks, going back to an earlier topic, you mentioned Kiwi Farms. After Mr. Bennell directed his followers to the content back on Kiwi Farms, fuck you, OC, fuck you, okay? Are you aware of how many people viewed it or how many people accessed that site? My lawyer said, objection, calls for speculation. Her lawyer says, if she knows. The court says, I'll sustain it based on lack of foundation. Her lawyer says, all
right. Well, QC John says, it's a 937D chess move to show that Trump is bad. You see, if we continue to allow Trump as president, we will have meth-addicted Nazi whores running wild. That's the closest. Dude, that's the closest to a steel man we've gotten, is that it's a 5D chess play to show that Trump's bad. There we go.
All right. Her lawyer said, did you at any time go back to Kiwi Farms to determine whether or not how many views that video had obtained in a certain period of time? My lawyer says, the same objection, Your Honor. And then the judge says, you haven't established a predicate. The judge says, when were you first alerted that there might have been a posting?
Grassroots says, you calling me sexually arsehole is my kink. That's always my worry with my audience, Grassroots. That's always my concern, is that when I'm talking shit to my audience, they're actually getting off on it. You lunatics.
Or an uploading on what is Kiwi Farms, like another Instagram kind of thing. I think when it says establish your predicate, so you can't just ask a question without any kind of like lead up to establishing why the question is relevant or whatever. Like you have to like set up the question first. I believe. I don't know all the objection rules. You can go Civ Pro is a class that everybody hates for a reason. Go look all this up on your own time, okay? All right. Pixie OC is opposing counsel also. Sorry, the opposition's lawyers opposing counsel is OC. Sorry. Pixie says the witness. It's like a website. It's an online forum. The judge says okay. Pixie says basic.
No, I'm saying cutter. So I'll pull it up, man. Not YouTube, Twitter. So this is my experience. And by the way, there's people in my life who I love, who, I have extended family, who have engaged in self-harm. And, not just that, I have, arguably, I put a cigarette out on my hand one time when I was like 17. You know how you can like lick your hand and then put a cigarette out on your hand or whatever, like a party trick, and it doesn't burn you? I did that on the top of my hand without a cigarette, without licking the spot first, just basically like to prove I wasn't a pussy. But when you said like, what's a cutter? This is her. So this is a cigarette burn. I already know. Cigarette burn. Maybe that's a cigarette burn. Razor, 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 razor. That's a big one too. That's wide. Razor, 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 razor. This is body modification, or this is self-harm. So yeah. God forbid a girl be relatively normally severely bored and decide to LARP as a crazy person online for kicks and relative fame. Yes, I'm very normal. You're right. So somebody's saying like, oh, you're faking how crazy you are. And she's like, no, I'm not. I'm actually legitimately fucking crazy. So again, what the fuck? I can't scroll too much further because it's probably going to be sensitive. But again, like what are we doing here? What are we doing here, chat?
Basically, a bunch of people anonymously post there. Usually they have threads targeting individuals to like harass and dox them. And Destiny has his own thread of people there posting negative information about him. The judge says, okay. And then Pixie continues to yap. And he was aware that this website existed, and he was also aware there was a thread about him. And the only reason I bring that up is because it's insane to me that, you know, that you have like a dedicated group of people who just want to harm you or are trying to find out every single bit of your personal life, and that you're just disseminating out pornographic content of others without consent, privately, whatever, knowing that these group of people exist out there. But that's a side note. I first found out on November 28th, we're basically the same.
Harvey Marby says, how long did it take you to realize that he was a sociopath? It was probably the Darius stream. It was Melina and Darius. And by the way, I think this was 2022. Melina, Darius, Destiny, Dog stream. And the 10K dog debate. So this one, Punish Destiny. This one. So this was in 2022. And it was part of the Mr. Girl report. And by the way, this kind of showed me that Melina's a fucking sociopath too. Darius IRL and Melina argue about her comments in about the 10K dog and how she treats him in her last vacation. This is August 29th, 2022. So I realized that Steven was probably mildly sociopathic. Like, I don't think he actually murders cats. Although, I don't know. But I don't think he actually murders cats for fun. But maybe. And in this conversation, he's basically having Darius and Melina, despite the Lauren Southern thing going on in the background, he has Darius and Melina fight it out over whether or not Darius should spend $10,000 to save a puppy's life who has parvo. And Melina basically says, you're bad with your money. You're a piece of shit. You don't know what you're doing. You're an asshole. And Steven's kind of laughing the whole time. This is where I realized that Steven was mildly sociopathic. So about 3 years.
Same day, essentially. That's where, when everybody was like, oh, Kiwi Farms has your stuff, Kiwi Farms has your stuff, Kiwi Farms has your stuff.
Cameron Mosley says, hey, Connor, I'm at my new job, currently on break. It's basically a desk job, checking through papers. Base, man. Congratulations on the new job. I hope you climb and make $1 bajillion.
The judge says, so it was contemporaneous with you finding out the first time? She says, yes. The judge says, got it. She says, I do want to note that.
Timothy Douglas says, it's my duty. Absolutely, 100% agree. But I'm more confused about how this is surprising. Destiny inviting a terrible character to an event is not a surprise at all. I agree. However, what I think should be surprising at this point is that it's all risk. There's no game. This is a very poorly thought out choice. Like it's self-destructive. Now you could say like, oh, he was self-destructive in 22, 23, 24. But then what Dan said, Dan the man, Dan Saltman said, what I'm going to hope is that Steven is like a cat who touches a stove and realizes that he shouldn't touch the stove anymore. In my opinion, this looks like Steven touching the stove again. He just got burned November 29th, 2024. He just got burned again January 20th, 2025, when all this shit dropped in public. He just got burned again by the fact that this case is not done yet. And he was already a professional liability before Empath Chan. So please tell me what the upside is. Tell me what the upside is. With Lauren Southern, I borderline understand the upside. The upside is Lauren Southern is probably one of the most prominent dissident right-wing people. So debating her, hanging out with her, being her friend or whatever, there's a huge upside to being Lauren Southern's friend. When it comes to Nick Fuentes, there's a huge upside. Destiny is almost like he's almost made to debate the dissident right wing on their own talking points in their own, like in the proverbial lion's den, and to come off rhetorically and ideologically gifted. Even if a dissident right-wing person doesn't agree with Stephen, they at least understand his argumentation. And they might even have a level of cognitive dissonance that makes them fall out of love with the far right. So Stephen is actually built for those relationships. Being friends with being friends with Nick, being friends with Lauren totally makes sense to me. And then what makes sense to me for Lav and Mr. Girl is, number one, they were excellent drama content. But number two, they were also so controversial that they made Stephen look tame. And so as a result, I think a lot of the hatred that Stephen himself would have received was burned off by Mr. Girl and burned off by Lavloon because they're such controversial characters. So there's a pragmatic level. He probably enjoys it. He probably enjoys being in a relationship with all those people. He probably has, some level where he genuinely appreciated Lav, Mr. Girl, Nick, Lauren. He probably had some genuine feelings about them. But there was also a pragmatic level that makes sense. Tell me the pragmatic level that makes sense for Empath Chan. Tell me the personal level that makes sense. What is she bringing to the table politically, personality-wise, clout-wise? What is she bringing to the table except for liability? She seems like an extreme personal and political and social liability. So somebody else explain it to me. I do not see any upside.
The website gained so much traction that it crashed repeatedly, to my understanding, to my knowledge. By the way, that crash was because of my blowjob videos, my gay videos, not because of anything with Pixie, but nobody even really knew about that outside of like a few unhinged people on QB forums, but that's okay. Andrew says, move to...
Who's the head mod, by the way, because I might know who it is. Is it Hobbit? Is it Hobbit or is it somebody else?
Strike Your Honor, Lex Foundation. Her lawyer asks, how is it that you know that?
Guys.
She says,
Steven's he's just a goofy gooner. He's just a goofy gooner, guys.
I know that because the owner of the website made a public posting saying Destiny's BJ video is getting so many views that the website crashed.
Tristan Clark says, is Steven the type to push positive influence in his life away when they confront his bad behavior? Listen, man, I would consider myself, a friend to Steven. I don't know how he views our relationship. I have no idea. I don't know where the professional starts and the personal starts. I have no fucking idea. But what I would say, what did I say? What was the last two things that I said to him? I said, don't use food shops as a weapon because I think that her perspectives on Lolicon reflect poorly on you. And whatever tactical benefit you're getting from using her as a weapon against Queenman and the A-loggers, I don't think you're getting that much of a benefit. So that was one of my advices. So basically distance yourself from a freak. And then I think my other thing was like, stop fucking up, right? Like stop doing crazy shit. And I would say this is the opposite. This is the opposite.
Not the gay one, not the one with Pixie. I don't know. She tries to make...
Z doesn't care, right? Bullshit. I've talked to Z probably more than any... I've talked to Z... Besides people who actually work for Unfuck America, I've talked to Z probably more than anybody else. Swear to God. I've talked to Z. I've talked to, I forget her friend's name. It might be Steven. Might not be Steven. It might be Michael. Might not be Michael. It might be Christopher. I forget. I'll look up the text message. But I've talked to Z about optical considerations. I've talked to Z about Unfuck America. I've talked to Z about Charlie Kirk. So I'm not saying I'm psychic. I'm not saying I know everything that Z is saying, but I'm saying besides people who work for Unfuck America, I probably know more about Unfuck America than anyone who is not directly involved. So no, bullshit. Z does care, but she has to balance the mission of Unfuck America versus what each creator brings to the game. And Steven brings a lot, but he also brings a lot of liability.
Make it sound like that, but whatever. He says, where was that? Well, I should say the bi one because I'm not gay. Okay. He says, where was that posted? She says, that was posted on Twitter. The judge says, so you found out about the Kiwi Farms connection on November 28th? She says, yeah. Then her lawyer asks, when was the posting by the owner of the site? She says, about it being crashed. And then he says, yes. And then she says, it was a few days after. I can't recall the exact date. I just remember seeing it a few days after and being like, oh my.
Listen, guys, if you want to give me more money, I'll just set up a PayPal real quick.
God, everybody knows. She knows that this was not about her. I think Noel's tweet, somebody can go find it. I think Josh's tweet might even specifically reference that it was the gay video, but okay, whatever. Her lawyer asks, are you familiar with a Google Drive that Mr. Bunnell has with this explicit video of your encounter with him? My lawyer objects, likes foundation. The judge overrules it. She said, so I know he had, and I know Abby said that she had received an explicit material of me through the Google Drive. I know he had a Google Drive, or apparently he would upload a bunch of other people's, including him, but like pornographic content without their. The judge says, how do you know this? She says, I know this because the leaker. Well, I know this for a couple of reasons. I know this because the leaker posted messages where Destiny is sending Google Drive links to Rose, to the girl. So there's messages of Destiny being like, oh, if you want to see this video, here's a Drive link, here's a link, here's a link. And the judge says, and you got that from who, Rose? She says, the person who took control of Rose's account leaked all the messages between Destiny and her, and that's included there. First of all, it's not all the messages, but okay. I also know this because multiple women afterwards came out and told me, oh, I received pornographic content about other people, and now I realize that content was probably without consent using these links. And I know that because Destiny himself has stated, and at that...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am letting the Pixie thing play out in the background, so if you're listening to that, my apologies for constantly interrupting it with Empath Chan arguments, but obviously I'm more pissed off about Empath Chan than I am about the Pixie shit, because I've already covered the Pixie shit before. Some of you guys have said, hey, can you generate a PayPal link? That way YouTube isn't getting a cut. I just posted that in chat. Grassroots was kind of joking. He's already super supported the stream. Crazy amounts of support today. Again, thank you. It's so awesome to leave for 3 days and still have an awesome amount of support when I come back. So the fact that, basically between, I don't know, guys, I'm not trying to go crazy with it, but basically like you guys have been incredibly generous today. And I parasocially love you for being so incredibly generous. That's what I want to say. But if you don't like giving YouTube money, if you like giving me money, if you enjoy my commentary, if you enjoy me moral frogging about Steven's libertine sexual degeneracy that risks imploding online political community, then feel free to donate through the PayPal, and I parasocially love you. Like the streams, it's free. Share it with your friends. If you have a good time, tell them about the stream. Engage with chat. There's lots of cool, interesting, smart people in my chat. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, or PayPal link. Parasocially love you. Let's go.
At time, I thought anything he uploaded there was with the consent of other people, but now I realize that's not the case. Early on, he sent me a Google Drive link or mentioned one, so those are the ways that I found out. So all of this is just like not related to any of this at all, but okay. The judge says, so when is the first time you found out about the Google Drive link? Also, this is really bad too, because it wasn't until afterwards when I went back and I was reading the messages, I didn't send any video of Pixies through a Google Drive link. It was just a media attachment on Discord. So this whole legal theory that they were flirting with here is all bunk. But they bring it up a lot because they want, obviously, to lean into this as much as they can.
Chase says, why are you watching this video and addressing a different problem? It was tangential to this drama, just because they had the Unfuck America tour this past week. But realistically, this is what's going on right now. Steven just covered this recently. So if there's something new or revelatory or interesting, I'll obviously have some commentary on it. I think I'm just distracted by the Empath Chan thing because the videos of her spitting on people is so viscerally upsetting to me. Not you guys understand, I've incarcerated human beings for the same thing, right? You understand, here's the thing. Maybe this is why this is so visceral for me. I have been at bars where I was standing there as a law enforcement officer with a fucking gun on my hip and a badge on my chest. And I watch people get into fist fights and I watch them spit on each other. And what I did immediately is I grabbed them by their wrist and their elbow. I spun them in a circle. I put them into the fucking ground. I put them into handcuffs and I took them to a jail cell. Right? So you guys might just be seeing, oh, there's this cutesy uwu schizo fucking homeless girl running around spitting on people. Isn't that fucking funny? That's not funny. Number one, that's not funny to me. Number two, basically my instinct as soon as I see that shit is like, grab their wrist, grab their elbow, put them into the fucking ground, put them into handcuffs and take them to jail. It's so antisocial. It's so inhuman. It's so fucking stupid. And I have dealt with plenty of nefarious characters in Twitch and YouTube politics. And yet, if I see people willingly, repeatedly committing crimes against innocent people, willingly, repeatedly committing crimes against homeless people, I'm just going to let you know, it's triggering me, man. It's triggering me. I'm thinking back to all the times that if I saw somebody fucking do that, I put them in the ground, I put them in cuffs, I put them in jail. And that's what she deserves, by the way. She deserves to be incarcerated. She deserves to be put in a mental health facility. That's what she deserves. She doesn't deserve to be hanging out, yucking it up with a bunch of politics people. She doesn't deserve to be walking around fucking free, doing Nazi salutes and joking about shooting protesters. She should be in a mental health facility. So, yeah, fuck this. Fuck this is what I have to say so far.
When is the first time you found out about the Google Drive link? The judge asks. She says, I can't remember the exact date because he deleted all of our messages, but I do remember that he sent me one of Melina, like a 5 with Melina, through the Google Drive, and I assumed, like, okay, like, he's sending me this, whatever. And the judge says, and when was that? And she says, when was that? That was before, I think, our first sexual encounter, but I honestly can't recall the exact date. That was before, you think it was before the sexual encounter? You don't know? Remember this answer. It's going to be brought up later. And then her lawyer asks, and Melina was who? And then she says, his ex-wife. And then the judge interrupts again. The judge's interruptions. I'm almost crying. Not even joking. I'm almost crying as the judge is asking questions because I'm like, thank God, like I'm not crazy. And I didn't come into this hearing, like, because the whole internet and all of Kiwi Farms and all these fake lawyer fucks, the esports Batmans, the legal mindsets were all saying one thing. And I'm like, there's no way, right? These people are crazy, right? And they are. So the judge stops and he's like, so he.
Okay, you guys are putting it in a super vulgar way, but effectively what you're saying is women, crazy women with crazy bedroom behavior is the prize. But dude, when is enough enough, man? When is enough enough? I already shared the God hole clip from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Dennis Reynolds is talking about how he doesn't believe in God, and so he's trying to fill the hole in his soul with women. And of course, they use a vulgar term for women. And I normally play that comedically. I obviously play that comedically because it's so funny. I'm not finding this funny. I think this is like a compulsion. All right. Anyways.
He sent you a video of his ex-wife before your encounter with him? And she says, from my memory and recollection. And then the judge said, didn't that give you pause then to allow him to tape you? And she says, no, because I thought, like, Melina, the way that she was also just.
Officer Nasty says, I said it before and I'll say it again. If I had a nickel for every time Nazi had a relationship with a Nazi, I'd have 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. All right. Listen, I get it. I'm being very dour. I'm being very angry, but that was funny.
Described to me, and my understanding of her was that her and Steven were in a super sexually liberated relationship, that they were like super open with each other, and that they were super open about sex, and that they didn't really like care about that stuff, but that they were also very respectful about boundaries because open relationships can't work without the proper set of boundaries and understanding. Is this like a slut-shaming argument against Melina? I don't even know what the fuck we're going with here, but okay. And the judge said, and you got this information from who? And she says, Steven. And the judge says, okay. And then she says, so I was, And again, like, the only person I was with before Steven was my former boyfriend. So I just thought, like, oh, you know, this is just something I don't have a lot of knowledge on, but he seems very experienced and understanding. And we've had so many of these conversations about consent. She loves using this word over and over. Consent, consent, consent. It's like we're on the internet, and every time you use consent, it makes everything like rape, basically. But she uses the word so much. Like, yeah.
That's true.
I was just under that impression that everything was going to be consensual. And her lawyer asks, did Mr. Bunnell ever state to you that he was going to make efforts to take down the videos from Kiwi Farms? She said, yeah. He said that he was hired a legal firm to aid him in that, yeah. And then her lawyer asks, to your knowledge, do the videos still exist on Kiwi Farms? She said, I believe so. And then her lawyer says, okay, and during the course of the pendency of this case, has Mr. Bunnell dodged you by attempting to publish your name on any of his streams?
Blizzard for 5 says, all of his behavior makes sense through the lens of addiction to conflict and sex. Also reminds me of BoJack Horseman. Yeah, but dude, God, man. Listen, BoJack Horseman, I'm not going to lie, it was kind of a miss for me. It was really, really, really good in the beginning. But there's this scene. And this is the thing, that anybody who's ever been through anything. One last update before Diesel Knights. Diesel Knights is World War II Titanfall, and it's a fan made thing. Anyways, BoJack Horseman running monkey scene. Okay, listen to this. Okay. BoJack Horseman is at an existential end rope. He is trying to become a better person, and he's failing all the time. And he's running because if he runs, he's trying to get in shape for a role that could redefine his career. And this is like season 1 or season 2 ending. Listen to this shit.
It gets easier. Huh? Every day it gets a little easier. Yeah? But you gotta do it every day. That's the hard part. But it does get easier. Okay.
So I get it. It's like a 5-second throwaway line, man. But this is so true when it comes to trying to be a good person. Okay? Drinking is easy. You go to the bar, you see booze, everybody else is drinking, they're bullshitting, they're talking shit. It's super easy. Just go, hey, barkeep, get me a drink, and then boom, get slammed. That's easy. Same thing with tobacco. I want a cigarette. Boom. You know, I want a cigarette. Let's go to the store. Let's buy one. Boom. You're consuming cigarettes. Same thing with eating too much. Same thing with sex. Same thing with relationships. It's easy to be selfish. It's easy to be hedonistic. It's easy to pursue pleasure. What's hard is being disciplined. What's hard is saying, you know what? No, I'm not going to take that next drink. You know what? No, I'm going to try to quit smoking. I actually don't need that cigarette. You know what? No, this chick is going to ruin my fucking life. I don't need that shit in my life. That's hard. Being disciplined is hard. Now, when you first start being disciplined, it's incredibly hard because you're breaking a pattern of habit. You're breaking the way that you live. But what ends up happening is it becomes easier over time because you build the habit of being disciplined. But the key to that is that you have to do it every day. And I got to say, that's the reason why a lot of junkies relapse. I think I told you I was up in the woods at a men's retreat recently, just this past weekend. The reason why they fail is because they get on the path. They start doing the right thing. They start being disciplined. They start, they stop consuming drugs. They start being sober. They start working their jobs. They start reconnecting with their family, but then they fuck up, right? One day, they just say, you know what? It's not going to be that big of a deal. I'm going to do the fucked up thing. I'm going to do the selfish thing. And then as a result of being ashamed of the fact that they did the fucked up thing, then they double down, triple down until everything falls apart. So again, discipline is super fucking hard, but it gets easier if you do it every day and if discipline becomes a habit. And right now, no offense to Steven, I mean, maybe he would admit this. He doesn't live with discipline. He's not looking at the bigger picture. He's not thinking about what's professionally viable versus personally viable. There is not a chance in hell that you can make a logical argument to me for why food shops is being used as a weapon against his digital enemies, that makes sense. There's not an argument that makes sense. There's no argument that makes sense that food shops is being used as a weapon against his digital enemies, or that Empath Chan is a part of his orbit, besides Steven wants to do it. That's the only reason why those things are happening, is because Steven wants to. And that's not a good reason.
She said yes. And she said yes. And he said, and how did he do that? She said, I think it was the 19th of February. Even though he never, even in real life, he did not call me by my real name. He called me Pixie because that's an effort that I went to when it came to my streaming friends or my content creator friends, like referred to me as Pixie, Pixie, Pixie. That's how rarely I use my name, even whenever he referred to me for the first time ever as my real name. Now, this is true. However, the protective order wasn't issued until the 20th of February. Again, if you want to sue me in big boy court, okay, well, let's not be Pixie and Destiny. We'll be our real names.
Timothy says, it sounds like it really comes down to, I'm unbelievably disappointed with how degenerate this person is. Is that fair counterpoints? No, I'm believably disappointed. Unbelievably disappointed. So unbelievably disappointed means that I'm besides myself. I'm freaking out. Oh, I don't understand how Destiny is. No, I understand. I understand perfectly well. I just think it's incredibly stupid. I think it's incredibly stupid to be in the middle of a civil suit and then hang out / hook up with a Nazi criminal. I think that's crazy. I think any sane person would think that's crazy.
Like, yeah, well, you're filing a federal public case against me, sure. But now once the protective order got filed, it's like, oh, okay, then I won't do this, I guess, since we shouldn't do it, yeah. The judge said, and when was this? She said, this was, I believe, February 19th and 20th. Like, he uploaded another video in another channel called Last Night on Destiny or whatever on the 20th, but I believe his live stream was the 19th. Her lawyer says, okay, the video that was shared of you, did it include a depiction of intimate sexual content that you were involved in? She said, yes. Wait, sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, Officer Nasty says, I hate this addiction analogy because it means everybody around him is literally doing nothing while he gains more wealth for the addiction. Unironically, I think that's part of the reason why he's not interested in breaking the addiction. I don't want to say the worst he behaves, but I would say that his behavior is either unpunished or it's sometimes rewarded. He is rewarded for being crazy. He's rewarded for being interesting. He's rewarded for making content. Matter of fact, that was the first thing. And thank you, Pavel. Pavel did $10 via PayPal. I'm going to plug it again. Here we go. Here's the PayPal. Thank you, Pavel. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. What the fuck was I saying? Yeah, I was just saying that he's rewarded. He's rewarded for bad behavior, which is why he's not interested in changing it.
He said, yes. Did the video that was shared by Mr. Bonnell of you and him involve intimate sexual contact? She said, yes. He said, all right. You indicated that it was also shared with Miss Mac without, Miss Abby Mac, MC, I think, without your consent. Oh, he's saying like Mick or Mac. Do you know if
Food Chops is a problem? I think she's a problem. I think she's an unrepentant lolicon. Never in a million fucking years would I associate with an unrepentant lolicon.
Abby Mac was outside the state of Florida? Yeah, she lives outside the state of Florida. Do you know what state she lives in? I can't remember off the top of my head right now. They don't want to say, by the way, because they're helping her dodge subpoena, by the way. She still is continuing to dodge and hasn't been deposed, hasn't given any testimony, continues to avoid us. But, okay. She said, yeah, I'm sure. I think she just moved out of Texas. That's why I'm not sure exactly what state. But we had conversations before where I know 100% that she's not in Florida. At the time that the video was shared with her by Mr. Bonnell, do you know she was living in Texas? I think so, because I think she was, but I can't say for sure. Andrew says, objection, calls for speculation, and it lacks relevance. Judge says, overruled. She doesn't know.
Sorry, I don't know if I finished that thought. What I was thinking was that a lot of people were like, hey, Steven's just looking out for the content, man. Steven's just making good content for 26 and 27. You understand? Like, and I laughed. Because I was like, damn, that's true, man. Like, worst case scenario, Steven totally fucks his shit up, and then I get to cover it. You know, that the worst case scenario here Is Destiny is like, hey, you criticize me too much on a personal level. I'm not interested in being an associate or friend of yours anymore. And then I just cover his downfall. That's like the worst case scenario, which is still personally beneficial to me. What I would like is I would like it if Steven kind of got his shit together. That's what I would like. But again, that's not something I can't choose that. I can pressure him. I can criticize him. I can do all that, but I can't force Steven to do shit. He doesn't need me. I have nothing over him. I don't have any blackmail. I'm not interested in having blackmail. He doesn't have any blackmail on me. I'm not interested in giving him any blackmail. We don't run a business together. There's actually no reason for us to associate besides the fact that we might like each other to some degree. So he has to choose, hey, this guy's criticizing me. I kind of like him. We've had a few good debates. I'll tolerate his criticisms because, I like hanging out with him more than his criticisms annoy me. And then I have to kind of decide, okay, I'm going to criticize the fuck out of Steven for dumb shit that he does, but maybe he'll never change. And maybe I just have to watch this guy that I kind of like hurt himself in perpetuity. And so we kind of both have to make those decisions.
Bottom line is the answer. Her lawyer says, did you consent to the disclosure of the video at any time to Mr. Bonnell? She said, disclose, like Mr. Bonnell to send the
Rynex says, what do you have against black males?
video to other people? He said, correct. And then she said, no. So now her answer here is, before it was like, don't send it around. Before I could tell Melina about it, I guess, but not show her. And now it's like, no, cannot send it to anybody ever. Just having her give like separate different answers to this is just like crazy to me. I don't know how she doesn't have one super strict, like well-prepared understanding. Remember, this goes to the core of her federal claim against me. Is it still direct examination? Yes. Wait, do Catbox files not open in Europe? I can't open this. Somebody said apparently Noel had said gobbling cock about me, and that's why the website went down. So it was about the gay video, not the Destiny, she was going to say not exactly. Oh, maybe. She was going to say not exactly, but instead she just said no. Maybe. Okay. Her lawyer asks, okay, I don't have any further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you very much. The judge says, thank you. Cross-exam? Andrew comes up. Thank you, Your Honor. My king, okay? Good morning, Miss Doe. Good morning. When you first started communicating with Mr. Bonnell online, the court said, since we don't have a reporter, introduce yourself for the microphone for me. Andrew says, I'm sorry, I'm Andrew Brettler. I represent the defendant, Stephen Bonnell, Burke Brettler, LLP, in Los Angeles.
He talks quickly, but I'm going to go to 1.15 because normally I do 5-hour streams and I want to see how much we can get in.
Andrew, Miss Doe, when you first started communicating with Mr. Bonnell online, your conversation turned sexual at a pretty early point in your relationship, correct? I don't think so. I think it was a couple of months. Maybe you guys have the messages. He deleted all of mine, so I can't say 100% for sure, but I don't think it was pretty quick. Just to be clear, I can't delete her messages. That is not true. I can go right now on Discord and look, her messages are all still there. I don't know why she lies about this several times. She lies over and over and over and over and over about this. I can bring up on Discord hold on. Well, I don't want to show anything because I don't know if there's like information that can't be published. But all of her messages are still here. So I don't know why she keeps saying this. I don't know why. I don't know why she says this.
Kiko says you only do 5 hours because of the family. No, it's a pacing thing. It's for sanity. For sanity. I love creating content, man. I love hanging out with you guys. I love all that stuff. But realistically, I think around 5 hours, my brain starts to turn to mush anyways. And so my commentary kind of becomes more infrequent and increasingly shitty. And then not just that, but like 2-hour VODs, man, like the VODs, I think I might not do it today, but I'm going to try to do like 15-minute summaries. Do you guys want to do that, by the way? Do you actually want to do that? Do you want to do the 15-minute summaries for the 2 episodes today? Because I could do I could pull up political corporatism and I could pull up flexible authoritarianism, and I could take like some notes and I could explain the Pisco versus distributist debate and what was cool about it and what frustrated me. And then I could also do the kind of like a summary of the empath Chan and the Pixie drama. And I could just take some quick notes and then I could break it down real quick. Patriarch says yes. Sima Siamo says no, but that's also the first time that I've ever seen Sima Siamo. So I'm gonna let some of the Oilers vote on that. But yeah, it's mostly for sanity. When's the next Blackhawk stream? Probably Thursday or Friday. Thursday or Friday. No, yes. Officer Nasty says, nah, just do Empath Chan since we talked about it. Okay, maybe. Or you could lock in and stream for 6 hours. Okay. All right, I'm gonna let you talk amongst yourselves. Maybe I won't do it today, but I'm gonna start thinking about that because by the way, basically what would end up happening is some people have complained that I'm overly responsive to chat during my streams, but I love hanging out with you guys. I love talking to you guys. I got 2 yeses so far. But basically what I was thinking is a lot of people don't check out the 2-hour VODs, and not everybody is into the community engagement. I've actually gotten that comment, I don't know, half a dozen times where they're like, hey man, I really like your commentary, but I don't like when you constantly go on to tangents with chat. And I'm like, okay, well, you don't pay super chats, so go fuck yourself. But I was thinking it would be easier listening for the VOD viewers if I did like 10 to 20 minute summaries. And I think a lot of people consume content more easily that way. So if I started doing the 10 to 20 minute summaries, and then that's what I was posting to the post-recorded section, and then if I was either leaving the VODs up and or posting the VODs to a second channel, that would be another way to easily monetize stuff. So anyways, you guys let me know what you think in chat. Do a poll on Discord? Nah. AKA Badasui says not needed today. Okay, no problem. Grassroots says yeah, and Grassroots is an Oiler, so.
He deleted all mine, so I can't say 100% for sure, but I don't think it was pretty quick. Andrew says, on March 17th, 2020, at 5 o'clock in the morning, you sent a message to Mr. Bunnell stating, I took some videos with a guy I can send you later if you're interested. Also, do you recall sending that message to Mr. Bunnell? I don't recall, but I'm going to assume that the message exists. And in response, Mr. Bunnell said, yes. At 5:01 a.m., you wrote, okay, I'll send them to you when I get home. Happy face. Heart. Do you recall sending that message? I don't recall, but I assume it exists. You don't recall sending him a video of somebody else? I recall my former boyfriend, who I would refer to as that guy, didn't want me to send videos of us, like, experimenting and stuff like that. I can't verify, like, the specificity of the messages because I don't have those messages. Wait, so her boyfriend didn't give? Wait, how did I miss this? Or maybe I wasn't... By the way, they haven't made him available for deposition either, because we've asked for him, because I would like to depose him and ask him questions about, like, just curious, did you know that Pixie was sending videos of you guys, banging to famous streamers online? Do you have any idea about that? Did she talk to you about this? Did she talk about sending, I'm just curious. Interesting that she says here that he didn't consent to that. You didn't miss this before, you mentioned it after the court. Oh, maybe, okay, maybe it's been wiped from my mind. I can't verify, like, the specificity of the messages because I don't have those messages. The judge says, do you remember sending him of a video of some sexual encounter? Pixie says, yes, Andrew said. And I'm also getting there, Your Honor. Mr. Bunnell offered to send you videos of him and his wife if you wanted them. Do you recall that? Yes. Do you recall responding at 5:03 a.m. on March 17th, 2020? I'm open to anything you want to send me. You know I'm a super curious person. I think he is asleep, so you might have to wait for my videos until tomorrow. Do you recall sending that message? Again, I can't say specifics, but I'll assume it exists. Yes. Do you recall asking Mr. Bunnell, is there any particular photo or position you'd want to see me in?
Wrapping up in a minute.
I assume that message exists, but I'm a little confused about what this line of questioning, like, do you recall saying to Mr. Bunnell, I'm with my guy friend right now, I can probably get a photo of me sucking him off, if you think that would be hot. I assume that message exists, but I don't know if I'm overstepping my boundaries here or whatever. What does that have to do with Mr. Bunnell sending my video to other people that I didn't know? Miss Doe, do you recall on January 3rd of this year, January 3rd of 2025, where you posted online, I have never sent videos of other people to Stephen, ever. 1. I remember sending that to Dan Saltman in a private DM, and the context of that was Dan claiming that everybody in the sphere was non-consensually distributing materials of other people. So that was the context where I was thinking, like, no, the guy I had my former boyfriend's consent, the only one person I was with before. Move to strike is non-responsive. My question, Ms. Doe, was, do you recall texting or posting online on January 3rd at 10:37 p.m.? I have never sent videos of other people to Stephen, ever. I remember messaging Dan privately. It's very different than a social media post. Yes? Yes. The answer is yes. Move to strike everything after yes. I don't know if this means she said more here and it's just not on the transcript. I don't remember if she said more here. The answer is yes. Move to strike everything after yes. That wasn't a true statement, was it, Miss Doe? No, it wasn't. And then the judge stops. And who is this character? Dan. What is his name? Dan Saltman is one of the best friends of Destiny, who's also a business partner with Destiny. They run a podcast together. He was going online claiming that everybody had done what Steven had done, and that's when I messaged him. So you're responding to him? The judge asks. If it's stricken, it's not their Destiny. Okay. Sometimes she yaps a lot, and then my lawyer, Andrew, will just say, so the answer is this, strike everything from the record after. So I don't know if that shows over here or not. I just thought those moments were very funny. I wish I could do that in a debate so much. This hearing was one of the things, and that lying about Hitler book was like, dude, court, where you have to ask and answer like in a straight line of questions, and you can't pivot or divert or anything else. Oh my God, it's so nice. So the judge stops and asks, so you're responding to him? Dan Saltman. Pixie says, because I saw him on a podcast or on a stream, and he was making those claims. And this was the 3rd, right? January 3rd? Can you confirm that? She asks Andrew. No? Okay. My lawyer doesn't have to give her anything. Doesn't have to help her at all. And she's like trying to get help on the stand because she's... So the judge asks, what was the date of the communication? And so the judge can ask questions, okay? So the judge asks my lawyer, what was the date of the communication? And Andrew says, January 3rd, 2025, Your Honor. It's funny. It's actually a little bit like poker. You can ask a player, if you want to put them all in, what's your stack? What's your count? Sometimes you'll ask players to see how they answer. You can get information about how nervous they are. But the player doesn't have to actually answer you. You can ask, like, did you fold? Do you have 2 cards? Did you bet? How many chips you got? The player doesn't have to answer at all. You can ask the dealer, could I get a count of his chips? And the dealer can count them for you and tell you. So it's kind of funny. There's like a similar setup here, but... So Pixie then continues, yeah, so this was still before I made my Substack, basically. I was still in a state of denial between when I first found out and between when I made my Substack. I was trying to downplay what happened as much as possible, claim that no, everyone's just confused, everyone's just wrong. The judge says, let me ask you this question. Prior to this point, had you already been engaging online with others about your problem? She says, yes. The judge says, how often? She says, to the people who would randomly send me DMs being like, this is you, I would try my best to deny it. The judge says, no, but on an online platform, in other words, on a more public platform. She says, oh, on a more public platform? No, I did not. I did not claim, make statements about it being me or anything like that. By the way, that's also a lie because she was posting about it in Spicy Chat and maybe other Discords, but I know at the very least in ChatLogic's Discord, she was posting comments about it there. But the judge says, okay. Andrew says, my lawyer.
Grassroots says, sleep is a conspiracy by the Jewish sympathetic homosexuals. True. I've seen streamers use a donation limit for a new topic, competing topics. I get it. But also, you guys are so kind. I don't want to force you to give dollars for random shit. I just want to do whatever's popular with the audience that I have come to love. Jodazilla says 24/7 stream every day of my life. Stream ends when I die. Sure. I mean, that's how it feels sometimes. Officer Nasty says he should depose Rose or Solo for sharing his nudes. That would be great. I mean, I agree, but then that's not, I don't think that would be a part of this because Pixie's trying to sue Steven, so it'd be a different court hearing. Officer Nasty says, I don't mind sending them, but he's asleep, so I'll have to send them tomorrow when he's up, meaning she needs to ask consent. I think that's implied. What is this about? This is about Stephen Bonnell, his current suit, where he's being sued for sharing homemade pornography that ultimately got leaked onto the internet. One of his former paramours, Miss Pixie, sued Stephen, and they just released a court transcript. So they're trying to go through nitty gritty detail. Truth be told, I feel like we already know 80% of this. So I'm kind of, that I focused more. Most of my commentary has been on Empath Chan today. Which is Stephen invited a cutter, meaning a self-harming Nazi who uses slurs and spits on people, who's she's a e-whore, but she's one step above homelessness. He invited her to, to hang out, but also do a political hangout, which I think is fucking crazy. Officer Nasty says, wasn't Dan the guy who said Destiny was horrible to Melina and validated Destiny sharing the private therapy records with e-whores? Yeah, but Dan is supportive of Destiny, but he will randomly call out Steven's bad behavior. I wouldn't view that as Dan being manipulative. I would view that as Dan trying to be honest where Steven has some shortfalls. Grassroots says the phebophile in poker doesn't have to answer at all. What? That's a rule I haven't heard of. She was posted in Spicy Chat. Okay, well, I think the argument here is that she's being dishonest with details to make herself look better. So if she's willing to lie about small details, then what is she willing to lie about in reference to big details? Officer Nasty says the judge literally told Destiny's lawyers, why don't you depose Rose? Yeah, he should. But they probably won't depose Rose because, number one, she's in a different state. She probably won't respond to summons. And then not just that, that's going to expose the fact that the timeline of events alludes to potentially criminal behavior on Rose's part and on Steven's part, by the way. Officer Nasty says, I would love if Connor watched the Dan Mooten stream bullying Darius the other day. I don't know, man. I borderline feel with feel bad for Darius. I know that with Darius, he kind of invites it because he likes doing the drama streams. But for me, it feels like he bites off more than he can chew, and then he gets legitimately emotionally upset. So I don't know if I'm a fan of that. But anyways, what I'm going to try to do, let me try to summarize that real quick. Realistically, in reference to this segment, I have no idea if I'll make it a VOD segment. It's probably pretty long for a VOD segment. But we watched Steven cover the transcript for his court case, but it's mostly everything that we kind of already knew. Pixie might be lying about small details. The judge was kind of calling her out for maybe doing some of the bad things that Steven did. There might be an appeal to hypocrisy there. There might be some procedural errors procedural issues that might swing Destiny's way, but we just don't know until the fat lady sings. That's basically what's going on with the Pixie case is I have no idea where it's going to go, and I'm not yet, General, so stick around. But I'm just summarizing this segment. So what we realistically spent a majority of our time on, though, was Empath Chan. So with Empath Chan, that's somebody that Steven has hung out with. Let's just say I'm a huge critic of that move. And realistically, I might need to make that content, or I might need to talk to Steven about it, either in private or in public, just because that does rub me wrong. Food Shop's already rubbed me wrong. Empath Chan definitely rubs me wrong. So what we're going to try to do, if you guys are down for the adventure, is I'm going to try to summarize the earlier content with Pisco and Distributist. I'm going to see if I can make it like a 5 to 10 minute rant. And I'm also going to try to include pictures of political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. That way, if somebody doesn't want to watch the VOD, but they want to watch the kind of the summary of the VOD, then they could do that. And if it goes good, then maybe I could do one for the Empath Chan drama. But I just want to try one out first. And then I want to see if you guys like it or not, or if it's cringe and if I fuck it up. So let's see. So political corporatism. Come on. Don't fuck with me. Political corporatism. Where are you? I'll just look for the dick drawing. Where's the dick drawing? There should be a man that is analogized into a body, and it should be political corporatist. And I don't know why it's not there. Well, there it is. I got it. I found it. Oh, it's because it's political. There's no L in it. That's why. All right. So let me pull up these two drawings. Let me exit the Steven stream. Let me size them properly for a political rant. And then let's see if this is good content. Okay. Indulge me. Good people of the COG, lend me your ears. All right. I saw you, Officer Nasty. I saw what you said. All right. Let's see if we can make a little segment. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican, meaning that I actually have Republican values, which unfortunately I don't think Trump or MAGA do. But that's a story for another day. Today, we're going to be breaking down the debate between Pisco and the Distributist. This is kind of going to be like a too long didn't watch series where I'm going to kind of summarize the arguments of what's going on. And in my opinion, the Distributist is a piece of garbage. He's an asshole. He's a dissident right-wing neo-monarchist freak. He does apologia for a new king. He does apologia for fascism. He does apologia for right-wing authoritarianism. And in a private conversation that we had about 5 years ago, he was a race realist who was skeptical of Jewish power. Let's put it that way. Pisco, on the other hand, I would consider an online friend. He's a liberal and progressive debater who is pretty astute. He can be really abrasive. He has little brother energy. He pisses me off a healthy chunk of the time. And we disagree on a whole bunch of things, but he's a good debater, and I think he's a smart cookie. So in this debate, what they're really arguing is whether or not Charlie Kirk is a fascist or supported fascism. And what's so funny about the debate is that the Distributist says that Pisco is equivocating the word fascism. For those of you who don't know, equivocation means that you're using overly vague terminology. That way you can be slippery and obfuscate the arguments. What's interesting about that is the fact that, in my opinion, Distributist does that with democracy later in the debate. He actually uses democracy and says that the founding fathers, specifically John Adams, were hostile to democracy. But of course, John Adams wasn't hostile to republicanism, which is representative democracy. He's hostile to, Athenian democracy or universal franchise democracy. And so he accuses the enemy of that which he's guilty, which just kind of reinforces my perspective that Distributist is a piece of shit. Now, he also obfuscates history, where he tries to say that John Adams is guilty of trying to overthrow the republic, similar to Donald Trump and by proxy Charlie Kirk, where he said that John Adams was one of the people who pushed for the dissolution of the Continental Congress. That way they could rewrite the Constitution instead of being the Articles of Confederation, but moving into the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights. This is, again, where I think the Distributist is a lying sack of shit. I think that he is smart. I think he does understand history. I do think he is capable of reading, but I think he's obfuscating and he's a lying sack of shit. Now, when it comes to fascism, one of the things that's kind of frustrating is that I do think the Distributist gets some good licks in. And the way that he gets good licks in is that in the early United States, the people who were capable of voting were white men of good character. Women were prohibited from voting. Black folk were prohibited from voting. Native Americans were prohibited from voting. And so arguably, John Adams is less democratic than Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk would probably say, no, black people should vote, women should vote, Asians should vote, Native Americans should vote. So within that limited scope, Charlie Kirk is more democratic than John Adams, one of the founding fathers of our nation. However, the thing that I think I pointed out, and a shitload of people in chat pointed out, because I have a 3,000 IQ chat, they're brilliant, fucking love them. The thing that they pointed out is that John Adams, one of the founding fathers, somebody who participated and supported the revolution of the United States, he would likely view Donald Trump trying to overthrow the Republic of the United States through the fake elector scheme and January 6, 2021 riot. He would view him as a traitor to the United States and might shoot him with a musket ball. And I don't think the Distributists like that line of argumentation. Pisco kind of alluded to it. He didn't get very specific into it, but you know what? Pisco did good enough in order to, pick apart the Distributist bullshit that I think he did a good job. Now, where Pisco did something that I did not like was in reference to the definition of fascism, because Giovanni Gentile in the early 20th century alluded to, not even alluded to, he specifically said that political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism is fascism. And so I want my chat to understand this, okay? Political corporatism is treating the nation state, the nation being the people, the state being the government, as a single body. They are a single body in harmony, pushing in the same direction. And so the economy is the heart, the government is the brain, the culture is the bones, the skin is the military, the white blood cells are law enforcement. And when you think of things in a political corporative way, it actually kind of becomes obvious how you should govern, because if it's good for the political corporative body, that's a policy you should push. If it's bad for the political corporative body, then that's something that you should eliminate. And by the way, I consider myself a political corporatist. However, that's only half of fascism. The other half of fascism is flexible authoritarianism, which means that you do whatever is necessary in order to gain and maintain power. On your screen right now, not only was there a very well-drawn naked man with his twig and berries out a second ago, in case you're not watching, but right now, I actually have the ways that Adolf Hitler, Benito Mussolini, and Donald Trump achieved power. So Adolf Hitler moved through the plebiscite masses into the military and paramilitary organizations, into the representative body of Germany, up to the chancellorship, and then he became the supreme leader of Germany, and that's how he achieved power. When it came to Benito Mussolini, he followed a similar path, But what he ended up doing is having to share power with the church and the monarchy in order to maintain his power. That's where a flexible authoritarian doesn't care about how you achieve power. He doesn't care about how you maintain power, only that you do. And then with Trump, the reason why it's arguable that he is a fascist is not only is a political corporatist, not only does he use rhetoric similar to political corporatism, but he has also tried to bend the judiciary his way. He's tried to bend the legislature his way. He's attacked American social institutions. And so as a result, I think you can safely describe Donald Trump as a fascist or as a fascistic person. Where the Distributists took the argument that if Pisco understood these concepts deeply, where he would have been able to follow him, is the Distributists argue that, like, oh, okay, you think Donald Trump's a fascist, you think Charlie Kirk is a fascist. Well, you know, fascism is a early 20th century philosophy, but arguably, is Julius Caesar a fascist? Is Augustus Caesar, I guess, a fascist? Is Napoleon or any of these other great leaders of history a fascist? And so as a result, Pisco didn't feel comfortable jumping into those waters and articulating the fascist ideology. Whereas I think if you understand that idea, then you can be comfortable jumping into those waters, throwing elbows with the Distributist, and calling him a lying piece of shit to his face. So that's basically my summary of the debate. So chat, let me know if you enjoyed it. And if you did enjoy it, then maybe I'll do a short segment covering Empath Chan. Let's see. All right, so chat, unironically, if you thought that was a decent extemporaneous summary of the Distributist debate, if you felt like I got a majority of the details and it was interesting and coherent, then I would just go into my notes right now and I would write down, you know, a summary of the Empath Chan drama and why it pisses me off. If that wasn't good, if I missed too many details, if I presumed that you knew more than you did, if I left out important stuff, then I just wouldn't bother. I would probably just end stream and go eat some lunch. Fashion 40 says, what will you do if he wants to hang out with Empath Chan? Do you go your separate ways? No. I'll still hang out with Steven. I'll just call him a fucking idiot to his face. And by the way, I probably could, if I wanted to push for it, I could probably become a part of Unfuck America. But right now, I just don't think I'm there. You know, I kind of want to work with North in order to try to build the Never Trump Real Republican stuff. So if I get invited, and by the way, Z said like, oh, you should come to the Las Vegas event. I'll go to the Las Vegas event. I don't even know if they did the Las Vegas event. But basically, if we can figure out flights, I'll go to Las Vegas. I'll go to FSU or UF or wherever they do their next events. However, I think that like actually becoming a part of the organization, the way that I was a part of PV, I don't know if I'm ready to sign up for all of that. Sten Franklin says, John Adams and several Federalists were quasi-monarchist. Hamilton agreed for an elective monarchy at the Constitutional Convention. Yeah. What's interesting about that is they actually argued about what they should call the executive of the United States. And they actually argued about whether or not they should have an elected king. But they ended up on president because they thought president was sufficiently subservient for what they were trying to achieve and a servant leader. Rob says, I would start a 3 to 5 minute chapter summaries when live and have you or an editor put those summaries together to release a counterpoint summary. I watch the stream, so I don't need a dedicated 15 minutes. I get it. But Jonazilla says that was good. Tristan Clark said that was a great breakdown. I think this is worth it. Dr. Zai says I'm only 22 minutes behind on 2x speed. Base Patriarch says that was good. Christian Blair says great summary. Now lock in for 6 hours. Office Nasty says it felt solid and I knew very little on that topic. Okay. Especially for unscripted, I would have stumbled a bunch. Okay. It sounds like Morally Loaded K says it only covered a narrow segment of the debate. But I think that's still okay. I think that's still okay. Conservative Liberalism says, I haven't watched the debate, but it was coherent and sounded good. Okay, then I think I'll do the second one. And then what I'll say is, it is to tease the segment, right? So let's say that there's a 15-minute, 10-minute summary of a segment. And then let's say that somebody's like, oh, shit, that sounds interesting. Let me go check it out. Well, then they can go check out the VOD, right? They can go check out the VOD. Also, let me thank everybody who super chatted and donated today. Okay. And I did plug my PayPal. Let's see if it's still around. There's the PayPal link if you want to support via PayPal. Grassroots gifted a shitload of cash today. Seriously, thank you, King. Like I think $170 in the first like 2 hours. So thank you, buddy. Sean Kaplan with the 50, Gen X with the 10, Christian Valeris with 100 to cover the Destiny drama. I'm sorry if I didn't do the Destiny drama the way that you wanted me to, Christian Valeris, but I did find the Empath Chan thing actually kind of shocking. Grassroots with another 10, Just Carpet 563 with a membership, Maddox with $5, thank you. Anonymous Chatter with the 20, Numinax with the 10. Let me check these out because I think I saw Maddox's, but I didn't read Anonymous Chatter. Welcome back, Parasocial Dad. Was your psychic damage shield been restored? I'm glad the store has more milk so you would come back. Thank you. And yes, it did. I remember that one now. Numinax for 10 says, as a DGGer, I know Destiny lives for neurologically compromised chicks, narcissists, BPD girls, and schizos. Pretty sure he's admitted this before. It's the main reason why I believe he's actually a degenerate. I mean, Numinax for 10 says, well, maybe not lives for, a bit exaggerative, but no, I'm with you. I think he likes crazy. Sacred Snow renewed their membership. Thank you. You're booming out, big guy. True. Mad Money Max for 5 says, I apologize for calling you out earlier, but I think you understand my ick now. Also do however time me out. That's pretty soy. Thank you, Mad Money Max. I'm sorry if I seemed very blasé about what was going on. And truth be told, covering the court case is not what's rubbing me wrong. What's rubbing me wrong is Empath Chan. Grassroots says, you call me a sexual R slur is my kink. That's my mistake. Calling me an R slur, but slower and sluttier. No, you son of a bitch. Blizzard for 5 says, all of his behavior makes sense through the lens of addiction to conflict and sex. Also reminds me of BoJack Horseman. And then that's where I covered that clip about discipline from BoJack Horseman. Sub to K. Okay. I don't know if K, let me check my Discord real quick. K, if you sent me a link, or if Grassroots could send me a link and I'll post it in chat. We'll try to get you, a few dozen subs. But anyways, all right. So I caught up on chat. Let me do an Empath Chan summary real quick. So why does Empath Chan rub me wrong? Okay. So, Empath Chan, is a chick who cosplays as a Nazi on Twitter. She's an e-whore. I'm really not trying to be like degrading to whores, but she's actually just like an e-prostitute. Spits on people randomly. Steven and her have been following each other for a while. Insulted Nathan, by the way. Which that dude, if you insult my kid, insulted Nathan. If you insult my kid and you don't apologize, we're not talking. Steven and her have been following each other for a while. That was already a criticism. They hung out IRL. She went to an Unfuck America podcast. Why this frustrates me. Cop perspective. Friend perspective. Professional perspective. I should be able to extemporaneous rant about this pretty decently. Okay. She's just a Nazi, lol. Well, that's even worse, ain't it? So, all right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I would say I'm frustrated today. Stephen Bonnell II, a.k.a. Destiny, a.k.a. somebody that I've been debating and online friends with for, 5 years now. He did something frustrating. And this was in light of the transcript for his court case getting revealed. That's what we were covering. However, within the past week, he hung out with a gal named Empath Chan. All right. Now, Empath Chan is somebody on Twitter who some people are saying is legitimately a Nazi, but she's definitely posed with a swastika. Allegedly, she does do self-harm. She cut a swastika into her leg. She is an e-whore. I say that with all the respect I can muster for prostitutes, meaning that I think she makes her living doing digital sex work. And one of the things that I found most repulsive, because a lot of people have criticized this woman before, is that she has videotaped herself walking around town as recently as last year. Okay, now take this statement with a grain of salt. I don't know if it's true. This is what I was told, but this is also what I watched. As recently as last year, Empath Chan was walking around in public, finding innocent people on dates, people working, people walking down the street, random homeless people, and she was spitting on them viciously. She was also walking up to random folks of color, random black folk, and she was calling them the N-word. She was calling them racial slurs. And I think that she appeared to be like one step above homelessness. I legitimately think that she's mentally ill. And just adding to the list of why she's a bad person, she insulted Nathan, who is Steven's son, online. And Steven and her have been following each other for a while, which has gotten him some criticism. Well, within the past week, they hung out in real life. I think I made a joke about it at first. But what happened then after that is that she also attended the Unfuck America the Unfuck America tour, where she was, in my opinion, by inference, Steven's guest. She was wearing that merch. She was hanging out with other Destiny Orbiters, and she basically cussed out Darius IRL and called him racial slurs. Now, Darius IRL can be frustrating. He's a drama relationship live streamer, and there's plenty of criticisms for Darius. But the fact that she was spitting on folks last year, she insulted Steven's family, she's an e-whore, she self-harms, she LARPs about being a Nazi. Even within the past like 16 hours, she posted me at the No Kings protest, and it's her shooting a gun at the range. She's a piece of shit. You know, if there's irony that I'm missing, if there's comedy that I'm missing, then I guess I missed it. Maybe I'm not getting the joke, but she seems like a vicious criminal piece of shit. And the reason why this pisses me off so much, you know, as a friend of Steven, or maybe as a critic of Steven, as a debate opponent of Steven, somebody who considers myself to be on good terms with Steven, is Steven hurts himself. Okay, he hurts others, but he also hurts himself. I would argue that in 2022, he hurt Lav, he hurt Mr. Girl, he hurt Lauren Southern, he hurt Melina, he hurt Rose, and he hurt himself. That came to a head November 29th of 2024, and it exploded on January 20th, 2025, where all of his sexual escapades were exposed to the world. And as a result, he got sued by Pixie. He obviously hurt Pixie, but this also hurts himself, obviously. And so what Dan Saltman, and I think what Erudite, and to a lesser degree, I didn't say this out loud, but I was thinking the same thing. I think what we're looking for is Steven's obviously an intelligent guy. He's obviously charismatic. He's obviously quite funny, and he can be kind. We were hoping that this sex drama in 2024 and 2025 exploding and him getting sued would be the point where he would say, you know what? I had my fun. I did my crazy shit. I hung out with crazy chicks. I did all this banana shit. But you know what? I fucked up in some degrees. I hurt other people. I'm going to chill the fuck out. Hanging out with Empath Chan, to me, is a red flag that he hasn't learned his lesson or doesn't want to. And so I think that's part of what pisses me off from a friend perspective. From a cop perspective, the reason why this pisses me off is because starting fights with people by calling them slurs, walking around and spitting on random people, not only is it repulsive, not only is it immoral, not only was she targeting innocent people and targeting people who are the most vulnerable in our society, i.e. homeless people, but effectively, if you did this in front of me as a law enforcement officer, let's say it was 2019, I was wearing a gun on my hip and a badge on my chest, and I watched you walk up to another human being and you spit on them unprovoked, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab your wrist and I'm going to grab your fucking elbow. I'm going to stick you onto the ground. I'm going to put my knee on your back. I'm going to stick you in handcuffs, and I'm going to put you in a 6 foot by 6 foot cinder block cell. I'm going to write a report, and you're going to have to go see a judge. And if you do it again after that, I'll stick you in the cell again. You do it after that, I'm going to stick you in the cell again. And I will continue to do that until you have such a fucking rap sheet for being such a piece of shit that you catch eventually, obviously after like the 20th time because of our fucked up judicial system. But after the 20th time, you'll end up catching serious time because that's battery. It's battery. You are hurting other people. And so when I see somebody, regardless of mental illness, intentionally hurting other people, that's not the kind of person I want to associate with. That's not the kind of person that I want my friends to associate with. And that's the kind of thing that needs to be addressed. If she got her mental health issues taken care of, if she got on medication, if she apologized for her previous behavior, you know what? I'm not a literalist Christian, but I try to believe in Christian philosophy. I think that if you're genuinely trying to turn over a new leaf and be a better person, then, you know, go with God. You know, I'll try to forgive you and work with you as much as I possibly can. But if there is no contrition, no apology, no ability to show any kind of remorse, no sign of being on medication, no sign of being a better person, I don't know what the fuck Steven is getting out of this. It's to the point that I feel like I should probably have the conversation with a man, either private or publicly, but we'll figure that out later. I got other shit to do today. From a professional perspective, I think it also frustrates me. As somebody who has had my job associated with Steven as an orbiter, anything he does affects me. So him taking her to Unfuck America, where she used homophobic and racist slurs. And by the way, I love homophobic and racist slurs when they're used as a joke. I don't like it when they're used as genuine insults, and they were used as genuine insults against Darius. So, from a professional perspective, bringing that big of a liability around your other professional coworkers, I have no idea what the fuck you're doing. I genuinely have no idea what the fuck you're doing. And I think that's the frustrating thing for me, and probably for Dan, and probably for Erudite, is you did all the crazy shit, you got burned, when are you going to learn the lesson? And Empath Chan seems like an intentional willingness by Steven to not learn his lesson. So that's why I'm frustrated about the Empath Chan drama. End of rant. All right, I'm just going to respond to chat real quick before I dip out. Corey Peltzman says crazy chicks are fine. At least you know what you're getting into. I don't know if you know what you're getting into when you got somebody who self-harms and is a fucking Nazi who spits on people. Officer Nasty says, yeah, it's fine like crazy chicks, but you have to own the consequences. Agreed. Grassroots says shill morally loaded again. K needs 50 subs. Morally loaded. Okay. I think that's what it's called. Let me check it out. I'm going to see if I can just type it into YouTube and pull it up. YouTube morally loaded. MORALLYLOADED. Morally loaded. Coleman Hughes, Skies News, Australia, Michael Wolf. My search function is not popping up. So if you guys have a specific link, here we go. Let me copy this. I'm going to copy the specific link. I'm going to post it in chat. Kay is obviously a friend of the stream. She's, oh, that's a Discord link. I don't want a Discord link. I want a YouTube link. So Kay is obviously a friend of the stream. Kay's been around for a healthy bit. She's put up with my bullshit, and she's supported both emotionally and financially. So we help those who help us. So there is a link to Morally Loaded in the chat right now. Go subscribe to it. She needs some subscribers. There you go. Sent you the link. Is spitting on random people the meth whore Nazi white woman version of the knockout game? In my opinion, yeah. Christian Blair says, I would advise pepper spraying first. Empath Chan looks like a screamer. Well, that's not going to help. That's just going to make her scream more. King Salda says, is the Destiny shit done with yet? No, it's not. Getting shit done, now that is American as fuck. True. Dr. Zai says, Cotter, he's going to say he didn't invite her there and he didn't fuck her. He talked about it on stream already. I already gave no reason to associate with this schizo bitch. I agree. But if you have a female, if you're a whore, Steven's a man whore. If you're a man whore and you're hanging out with an E whore in your condo, people are going to assume that you had sex, right? And then if the E whore comes and hangs out with you at a political event and she's not a typically politically active person, then you are fucking crazy, right? King Salda says, we usually just call those people R-slurred. Can you do that? Not here. Tomorrow. On Tuesdays, I can use the R-slur. Sometimes I slip up and I say the R-slur. I'm not supposed to. Bringing Empath Chan is like paid OP levels of stupid stuff. Yeah, that's like the right wing paid you to do it. Christian Blair says pepper spraying someone in the face and mouth makes it harder for them to scream. No, it doesn't. Don't ask me how I know this. No, I know it, but I don't agree. Let's put it that way. All right. Anyways, I parasocially love you guys. 17 people, 17 individual donations. A lot of them super generous today. Some of y'all sent some money via the PayPal link. Thank you for that support. I parasocially love you. I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. And go sub to K. Morally Loaded. It's linked in the channel. It's right here. YouTube/@morally-neutral. Go sub to that channel. I parasocially love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out.